Blackstone Audio presents Blow, How a Small-Town Boy Made $100 Million with the Medellin Cocaine Cartel and Lost It All, by Bruce Porter. This book is read by Stephen Bowlby. It's not at all so easy as you fellers think it might be. You'd be satisfied with $5,000, but I tell you, if you find something then, you couldn't be dragged away. Not even the threat of miserable death could stop you getting just 10,000 more. And if you reach 50, you want to make it 100 to be safe for the rest of your life. When you finally have 150, you want 200 to make sure, absolutely sure, that you'll really be on the safe side, come what may. B. Traven, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. A note on sources. This story is true. I've reconstructed the events and conversations in it from interviews with witnesses and participants whose names appear in the acknowledgments at the end of the book. I also drew on the extensive evidence available from legal sources, including the police investigations, indictments, plea agreements, and/or trials of George Jung, Carlos Lader, Barry Kane, and Richard Burrell. In several instances, I changed the names of incidental characters whose involvement in one aspect or another of the drug trade has escaped the attention of the authorities and the media. In such cases, I refer to the characters solely by first name. Prologue, 1974. If you are a new inmate only recently sentenced by the courts, this will probably be an entirely new experience for you. From the Inmate Information Handbook at the Federal Correctional Institution, Danbury, Connecticut. The quarter-mile-long road into the prison at Danbury seems more like a driveway into some fancy retreat for big thinkers than the entrance to a federal facility for convicted felons. Lofty spruce and elm trees throw shadows across the road as it winds up from the highway. Off in the distance, a man on a tractor is mowing the meadow, bringing into relief the contours of the gently sloping hillside. Even when the water tower and the white concrete buildings loom into view, there's little about the place that appears ominous. Designed in the Art Deco style of the late 1930s, with rounded corners and strong vertical lines in the center, the prison has no guard towers or searchlights up on spires, no fences or razor wire surrounding the perimeter. Inside, the men don't live in steel cages piled high in cell blocks that you see in prison movies, but in their own 7 by 9 foot rooms, each situated off a day room or set back from a balcony on the second floor. They've got real doors instead of bars, and real privacy. Each room has a desk built in underneath the window, so an inmate can write his letters while gazing out over the rolling Connecticut countryside. As a place to spend several years, the quarters might seem a bit confining, but not to a degree that would strike any freshman at a New England boarding school as particularly Spartan. George Jung was bussed up to Danbury from New York City by the Federal Bureau of Prisons in April of 1974, together with a dozen other inmates from throughout the Northeast. Among other events that spring, Saigon lay under siege by the Viet Cong. Patty Hearst had joined forces with her kidnappers, members of the Symbionese Liberation Army, and helped them hold up a bank. President Richard Nixon was refusing demands that he resign from office because that would lead to weak and unstable presidencies in the future. When George arrived at Danbury, he was 31 years old. He had shaggy, honey blonde hair and was 5 feet 10 inches tall, with broad, muscular shoulders and a massive chest. He'd been doing work on that physique ever since junior high, when he started lifting weights in his bedroom to get himself in shape for the football team by the time he got to high school. The Jung came not from any Chinese ancestors, as most people assumed before they saw him in person. It was Dutch, pronounced with a hard J. And indeed, the way his hair was cut, About 2 inches longer than the style popularized by the Beatles, he looked a lot like the famous Dutch boy on the can of paint. His grandfather, Frederick Jung, a cigar maker, had migrated from Amsterdam in 1903 and worked as a cigar roller for the J.A. Cigar Company in Boston. His father, also named Frederick, but called Fritz by his multitude of friends, ran an independent fuel oil business for many years, with contracts to serve apartment buildings in Boston. George had grown up in the coastal town of Weymouth, Massachusetts, about 20 miles south of Boston, in a house situated just around the corner and up a hill from the Abigail Adams homestead, birthplace of the woman who became wife to the second President of the United States and mother to the sixth. The event propelling George toward Danbury had taken place a year and a half earlier, in late September of 1972, at the bar of the Playboy Club of Chicago. At the fateful moment, George was being mesmerized by a vibrantly blonde Swedish hooker, a dead ringer, he thought, for the movie actress Britt Ekland. As he was supplying the finishing touches to an arrangement that would get this luscious piece up to his room, 2 men in suits approached and asked if he'd mind stepping outside for a minute. They turned out to be agents for the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. What they wanted to talk about was the fact that 3 days earlier, George had arrived at Union Station from Los Angeles with 2 steamer trunks, each of them packed with 150 kilos of marijuana, a total of 660 pounds worth. George was delivering the goods to a well-to-do young man in Chicago, eager to involve himself in something profitable other than his father's extensive scrap metal business. The man had agreed to pay George $150 a kilo for it, or a total of $45,000. Not a small amount in those days, when a brand-new Porsche, now costing as much as $100,000, was going for $8,000 to $10,000. From the baggage room in the train station, George had arranged for the trunks to be transferred by 2 limousines to the basement of the Playboy Club, where the manager had been given to understand that they contained a large amount of camera equipment, and that George was an important figure in the world of fashion photography. 2 days later, the intended customer had showed up with a van and a guy to help him, and the 2 of them had carted the pot away. George was now waiting in the bar to get his money. The thrust of George's drug business involved purchasing 300 to 400 kilos of grass every month or so from small farmers in the Sierra Madre in Mexico, flying it into dry lake beds in the desert country of Southern California, then trucking the load east in a rented Winnebago, where he would sell it to wholesalers in Amherst, Massachusetts, the locus of 4 private colleges and a large state university, with an aggregate enrollment of some 30,000 pot-hungry students. Since 1968, George had made a good living doing this, and he had become familiar with a large part of America in the process. He was now hoping to add Chicago's hot spots to his market. The deal would have gone off fine if only George's prospective customer had not, 3 weeks earlier, tried to sell some heroin to an undercover policeman. Having unpleasant visions of himself behind bars, he had agreed to keep the authorities apprised of his pot transaction with George in exchange for consideration on his sentence. Thus, the appearance of these 2 federal agents interrupting George on this, his night of nights. Actually, they apologized for arresting him. It was really heroin guys they wanted, not pot smugglers. Marijuana at the time was coming into such widespread use as to approach alcohol and tobacco as drugs of preference in the United States. And at least some people in the federal government were urging the authorities to be a little less hysterical about stamping it out. A report to the president from the Domestic Council's Drug Abuse Task Force estimated that between 25 and 30 million Americans over the age of 11, about 20% of the population, had smoked pot. And when it came to how law enforcement agencies should be allocating their time, the drug was relegated to very low priority, 5th below heroin, amphetamines, barbiturates, and cocaine. For that matter, cocaine wasn't causing much of a ripple either. Where the first 3 drugs were deemed high on their ability to induce physical or psychological dependence, and in the severity of adverse consequences category, pot and coke scored a low on both counts. The debate, of course, had little effect on George's predicament. But one thing he had come to realize in his mere 4 years as a professional drug outlaw was that in the criminal justice system, one's situation rarely stays bleak for very long if one applies some of the basic rules of the game. Rule 1. Be very skeptical in general toward any advice of your lawyer to the effect that you should fight the case and present yourself before the men and women of the jury. Lawyers earn fees that way, and you earn time, especially if you've been caught as red-handed as George was now. Not only will the jury, without a doubt or a qualm, saw off your nuts with a rusty blade and hand them up to you on a platter, but the exercise is bound to cost you a lot of money, fruitlessly spent. Rule 2. Plead not guilty at the arraignment and get bailed out of jail. If necessary, you can change your plea later if your lawyer works out something with the prosecutor. The DA's a busy person and will cut a deal that's better than anything you'd get from a trial. But you won't have to worry about any of that because according to Rule 3, promptly after the arraignment, you take off. Thus, 2 days after pleading not guilty to a charge of possession of 660 pounds of marijuana with intent to distribute, George got himself bonded out of the Cook County Jail, said goodbye forever to Chicago, boarded a flight to Los Angeles, and went back to work bringing more loads across the border. Temporarily, at least, he decided to forego his dream of Midwestern expansion in favor of sticking with old customers who were trustworthy and dependable. As a federal bond jumper, however, he now had the FBI on his trail, which meant that more effort would be exerted toward his capture than would be had he skipped out on a state charge, since states have little wherewithal to track people cross-country. But even the FBI had to follow budget priorities. Since bond defaulters were rated less of a threat than, say, escapees from federal prisons or people who were armed and dangerous, the effort to nab George was limited to sending his file to the FBI office nearest his hometown, and a local agent advised to keep an eye out in case he showed up. Usually with a fugitive, you look for the girlfriend. What is it, cherchez la femme? Says James J. Trout, then a young FBI agent working in the fugitive squad in Boston. Trout had been with the Bureau for only a year at the time and had a caseload of 40 other fugitives to track down. Find the girlfriend, and most of the time she'll lead you right to him. George didn't have a girlfriend. He did have a sister, Marie, 4 years older, but she had married a Ph.D. in chemistry named Otis Godfrey and moved away to Indiana, where Otis was a rising star in the research division of Eli Lilly and Company. The couple lived in the suburb of Greenwood, outside Indianapolis, in a neat little house with trees and a yard. It's safe to say the last thing they wanted was a visit from George the jailbird. They'd be sure to invite the neighbors over for that one. This left Trout to forage for information from George's parents, Erman and Fred, who still lived on the Circle, as the area around Abigail Adams' birthplace was known in Weymouth. So he'd stop by once in a while to see what they had to say, which usually wasn't much. Whereas Marie liked to phone her mother nearly every day, George wasn't too good in the keeping in touch department. Indeed, his parents hadn't seen him face to face in nearly 2 years, since before his arrest in Chicago. So, when Trout visited to chat on the subject of their son's whereabouts, Fred and Erman treated him pleasantly enough, talked with him and all, but said they couldn't help much. I felt sorry for them, which is almost always the case, Trout recalls. They were nice people. The parents are always the ones who pay for it in the long run. It's in the newspapers, the neighbors all know, a terrible embarrassment. Actually, as Trout thinks back, it was George's mother who was the gabby one. Fred didn't have much to say, at least to Trout. In truth, the visits rankled Fred, and he even called a lawyer at one point to see about preventing the agent from coming around, but then dropped the matter. Arguing about their son was an old routine for Mr. and Mrs. Jung. The question of exactly how much they should be helping the police to catch him had opened up another unpleasant chapter. Fred also grumbled to George about the FBI visits during one of the rare phone calls his son made from the West Coast. That's how George learned that Trout had been upstairs looking around his old room at the front of the house, where he used to lift weights and tend his fish tank, and where clippings from the Quincy Patriot Ledger about his feats as a halfback for the Weymouth High School Maroons hung on the wall. Also there for Trout to inspect was a photograph of George down in Mexico, with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat pulled down to shade his eyes, a long cigar clenched in his mouth, cartridge belts crisscrossed over his chest, a large revolver stuck in his belt, and a bottle of tequila in his fist. He looked like one bad hombre for sure. As it happened, in November of 1973, a little over a year after the Playboy Club bust, George flew to Boston to meet with a contact he developed in Amherst to firm up a deal that would affect a major increase in the volume of his business. The man had approached him the previous summer and said he knew people with 2 twin-engine Cessnas who wanted someone to hook them up with a connection in Mexico to guarantee them an uninterrupted supply of marijuana. They would handle the details of transporting the stuff into the United States and distributing it thereafter. All George would have to do is take care of the Mexican end and load up the flights, a proposition that seemed almost too good to be true. And with the volume this guy was talking about, it looked like the operation could net him something on the order of $1 million a year, 10 times what he was doing at the time. Euphoric over the new possibilities, and realizing it meant he'd be out of the country for a long time, George had decided to drive down to Weymouth and pay a short visit to his parents. He knew what risk the venture entailed, which was why he told no one where he was going. He hadn't even told his parents that he was coming by. It was dark on a Saturday night, right after Thanksgiving, about 8 o'clock, when he pulled his rented car into the wooded area by the Weymouth Community Church down the hill from his parents' house. He cut up through a thick stand of spruce that Mr. Stennis, the local clockmaker, had planted in the late 1950s as a way to earn extra money by selling Christmas trees. The scheme died abruptly a few years after George graduated from high school, when old man Stennis shot and killed his wife after mistaking her for an intruder. Aided by the dim light of a new moon, George made his way through the trees, approaching the house via the backyard, and knocked on the kitchen door that opened into a breezeway leading to the garage. It was cold. The door was opened by his father, a short, balding man, dressed in the khakis and plaid shirt he always wore, typical dad clothes, as George called them. Ever since his stroke 15 years earlier, Fred cried easily over the things that disappointed him in life. Mainly George. The tears came now when he saw his son standing there. Then Ermin showed up at the door, more shocked to see him than glad, it seemed to George, acting nervous through the whole visit. His father brought him into the living room, and the two began making headway into a bottle of scotch. Fred asked him how things were going. George talked about California, how easy it was living out there. Ermin kept getting up and disappearing into the couple's downstairs bedroom. Special Agent Trout remembers the call coming in just before 10 o'clock. A voice said, "He's in the house right now in Weymouth." Hurriedly corralling 2 other agents to help out, Trout drove the half hour it took to get there and pulled up across the street. One agent went around to watch the back door. Trout and his partner went up the front walk and looked through the window into the living room. They spotted George sitting on the couch. Trout began banging on the glass-paned storm door, announcing loudly that he was with the FBI and demanding that they open the door. He saw George bolt off the couch and disappear from view. He yelled louder and banged harder, so hard the glass shattered just as Fred was opening up the inner door. "I ended up cutting myself fairly badly on the hand," says Trout. "And when we got inside, before we even started searching the house, the mother insisted on stopping the bleeding and bandaging me up." George knew what was up at the first banging and instinctively raced upstairs to his room, thinking that maybe he could do a Huckleberry Finn out the window to the garage roof, drop to the ground as he'd done as a kid, and take off. He thought fleetingly, too, of his old double-barrel 12-gauge still stuck in the rafters. He used to bang away with it at the ducks flying over the marsh down back of the house. The shells were probably still in his dresser drawer. Suddenly, his father called up the stairs, "George, this is your mother's and my house. And if you're doing what I think you're doing, you'd better stop right now." In the end, George just crawled into the back of his clothes closet, worming through an opening in the eaves into a cubbyhole where he'd played as a little boy. Soon he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Trout poked his head into the room and called for George to come out. "There's no need for anyone to get hurt," he said. Because no one knew of his plans that night, because he came into the house through the backyard where the neighbors couldn't have seen him, because of her edginess and her suspicious movements while he was there, George has always believed that it was his mother who turned him in. Either she phoned Trout directly or she gave a prearranged signal for someone else to make the call. If the latter were true, George suspected the someone else would have been his father's brother, Uncle George Jung of Melrose, a retired U.S. Navy commander and George's namesake. Uncle George was the family patriarch and benefactor. For a number of reasons, he had little use for his nephew, and had treated George from his late teenage years with an ill-masked dislike. George never wanted to confront his mother on the matter. Trout says the voice he heard that night was male. It was not the mother, he says, not directly, no. George had been processed through receiving and discharge, and sitting alone in a holding cell for about an hour, chewing on a dried-up bologna sandwich, no mayo, when Wang, a trustee from New York's Chinatown who was doing several years on a heroin charge, ushered him into a shower stall, hosed him down, then poofed him all over with delousing powder. From the supply room, he issued George a plastic razor, a toothbrush, and a towel, and a set of regulation prison duds consisting of khaki hand-me-downs from the U.S. Navy. The shoes were 2 sizes too big, a far cry from the comfort and suppleness of his $500 Bruno Mays, and at the first opportunity, George replaced them at the commissary with a pair of tennis shoes. The next day, carrying his bedroll and personal gear in a plastic bucket, George was taken down to Massachusetts House, a large open dormitory lined with double-decker bunks. Here, new inmates spent 2 weeks getting filled in on what to expect from prison life. George dumped his stuff on an available lower bunk and sat down to consider his surroundings. The room contained about 100 men, some sleeping on their beds, others playing cards, reading, or talking in groups, or watching TV in a glassed-off television room. The Latinos were off by themselves as usual, engaged in a game of dominoes. That pastime exceedingly irritated the Anglos in the room, for they kept it up non-stop all day and up to bedtime, slamming the pieces down with a great whack, accompanying the play with continuous shouts and whoops. About an hour later, another new inmate walked in. He had arrived the same day, but on another bus, and had spent the night in a holding cell on a different floor. He was short, about 5 feet 6 inches tall, and looked to be in his mid-20s. A Latino of some kind, he was clean-shaven and very handsome in a sultry way. George was struck by 2 other things about him. First, when he came over to the cot next to George and asked if it was free, he spoke quite formally and politely, as if he were introducing himself at a dinner party. "How do you do?" he said in only slightly accented English. "My name is Carlos Lader." He said he lived in New York City, but that his real home was in Colombia. Carlos also seemed unusually open and talkative, exuding none of the wariness prisoners instinctively feel when encountering an unfamiliar environment. "Usually you're a little careful about who you talk to in the beginning," says George. "You don't know who's who or what's going on. In prison, you want to hang back a little, take your time about what you say." Carlos's friendly manner invited quick intimacy. Right away, George found himself explaining why he'd been sent to Danbury, about all the farmers in the hills of Mexico, the California desert, Amherst, and the college kids. Carlos responded that he also was in prison for possession of marijuana, nothing, to be sure, on the scale of George's operation. In addition, he'd been charged with trying to smuggle a stolen automobile over the border from Detroit into Windsor, Ontario, whence he'd planned to ship it back to Colombia. The two spent the next hour, until the public address system called for them to line up for supper, talking animatedly about their experiences in the marijuana trade, even forming some vague plans for when they got out. George had arrived at Danbury with a single thought in mind: to return to the smuggling business just as bloody fast as he could get free. In his mind, the smuggling itself had begun to transcend the material rewards of his trade, the money and the drugs and the Porsches and the women. Confronting physical danger, often of a high order, confounding the system, defying the straight world, staring down the terror he felt well up each time he landed in the desert or risked getting caught, these were the accomplishments on which his self-esteem had come to be pegged. Smuggling itself was the drug now, the therapeutic activity that got him through the day. Lacking a load to run or routes or schedules to devise, he felt as down and desperate as an alcoholic separated from his booze. Drug smugglers, George liked to say, shouldn't be sent to prison. They should be carted off to debriefing centers to get their brains altered, their obsessions modified. Using prison as a chance to pay his debt to society and going straight thereafter had never entered his mind. He was looking to Danbury to further in some way the criminal enterprise that had become his life. "I wanted very badly to make something out of being there, to bring something back," he said. "I was looking for an opportunity, and I didn't want to spend all that time and come away empty-handed." It was then, standing in line early that evening, waiting to get into the cafeteria at Danbury, that Carlos looked up at him. "George," he said, "do you know anything about cocaine?" In the middle of the 1970s, there was no such thing as the Medellin cocaine cartel. At that time, it would have seemed a far-fetched notion that a handful of small-time thieves and hustlers from a city few Americans had ever heard of, high in the Andes, could create an enterprise that would blossom into the most lucrative, ruthless, and deadly criminal empire in the world, responsible for the murder in Colombia alone of 50 judges, including 11 Supreme Court justices, 12 journalists, including the editor of Bogotá's El Espectador, the Attorney General, the daughter of the country's president, the head of the National Police Drug Squad, hundreds of police officers, and uncounted thousands of civilians. In the United States in the 70s, the drug war was a political coinage for the effort to eradicate the use of heroin, whose ravages, while serious enough, confined themselves largely to ghetto neighborhoods of big cities rather than permeating the society. There was no such thing as crack. Where cocaine was concerned, the 1975 report to the president from the U.S. Domestic Council's Drug Abuse Task Force rated the substance low for the size of the core problem. It said further that, as it is currently used, cocaine does not result in serious social consequences such as crime, hospital emergency room admissions, or death. The demand for the drug, dormant since its previous heyday back at the turn of the century and in the roaring 20s, emanated from a thin, rarefied slice of the population. Rock and roll stars, the pop art crowd, Hollywood luminaries, members of cafe society on Manhattan's Upper East Side. It dribbled into the country in small quantities, often less than a kilo at a time, inserted into the anal cavity of a mule flying into Miami International Airport, or secreted in a seaman's bag aboard a merchant ship bound from Barranquilla, Colombia, to New Orleans or Houston. In all of 1974, the U.S. Customs Service seized only 907 pounds of the drug, a little over 400 kilos. No one was predicting that cocaine would begin arriving in quantities so large it would have to be lugged around in duffel bags and moved from one place to another in trucks, 125 tons of it a year by 1985, according to a calculation made by Manhattan District Attorney Robert Morgenthau. Or that the money generated by street sales of the drug, all cash and carry, no layaway plans, checks, credit cards, charge accounts, or promissory notes, would make of the cocaine business one of the industrial colossuses of the world. Selling at $100 a gram, for instance, 1/28 of an ounce, 15 to 20 lines worth, sufficient to induce a heightened sense of well-being for an evening and a party of four. that 125 tons, cut 2, 3, 4 times by successive dealers, would generate retail revenue somewhere in the amount of $40 to $50 billion a year. By 1985, close to the peak year for cocaine use in the U.S., these earnings would have ranked the cocaine business as the sixth largest private enterprise in the Fortune 500. General Motors, Exxon, and IBM grossed more money than the cocaine dealers did. But not AT&T, General Electric, Chevron, Sears Roebuck, Chrysler, Boeing, RJR Reynolds, Procter & Gamble, Dow Chemical, U.S. Steel, or the E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company. Not quite 25 when he entered Danbury in 1974. Carlos Leder was the son of an engineer named Wilhelm Leder, who had left his native Germany in the late 1920s, set up a construction business, and married a Colombian named Helen Rivas. The youngest of 3 boys and a girl born to the Leder family, Carlos was 4 years old when his parents divorced, his mother charging she'd been beaten by his father that she'd committed adultery. Henceforth, he was raised by his mother, helping her run a small rooming house in the 1950s in Armenia, about 125 miles south of Medellin, that catered in part to countrymen of her former husband. Conversations that little Carlos had with the guests not only helped preserve his fluency in German, but also implanted in him an admiration for the Third Reich and the leadership style of Adolf Hitler, which he later in life synthesized into never give a sucker an even break. Whatever he retained of the Nazi nostrums, Carlos couldn't help but have been exposed to certain other lessons by virtue of growing up in a part of the country dominated by Medellin. Settled in the early 17th century by Basques from northern Spain, and also a number of Sephardic Jews driven from the country by Ferdinand and Isabella, the city sits 1.5 miles above sea level in a saddle formation of rock among the Cordillera Central Mountains. The temperature averages 72 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, earning Medellin its reputation as the city of eternal spring. From an incoming airplane, the place looks like any other modern metropolis. The same glass-sheathed office buildings and hotels loom up from wide avenues and tree-lined boulevards. Suburbs sprawl out into the surrounding pine forests. As Colombia's center for textile manufacturing, the city reigns as its fashion capital, lending to it a certain glitter and style. It is also noted for its male prostitutes, leather boys and drag queens who populate the district around 45th Street. If you drop a peso in Medellin, don't bend over to pick it up, goes one piece of advice. Economically, many residents secure an abundant living from the chemical and steel industries on the city's outskirts, the gold mines in the hills, and the coffee plantations and cattle ranches in the outlying regions. Unemployment, however, lingers at about 35%. And for most of the paisas, the name applied to residents of the surrounding province of Antioquia, life more likely promises to be desperate and mean. The 2 big shanty towns flanking the road to the airport, Comuna Nororiental and Comuna Norooccidental, are filled with drugs, street crime, and violence. Like the other depressed barrios in the city, they teem with desechables, or throwaway kids, left by their parents to scratch out what money they can by running bazuco, a smokable form of cocaine, or doing just about any trabajito, or little job, for the drug lords, or the death squads, or the police. Many end up as sicarios, the notorious hired assassins of Medellin, whose now famous specialty is the asesino de la moto, or motorcycle killing, wherein the driver sidles up to the victim's car, the kid on the back empties his machine pistol into the interior of the vehicle, and the two take off into the chaos of Medellin traffic. Indeed, the violence level in Medellin seems almost beyond belief, even by American standards. Much of it is generated by the city's gang wars, which make the counterpart activity in Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York look like some playground imitation. From 1980 to 1990, the number of violent deaths in Medellin rose more than 7-fold, from 730 a year to 5,300. The last figure is startling when one considers that it's about twice the number of homicide deaths in New York City, which has 6 times the population. Medellin has always played the loudish second city cousin to the more refined Bogota, a situation of deemed inferiority that has long put a chip on its shoulder. Linguistically, the paisas are thought to speak in a crude accent, jabbering in too fast and unmannerly a fashion. Medellin might have 3 universities and a botanical garden, but little in the category of high culture. The tastes there are less sophisticated than in the nation's capital. The family tree's not so long, if discernible at all. The sons of Medellin, unlike those in middle-class Bogota, learn early on that the good things in life are not bestowed by inheritance. They have to be wrenched from the world through ingenuity and pluck. Crime, too, if it comes to that. If you succeed, send money, Medellin boys are told when they get kicked out of the house to seek their fortunes. If you fail, don't come home. The result is a city with a sizable number of hustlers, smugglers, conmen, and wheeler-dealers, ranging from the more pathetic sort, such as the one-legged beggars who flag down pedestrians with grisly photographs depicting close-up views of their bodily insults, to the host of pickpockets, sneak thieves, and sharpies pushing smuggled TV sets, stereos, appliances, cigarettes, liquor, and especially emeralds, the national jewel. There's a proud local legend about the Medellin cartel kingpin Pablo Escobar, the son of a small-time farmer and a schoolteacher, who by the mid-1980s was sufficiently wealthy to offer to personally pay off Colombia's national debt of $13 billion if the authorities would stop hounding him. As the story goes, he first made his way in the world by digging up gravestones, grinding off the inscriptions, and selling them cut rate to people in the market for cheap funerals. In the end, what many paisas want, by foul means or fair, is to make it across the Medellin River, the city's social dividing line, to live in El Poblado. Here, the good life is lived, in a neighborhood of august boulevards, fine restaurants, expensive boutiques, and houses built on the Miami model, white stucco with lavish use of marble and glass. To appear in El Poblado, ensconced with your Mercedes and your house, dining out at Kevin's restaurant on the Heights, looking out over the lights of the city, that was the pinnacle of success. And to do it suddenly, to one day be on the streets and the next checking on the armed guards that patrolled your little palace behind a high fence, that was when the people would start talking about you as one of los mágicos, the magicians, for the sleight of hand you'd pulled off. Carlos hadn't become quite the magician by the time he landed in Danbury that spring of 1974, but he'd been working diligently in that general direction. When he was a teenager, his mother had taken him with her to New York City, where she set up a life in the borough of Queens. An older brother, Guillermo, had stayed behind to run Autos later, the family-owned car dealership in Medellin. From what Carlos told fellow inmates, it specialized in Chevrolets and other American makes, some of which were acquired and sold legitimately, but not all. Carlos also boasted that the dealership served as cover for one of Medellin's more lucrative enterprises, which involved smuggling American-made automobiles into the country without paying the 100% import tax on foreign cars. Colombian car dealers in general felt abused by the tax, since it meant they had to find customers able and willing to pay twice what a car sold for in the U.S., and then hand over the difference to the government. It was much better to skip the tax by bribing a customs official to phony up the import papers so the duty would appear to have already been settled. It was better still to steal the vehicle outright in America and bribe the Colombian official. That way the car could be sold for twice the price. Stealing cars was the reason, or part of the reason, Carlos ended up in Danbury. The first time he got caught was at age 22 in Mineola, Long Island, where he was given probation on a knockdown charge of unauthorized possession of a motor vehicle. The following year, he was arrested again for stealing a car and trying to smuggle it into Windsor, Ontario. He beat that charge by skipping out on his bail, but was caught once more a year later in Miami, this time for possession of marijuana. In any case, he was now in federal prison and scheduled to stay there for some 20 months until early in the winter of 1976. This gave him plenty of time to share his ideas with George about embarking on another line of work. Chewed in its natural form, like a plug of tobacco, the raw leaf of the coca plant is perfectly capable in its own right of imbuing one's life with a rosier hue. And in South America, it's been quickening the spirits of the native population for at least 4,000 years. That was the age of a Peruvian burial mound, where archaeologists found a quid of cocaine that some Indian had given a going over right before he died back in 2100 BC. The practice was also memorialized in the stone figures from 600 BC in Colombia's Valley of the Statues in San Agustin. The statue's oddly distended cheeks put one in mind of an old-time baseball player getting his mouth around a large chaw of tobacco. Eliciting a commercial-quality high out of cocaine, however, is much more complicated. Nothing like in the marijuana business, where you strip off a bud, roll it in paper, and you've got yourself a good smoke. To provide customers with the form of cocaine they can smoke or shoot or snort, the pure cocaine alkaloid has to be chemically extracted from the leaf. This involves putting the plant through an elaborate industrial process requiring logistical skills, technical expertise, buildings and equipment, and large financial backing. While the plants will grow virtually anywhere in the moist tropical climate of the Andes, Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Bolivia, Colombia, the really good stuff with the highest cocaine alkaloid content, Erythroxylon coca, or the Huanuco leaf, likes it not so high up, about 1,000 to 3,000 feet above sea level. One such area is the heavily forested eastern lowlands of Bolivia around the city of Santa Cruz, a remote region with few access roads and 100 inches of rainfall a year. In the mid-1970s, during an economic crisis in Bolivia caused by falling demand for tin, the area was designated by the government as cotton country, and banks were encouraged to lend money to landowners so they could cut down forests and put large tracts under cultivation. Unfortunately, at just about the time the first crops ripened for harvest in 1975, cotton prices on the world market also plummeted. The landowners scrambled frantically for some profitable substitute. They found one, and after the farmers held discussions with would-be processors in Medellin and Cali in Colombia, the fields that had so recently teemed with cotton bolls began to sprout dark green with the high-octane plants of the Huanuco family. Viewed as a problem in industrial engineering, the main challenge in cocaine manufacturing concerns transportation. Not only have few roads been put through to the growing regions in Bolivia and Peru, but those that do exist are regularly patrolled by the authorities and don't do you much good if your cargo's illegal. Under these conditions, pack animals and airplanes, llamas, burros, and Cessnas, are relied upon to transport material via mountain trails and jungle landing strips. In leaf form, however, cocaine is a bulky cargo. Depending on the concentration of the cocaine alkaloid in the leaves, it can take anywhere up to 500 kilos of leaves, about what you can grow on an acre and a half of land, to make a single kilo of cocaine hydrochloride, the white powder that goes up your nose. For this reason, interim laboratories, some of them portable, are set up close to the growing fields to reduce the leaves down to a cocaine paste, which can be shipped more easily. Brewing up a batch of paste involves a several-stage process wherein the leaves are treated with successive solutions of lime or potash, kerosene, sulfuric acid, then more lime, to begin separating out the cocaine from the 13 other alkaloids in the plant. The resulting paste consists of a grayish muck, resembling joint compound used in drywall construction, wherein the bulk of the product has been reduced by about 100-fold, 250 kilos of leaves boiling down to about 2.5 kilos of paste. The cocaine alkaloid content has also been jacked up considerably from 1 to 2% in the coca leaves to 40 to 90% in the paste. Known in this form as basuco, the paste can be marketed as a nice little drug product in itself, much cheaper than refined cocaine, since it hasn't gone through the final works. This is why it appeals to native Colombians, who mix the concentrate with tobacco and smoke it like a joint, attaining a high part of the way toward euphoria. The leaves have now been reduced enough so that the product can be easily flown from the growing fields to the finishing laboratories in the forests of western Colombia. Here, the paste undergoes more baths in solutions of kerosene and sulfuric acid, of potassium permanganate and ammonium hydroxide, successive soakings and dryings to produce an interim form of cocaine called base. Although grayish and gluey like the paste, the base is now 100% pure cocaine alkaloid and very potent. Indeed, the base is so powerful that before the discovery of crack, some people, most notably the comedian Richard Pryor, employed a volatile procedure involving the use of fire and ether to treat the cocaine powder imported into the U.S. so as to transform it back into its prior form, no pun intended, which they could place into a little pipe and smoke, or freebase. But while base can provide a memorable high, from a marketing standpoint, it lacks versatility. It won't dissolve in water, so you can't shoot it, and it refuses to be absorbed through the mucous membranes, so it's no good to snort. To create the cocaine of song and legend requires one more operation, the grand finale. This involves dissolving the base in ether, 17 liters to the kilo is the formula, then combining it with acetone and hydrochloric acid, and once more allowing it to sit out and dry into a white, crystalline substance. The end result is Colombia's primo export product, cocaine hydrochloride. When it's pressed into a rock-like form for traveling, the material glows with an ethereal opalescence, like some kind of gem. At the user end, chopped with a razor blade on the face of a mirror and marshaled into inch-long lines of the famous marching powder, the drug emerges as a substance that is light, fragile, and flaky, like new fallen snow. Listening to Carlos explain some of this, sitting on his bunk in Danbury, George retained about as much as he had of the chem lab lectures back in high school, which wasn't a lot. But when Carlos got to the economic end of the business, George started paying more attention. Adding up the cost of the coca leaves, the chemicals, and the cheap labor involved, it cost the processors less than $1,000 to produce a kilo of 100% pure cocaine, which they were selling then for $6,000 in Colombia. If they transported it to Miami, it would go wholesale for between $50,000 and $60,000 a kilo. In 1974, tenured college professors earned $20,000 a year, and houses in the Hamptons went for $100,000. With a few trips to Florida, one could become a rich man. Moving from wholesaling to retailing, the numbers climbed higher still as the quality of the product got worse. Cut a number of times by interim dealers who would add inert substances to boost the weight and maintain their profit margin, the common street product in some cases would contain no more than 15 or 20% cocaine. Dealers found they often had to add methadone to give the mix a decent amount of drive. But for argument's sake, say it was cut only once or twice, keeping the product fairly high grade. Selling for $100 a gram, 1,000 grams to the kilo, with all the deals running smoothly, no glitches along the way. This meant the kilo purchased for $6,000 in Colombia would generate street sales in America of between $200,000 and $300,000, and even more if you dealt in shoddier merchandise. By now, George's jaw was fairly sagging toward his navel at the prospect of the profits involved here. But what about the supply, he asked, applying a dose of skepticism to this otherwise heady scenario. He knew from his own early frustrations in the marijuana business, knocking around Puerto Vallarta in Mexico searching for a pot connection, that sales projections meant nothing unless you could lay your hands on the goods. "Don't worry, my friend," Carlos told him. "They could get all the cocaine they wanted." He had several important acquaintances. One of them, named Gustavo Gaviria, was, like Carlos, in the business of stealing and smuggling cars, but with a twist. Gustavo stole the cars and smuggled them into Ecuador and Peru, where he sold them to buy coca paste, which he brought back to Medellin and had refined into cocaine. It was a good business with very low startup costs. He was now also getting connections for paste in Bolivia, Carlos had heard, and making arrangements with a number of labs outside Medellin. This Gustavo was in partnership with his cousin, a former emerald smuggler whom people in Medellin were starting to talk about as a man on the rise. Carlos had met this guy himself. The name meant nothing to George, no more than it did to anyone else in the United States at the time. It was only later that George came to appreciate the value of Carlos's having even this tangential a connection to Pablo Escobar. As for the demand side, cocaine seemed on the verge of really taking off in the United States. Although it was hardly a mass-market commodity, interest in it was building fast, particularly on the West Coast, where rock stars and movie actors were touting it like crazy, as if they owned stock in the company. Coded references cropped up in songs by Steppenwolf and the Jefferson Airplane. Record producer Phil Spector sent out Christmas cards that read, "A little snow at Xmas time, never hurt anyone." Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper were proselytizing on its behalf, using it openly at Hollywood parties. In L.A., it had to be an out-of-it shindig indeed, where guests didn't disappear into the bathroom, emerging with pupils dilated and a lot of sudden pep. It wouldn't be until 1977 that there existed enough national savvy about the drug to generate one of the major guffaws in Woody Allen's Annie Hall, when the Woody Allen character makes $100 worth of cocaine disappear with a badly aimed sneeze. But by 1974, bedrock polling evidence had already suggested the balloon was about to go up. The National Household Survey announced that 5.4 million Americans over the age of 18 had admitted to snorting cocaine at least once. Alone, however, the Colombians didn't seem quite able to exploit the potential of this burgeoning market. Not many of them spoke English. They didn't feel comfortable in America, where their speech and manner of dress made them stand out. They were wary of foreigners. Their only experience in the U.S. had been in Miami and New York, both of which had fairly large communities of compatriots to provide them cover. They knew nothing about the West Coast. Clearly, the need now was for an American connection the Colombians could trust, a facilitator who not only knew how to get the stuff into the country safely and in much larger amounts than had been done so far, but who also had access to a distribution network of reliable individuals through which the product could be supplied to all the seemingly eager customers. Here was where George took over the conversation from Carlos, detailing his experience in the marijuana business. He told Carlos he could get airplanes, 1, 2, 10 of them if they wanted. He ran through his lecture on the dry lake beds. You could reach them just as easily from Colombia in 1 or 2 jumps, stopping off in Mexico to refuel. He knew all about doing that. As he saw it, getting cocaine into the country posed no problem. As far as the marketing went, at about the time George was going off to prison, he had noticed that many of the dealers who'd been taking his pot had begun to deal in cocaine as a sideline. And the word he'd been hearing was that they couldn't get anywhere near as much as they could sell, and what they got was sadly diluted. Nevertheless, the dealers were building up customers, developing the necessary market knowledge, what kind of people wanted it, where they could be found. George told Carlos he knew a guy, a hairdresser, never mind his name, who was plugged into the entertainment industry in Los Angeles, who knew rock stars and movie starlets. This guy was crying for it, too. No doubt about it, George said. He could get the connections. Once they had this thing cranked up, the money pouring in would make what George had been taking out of the marijuana trade look like a kid's allowance. Say they flew in 300 kilos of 100% pure cocaine, an astronomical amount at the time, but if he'd flown in 300 keys of pot, why couldn't he just as fucking well fly in the same amount of coke? That would cost them $180,000 in Colombia, and it would wholesale in the States for, what, $15 million? $18 million? And if they did that once a month? What are we talking a year here? Pick me up off the floor, he thought, woozy over the prospect. Maybe once a strong market was developed, he'd back off it a little, just do the transportation part. pick it up at point A and deliver it to point B without having to worry about selling the stuff. He'd make less money that way, but it would be a lot less risky. 95% of how you got your ass caught in the dope business was by selling to someone you didn't happen to know was working for the police. George didn't need a lecture on that one. So, for just doing the transportation, they charged the Colombians $10,000 a kilo, get some planes, provide constant service, run a regular airline. Flying in 300 kilos a month, even half that amount, let's not be pigs about it, would come to $18 million a year. Suddenly, I knew I had the world by the balls and I just needed a little patience, and I was going to get so fucking rich it was beyond belief, George says. Have you ever known something like that? I knew it, and I didn't care what kind of hell I had to go through. It didn't matter anymore. It was mine, all of it, and I couldn't believe it myself. I couldn't believe it that here I was, a kid from a fucking shithole town like Weymouth, smuggling some lousy marijuana, and I thought that was money. And all of a sudden I knew I was going to have millions and millions of dollars. I didn't just get sent to jail. I got sent a gift. I was thankful they put me there, really. Thank you, federal government. Thank you, fucking FBI. You don't know what you did for me. Chapter 1. Weymouth, 1946 to 1965. Cohasset for its beauty, Hingham for its pride. If it weren't for the herring, poor Weymouth would have died. Old saying. In 1622, a splinter group of pilgrims from the Plymouth colony in Massachusetts journeyed up the coast to Weymouth to try to set up a trading post. And if they'd only heard about the herring, they might not have made such a mess of it. As it was, they turned out to be a pretty sorry crew, bickering among themselves and stealing corn and other foodstuffs from the local Wampanoag tribe. In return, the Indians found little reason to help out the following winter when the pilgrims ran desperately short of food and ended up either dying of starvation or dragging themselves ignominiously back to Plymouth. A permanent settlement wasn't established in Weymouth until 2 years later, when people with farming skills rather than traders gave it a shot. And after no less a person than Miles Standish himself had come up to Weymouth to win over the hearts and minds of the Wampanoags, who had gotten pretty ornery by then. Standish accomplished the task in ready fashion by inviting two of the more influential sachems to be his guests for a nice sit-down lunch. And when the Indians began to feel a little under the weather, he'd taken the precaution of poisoning their food. His men dispatched them with knives and axes. The famous herring that might have saved the settlers migrated in from the ocean early every summer and swam upstream to their traditional spawning ground in a body of fresh water known as Whitman's Pond. During the height of the trek, all but killed off in the early 1900s by industrial development, Whitman's Pond would virtually boil over with fish, providing townspeople a nearly effortless and bountiful harvest. As a little boy, George could see the pond from his bedroom window, and in winter he'd walk over from the house his parents had in a subdivision known as Lakeshore Park and go ice skating with his chums. To the other blue-collar families in the neighborhood, the Jungs seemed to have it pretty good in those years right after World War II. Where most of the men and some of the women worked on the assembly line down at the Procter & Gamble plant, or as welders and steam fitters at the Four Rivers shipyard across the river in Quincy. George's father led a relatively independent life, servicing heating accounts throughout Boston from his own truck. The family certainly had money enough. Every other year, Fred bought a brand new car, either a Ford or a Mercury, always the roomiest model. His wife wore the best of clothes and had a fur coat. George was too young in those days to help his father on the truck, so a boy from the neighborhood, Russell Delory, who was 9 years older and would often babysit for the Jungs, went along with Fred on Saturdays and school holidays. In the winter, I'd walk over there at 6 in the morning in the dark, recalls Russell, who grew up to become a masonry contractor on Cape Cod. He'd start that big oil truck and I'd climb up and sit in it while it warmed up. When he finished his breakfast, he'd come out and we'd leave, and we wouldn't come home until 10 o'clock at night. Fred invariably drove the same route from South Boston to the South End, from Beacon Hill to Washington Street, and for Russell, the work proved grueling. Hauling the heavy oil hose over back fences and sometimes 100 feet up an alley covered with snow or ice or mud, the boy would often slip and fall. Some of the settings were also a little frightening for young people, Russell says today. There'd be drunks sleeping in the alley and black people around, but I never felt threatened because of Fred's ability to manage everything, be a friendly person with everybody, no matter who you were. It seemed to me that he knew everybody in the city of Boston. Driving home, he would talk about the merits of a wholesome life, about working hard all day long. We'd always stop in Quincy on the way and get a large loaf of Syrian bread to take home. We did that every night. In 1948, when George was 6, the Jungs moved up, both geographically and economically, to a house on Abigail Adams Circle. Laid out as a subdivision just before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Circle featured larger two-story colonial-style houses, some of which, like the Jungs, occupied the crown of a hill and looked down over the salt marsh to the Fore River as it flowed into the sea at Wessagusset Bay, site of the original settlement. In Weymouth terms, the Circle rated as one of the better parts of town. Here, the women mostly stayed home all day, and the men wore ties and worked as managers at General Dynamics in Quincy, or commuted on the South Shore Railroad to office jobs in Boston. The father of George's best boyhood friend, Malcolm McGregor, had a degree from MIT and a prominent job as a ship surveyor that took the family overseas for long stretches. Across the street and 3 doors down lived the Fieldses. Mr. Fields was the president of a button company in Boston. His son went off to Colby College. It was the Fields' driveway that George saw his first Porsche. Financially, the Jungs held their own well enough, but the new neighborhood was something of a challenge socially. Looking back, Malcolm McGregor's mother, Gladys, cannot recall Mr. or Mrs. Jung ever taking part in the annual Christmas dances that would be held at the community hall, or showing up for the 4th of July picnics in the neighborhood. They never mixed much, she says. Her memory of George's mother, Ermine, was that of a nice, quiet woman who worked in the Ann Taylor shop in nearby Braintree. She was exceptionally pretty. In her looks and her flowing dress, she resembled the actress Loretta Young. Not by accident, it seemed. The Loretta Young show was a program she never missed. Mrs. McGregor recalls George's father as a heavy-set man with a ruddy complexion and always a cigar sticking out the side of his mouth. He was an ordinary man, a beer drinker, she says. He'd park his oil truck in the family's driveway. And according to Russell DeLaurie, Fred got just about as much respect inside the household. I don't believe that Mrs. Jung or the other family members really knew what Fred's day was like, says Russell. I saw it as full, rewarding, and successful. But I'm afraid that at home he was simply regarded as an oil man. Ermine was an O'Neill from Boston, and judging from her first impression of Fred when the couple met in the 1930s, she had reason to expect more in the way of a future when she married him. For one thing, in the hard times that characterized the Depression, the heating oil business seemed safe economic territory, considering that people would prefer to stint on fancy clothes and cuts of meat long before they'd freeze to death in the harsh New England winters. For another, Fred seemed to be a man on the move. He owned a total of 3 oil trucks then, large tractor-trailer jobs. He had employees working for him and a long list of customers. There's a snapshot of him taken around then, showing a prosperous-looking man in a suit and a fancy white hat beside a big Packard touring car. Family legend has it that Ermine's mother, a stage entertainer named Ethel O'Neill, who sang in music halls of Boston, urged her daughter into the marriage on the grounds that Mr. Jung was obviously going places. Unfortunately for his family, one of the places he was going fairly regularly was the Suffolk Down racetrack. He had a winning streak at first, but pretty soon he was losing consistently, and in large enough amounts so that he had to mortgage his fleet of oil trucks to pay mounting debts. He lost the trucks eventually, and when the war came, he ended up working at a defense job in the naval shipyard in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Fred recovered a little of his oil business after the war when the family moved to Weymouth. He acquired a smaller oil truck and secured a contract with the Stetson Oil Company to take care of a list of customers in Boston. But it wasn't nearly the same. There was tension in the family. One day, George remembers his father teaching him the art of poker and how to handle cards smartly, doing the one-handed shuffle, the reverse cut, fanning out the deck over the table surface. George's mother came into the room, grabbed up the deck, and threw it into the wastebasket, saying something sharply to the effect that there'd be no more of that in this household. George's uncle, George Jacob Jung. Now there was a man for Erman to admire. Whereas Fred came out of high school at the start of the Depression and went right to work, his brother George, 9 years his senior, had gone off to the Massachusetts Maritime Academy, enlisted in the Navy, and come home after World War II a full commander. A man of sound financial resources, he held a good-paying job as an engineer for the state, and his wife Myrna worked as a restaurant manager for Filene's in Boston. Uncle George traveled widely and frequently about the world. The couple occupied a substantial gabled residence on Norman Avenue in Melrose, a middle-class suburb located north of Boston and considerably up the social scale from Weymouth. George and Myrna remained childless, but it was to their house that the Jung family members repaired for Sunday dinners, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Besides Fred and Erman and their 2 children, there were the 2 Jung sisters, Auntie Gertrude, a divorcee who was also childless, and Aunt Jenny and her husband Ray Silva, whose son Bobby was George's only cousin. Bobby Silva went into banking and eventually became the president of the Citizens National Bank in Putnam, Connecticut. Starting out, however, he'd worked at a bank in Danbury at the same time cousin George happened to be in residence at the federal prison there, a piece of intelligence he was undoubtedly not too eager to share with the guys at the office. In the house in Melrose, Uncle George's navy dress sword hung over the fireplace, along with a photo of him and his whites. There was a prominent picture of the battlecruiser he'd served on in the Pacific. Making a big deal out of mixing daiquiris for the ladies, Uncle George would regale the company with tales of his recent travel adventures. He journeyed abroad 17 times during his lifetime. Or he might talk about the latest charity drive of the Shriners, of which he was a stalwart member, or a horticultural award he'd received for his roses, or the story in the local paper on the occasion of his attendance at the 4th International Rose Conference in London, where Queen Elizabeth had put in an appearance. Indeed, in Fred's eyes, no less than in Erman's, George had always occupied such a commanding position in the family that when his own son was born on August 6, 1942, after discovering Erman had told the hospital the boy was to be named after his father, Fred marched down and had the name on little Frederick's birth certificate changed to match that of his brother. Although he certainly felt honored at the time, Uncle George had good reason later on, and on more than one occasion, to regret the gesture. One of them occurred at JFK International Airport in New York City, where on the way back from Europe, he was detained for an hour or so by U.S. Customs officials while they investigated as to whether this sputtering angry old man was the George Jacob Jung wanted by the FBI for jumping bail on a drug charge. For all his wide-ranging interests and exposure to different cultures, Uncle George maintained a fairly stern and unbending look on life, a dour Dutchman to the core. "My brother was what you might call a straight-down-the-line kind of a guy," says Auntie Gertrude, who also worked at Filene's, as manager of its beauty shop. "You couldn't really say he had much of a sense of humor." On the occasion when an underling would come by his office to ask the boss for an approval on some matter, a request for a raise perhaps, rather than waste words giving a reply, Uncle George liked to direct the visitor's attention with a wave of his hand toward a sign he had printed up and sitting on the front of his desk. The sign said, "No." When it comes to divining the root causes of antisocial behavior, criminologists have produced murky speculation at best. With even less success have doctors and psychologists been able to predict with any certainty which little boy will grow up to become a public enemy. The most recent edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-3 Revised, has nothing to say, for instance, about what to watch out for if you're worried your kid is in danger of becoming a drug smuggler. The incipient criminality factors detailed in the DSM are given to such generality as to forecast that a rascal like Tom Sawyer would emerge perforce as a serious menace to society. Whatever the litmus test, little Georgie Jung scored very low when it came to committing the standard predictive acts. He showed no outstanding propensity for lying in his early years, or for stealing, playing hooky, vandalizing property, getting into fights, lighting fires, running away from home, or torturing helpless animals. At about age 5, he did purloin a neighbor's pet hamster to provide it the benefits of living in his own room, a move his father countered by getting a policeman friend to show up in uniform at the front door and scare George into taking it back. And he certainly was devilish enough to keep his mother on the run, chasing him about the house and poking for him with a broomstick when he'd wriggle under a bed to avoid his comeuppance. There are no reports from family members about any capital transgression on George's part. He received an honorable discharge after 3 years with the Cub Scouts. He dependably served the Quincy Patriot Ledger on his route every day after school, winging the papers with his left hand sidearm pitch up onto the porches. He went sailing on the Fore River with Malcolm McGregor in a little boat they kept moored down and back of the circle. He dug for clams at Wessagusset Beach to earn spending money. A photograph of him in grade school shows a little boy with a carefully combed shock of hair sticking upright over his forehead and a wide, impish grin that, to one relative at least, proved memorably disarming. As a little boy, he was a perfect charmer, Auntie Gertrude remembers. He was really, what can I say? He could just steal your heart away. Were he enrolled in elementary school today, his parents might have been counseled to look at the possibility of dyslexia as a factor in his having to repeat the first grade because of reading problems, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder as an explanation for his general behavior. Little Georgie certainly appears to have been full-blown hyperactive, at times difficult to control, even subject to fits and explosions of temper, to the point where his mother once felt the need to consult the family doctor. His advice was to stick the boy's head under a faucet the next time he had an outburst. George still remembers with some annoyance the series of duckings forced on him after that consultation. By the time George was entering adolescence, his parents were having serious marital problems. These usually didn't evince themselves to George until they'd reached an extreme stage, when Ermin would pack up her suitcase and leave home. George remembers her walking down to the bottom of the hill to get the bus for Quincy, and from there, the train into Boston. He would follow her down the hill and stand across from the bus stop by the minister's house, shouting out to her to come back. I didn't want her to leave, but I didn't know how to stop her, so I threw rocks at her, he says. Not really rocks, they were stones, but I didn't know what else to do to make her stay. On these occasions, Ermin would stay with her mother, who lived on Commonwealth Avenue in Boston, or go down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where her brother, Jack O'Neill, owned a string of music stores. During one of his mother's absences, George lived for several months at the house in Melrose with Uncle George and Aunt Myrna. That was where he finally learned his multiplication tables when he was going into the 5th grade. As George recalls, Aunt Myrna sat me down at the kitchen table and said, "You're not stupid, Georgie. There's no reason why you're failing all the time. You just don't know what discipline is." There were these 2 little girls next door that I really liked, and she said I was never going to get to know those girls unless I learned the times table all the way up to 12. And I did. I learned it that summer. George's academic troubles dogged him in one way or another all the way up through high school. By contrast, his older sister Marie not only had an absolutely unblemished scholastic record, with never less than an A in any course, but would, in every school she attended, win the unqualified adoration of her teachers, qualities of which her younger brother was never allowed to remain ignorant. One of Marie's biggest fans, for instance, was Mary Toomey, her English teacher at Weymouth High School. At the mere mention of Marie's name, Miss Toomey's face still lights up and exudes an almost beatific glow. Marie Jung was just beautiful, not in the sense she was all decorated, but she had a naturally classic face, lovely long eyelashes, beautiful manners. You could send her anywhere, totally trustworthy, Miss Toomey says. She really had everything: talent, looks, charm, brains. She was just so good, such a good person. Miss Toomey, now retired and living in a cottage near the sea in the village of Eastham on Cape Cod, had taught at the school since the 1940s, when she also coached some of the athletic teams while the males were off at war. Later on, it seemed natural that she was the teacher coaches came to when one of their players required extra tutoring so as not to fall below the C average needed to stay on a team. This was especially true of the football coach, Harry Arlinson, a legend in eastern Massachusetts for his teams in the 1940s and 1950s, whose record of 135 wins, 17 losses, and 3 ties earned Weymouth High a large picture spread in Look magazine in 1953. She recalls that Arlinson would take her aside and say in a near whisper, as if engaging in some conspiracy, "I have a boy who I can't play because he can't pass English, and they're going to give him one last test." This meant the boy would become one of Miss Toomey's special cases to be given private lessons after school. She'd even searched the newspaper to see if there wasn't a Shakespeare play to take him to in Boston. Miss Toomey also played a large part in choosing the questions that appeared on the subsequent test, which may or may not have been the reason every one of her special cases managed to pull through. Harry Arlinson had left Weymouth to coach at Tufts University several years before young George entered high school in the fall of 1958. But the new head coach, Jack Fisher, picked up on Miss Toomey's services to keep his boys qualified for play. Miss Toomey already knew all about the young children, however, and the very first week of George's high school term, she took it upon herself to send a note down to have Marie's little brother brought to her office. I don't remember what year that was exactly, but I do remember calling him in and exhorting him to do better now that he was in high school. I told him I would spend the time and give him all the help he wanted. George remembers sitting in homeroom that day when the word came down that Miss Toomey wanted to see him. He was certainly familiar with the name. Miss Toomey was everything in our house. Everybody loved her, Marie, my mother especially. And here I was in high school, and now Miss Toomey, she was waiting for me. I remember going up to her office on the 3rd floor, thinking to myself, all right, here comes the bullshit. I walked into her classroom and she introduced herself. A round cherub face, a little overweight, wide in the hips, a flowered dress. "Oh, you're Marie's brother. She was such a wonderful student, such a wonderful person. And I've looked over your grades in junior high, and I think you can do a lot better. You're a football player, and Mr. Fisher is my good friend. We can work together, and I'm going to help you. I'm going to devote all my free time to you and blah, blah, blah." I listened through it all, and when she was all finished, I just said to her, "No, you won't, Miss Toomey. And thank you anyway, Miss Toomey. And goodbye, Miss Toomey." And I walked out. Marie kept up with Miss Toomey after graduation and down through the years, sending word every Christmas about what her children were doing, detailing the milestones in Otis's career at Eli Lilly. She wrote me that Otis made a big breakthrough in robotics that's going to benefit his company tremendously. And the children, you could easily see Marie and the children. A son graduated from West Point, another son is an attorney, and Karen, I think, is at Purdue Engineering School. You could see there was good stock there. The genes were good. Of George, Miss Toomey heard nothing after graduation, not a word for nearly 20 years, until she was talking one day with her handyman, Paul Duchamp, whose son was a member of the Eastham Police Department. It was in 1980, I think. Paul was working at the house one day, and, "Oh, by the way," he said, "there's been a very big thing happening in Eastham with drugs. There's this fellow, actually. The fellow came from Weymouth. Did you ever hear of George Jung?" Luckily for George, the path toward becoming a big man at Weymouth High was paved most readily not by getting good grades, but by playing football. During the team's 9-week schedule, players served as the focus of attention, not only in the classrooms and corridors of the school, but also among the townspeople at large. Shortly after 12 noon on an autumn Saturday, by the time the players had suited up in their maroon and gold uniforms and were leaving the locker room for the half-mile walk to Legion Field, the streets of Weymouth would be lined several deep with people ready to cheer and clap and wave their banners as the heroes marched by, their cleats clattering on the pavement like a company of horse guards. Seats were reserved and almost always sold out. You couldn't get a parking space within a mile of the field. The pulse of the town mounted feverishly as the day approached for the pinnacle event, which occurred at 10 a.m. on Thanksgiving Day, as Weymouth went up against its arch foe Brockton in a contest that would draw a hysterical crowd of more than 10,000 people. Football back then, it's hard to convey the feeling, but it was just everything in Weymouth, says Buzzy Knight, an alumnus who later became the school's principal. On Saturdays, for a home game and good weather, this town simply came to a standstill. Weymouth's fervid interest in football stemmed partly from the fact that in the way of local pride, it had nothing much else to greatly distinguish it. Despite its location on the water and a history that stretched back to the Pilgrims, Weymouth emerged in the mid-20th century as a drab, blue-collar town, made up of a mishmash of development-style houses, low-end shopping centers, and little of the charming colonial residue found elsewhere in New England. Like nearby Brockton, it relied for employment on deadening jobs in the shoe factories or work in the shipyard in Quincy, both of them industries that deteriorated after World War II and in recent years have become extinct. Populated in large part by the Irish, many of them first-generation suburbanites who'd fled the Dorchester section of Boston. For years, Weymouth was known as the Irish Riviera. The town had much less social cachet than its three waspy neighbors, Hingham, Scituate, and Cohasset, whose high schools might have stood little chance against Weymouth in football, but sent more than twice the percentage of their graduates to four-year colleges. In 1961, the year George graduated, only 108 of the 502 graduates in his class put themselves down in the yearbook as college-bound. More males from the class enlisted in the armed services than went on for further schooling. The Weymouth teams were usually pretty spectacular. Harry Arlenson had coached his boys to 7 undefeated seasons, and by the mid-1950s, Weymouth had become the terror of the Commonwealth, as it was put in Look magazine, a reputation that, despite some stumbles, went undiminished under his successor, Jack Fisher. In 1956 under Fisher, Weymouth became the first school in Massachusetts history to play an entire schedule of Class A teams and still finish undefeated. As half the town still remembers, it creamed Brockton that Thanksgiving, 48-6. And at graduation the following June, Weymouth sent off players who eventually starred at Brown, Harvard, Princeton, and Columbia, among other colleges. Although George, in standard younger brother fashion, tortured the daylights out of his sister practically up until she left home, he and all his chums regarded her boyfriend Otis, team captain who later played in the Orange and Cotton Bowls for Syracuse, with uncamouflaged adoration. And before they got to high school, they hung on his every piece of advice as to how to prepare themselves to make the big team. In imitation of Otis, George quit playing Little League Baseball at age 13, despite the fact that with his bewildering left-handed sidearm pitch, he'd thrown the league's first no-hitter and gave over all his spare time to lifting weights in order to build up his upper body for the backfield. His pals quickly followed soon, and pretty soon, all day on Saturdays, the guys, George, John Hollander, Barry Damon, could be found trying to pump up their muscles in a homemade gym set up in the garage of Mike Grable, who played quarterback with George at junior high. Finally, getting some payback now for being Marie's brother, George, with his friends in tow, was allowed to go over and observe the great Otis himself during his private backyard practice sessions, where he got himself into shape for smashing through the opposing line. He would wrap his right arm in padding, lower his body into a crouch, and charge at full tilt into a telephone pole, striking with such force that the top of the pole could be seen to shiver as if the thing had been rammed by a wrecker's ball. In the end, thanks to Otis's inspiration, all the effort the boys put into building up their bodies did not go unrewarded. George and most of his garage set did indeed succeed in making the varsity team when they arrived as sophomores at Weymouth High School in 1958. In Weymouth, the junior high school went through the 9th grade. The fact that George's own performance on the football field never quite reached the total triumph he'd so achingly longed for had less to do with any lack of ability or preparation on his part than with an increasing tendency to behave, particularly where adults were concerned, in a manner that was becoming more noticeably and perversely defiant. Head coach Jack Fisher had developed something of an attitude himself, having arrived at the school in the long and heavy shadow of his predecessor. He'd been given to feel from the start that serious questions existed as to whether he could measure up to the great Arlinson. Jack Fisher was very aware that he followed God, says Buzzy Knight, the principal. He was never allowed to forget it, and they never let him off the hook. Arlinson had rarely raised his voice, exercising control over the players by gentle manipulation, by using the force of his brilliant record to make them stretch themselves to their fullest. Fisher, on the other hand, was excitable and temperamental, and worst of all, where George was concerned, a strict disciplinarian who shouted at his players and demanded they abide by his rules or face warming the bench. And most of all, in no small part to prove that he stood equal to his predecessor, Fisher wanted desperately to win. A wiry man with a shock of white hair and aquiline features, Fisher had been a notable star himself as a quarterback at Fordham University behind the original 7 blocks of granite, which constituted one of the most impregnable lines in college football history. The blocks won their name from the sports writers during the 1930 season after executing 3 successive shutouts over Boston College, Holy Cross, and New York University, then football powerhouses, by scores of 3-0, 6-0, and 7-0 respectively. Coach of the famous squad was Frank Cavanaugh, known as the Iron Major for the shrapnel wounds he carried in his head from World War I, and whose exploits — he went nearly blind from his wounds in his final coaching days and died in 1933 — became the subject of a 1943 movie starring Pat O'Brien. Comporting himself at Weymouth in the take-no-guff style of the Major, Fisher succeeded in ruffling feathers in his first season by kicking 6 seniors off the squad for believing, as he saw it, that having played under Arlinson earned them the right to dog it during drills. Whether its purpose was to enforce discipline or just expunge the team of Arlinson worship, the move didn't go down too well in Weymouth, considering that football was the town's major social event. Fathers not only came down at nights to hang around watching their sons practice under the lights, but would also follow the players back to school and mingle with them in the locker room. "I got a lot of phone calls and letters over that one," says Fisher, who had to finish out the season with a team composed mostly of sophomores. "I remember we did knock off Brockton that year, though." By the time George arrived at Weymouth High, Fisher had a state championship under his belt, thanks in no small part to Otis Godfrey, and felt assured that his rules were producing results. On Friday nights, for instance, he wanted the players to be in bed by 10 p.m. instead of staying up late and raising hell as they had under Arlinson. He told them he didn't want to drive around town and see them hanging out. "I'd tell them, go to a movie or a friend's house, but whatever you do, I want you to get home early, and I want you to stay off the street corners." Practice sessions were tightly organized drills, and he demonstrated little shyness about singling out a player over some transgression and yelling at him in front of the squad. "I coached hard, but I coached fair," he says. "I used to say to them, the time for you to start worrying about whether you're playing is not when I'm yelling at you, but when I stop yelling at you, because then I don't think you're worth it." Needless to say, George didn't respond positively to getting yelled at, or to Fisher's rules in general. One of these rules required sophomores on the varsity squad to play Saturday mornings on the junior varsity as well as show up in the afternoon for the main event. George saw little profit in doing the JV nonsense, since the games drew a tiny crowd and produced little in the way of glory. He thought himself especially abused after the second varsity game against Medford, when he was put in as a substitute halfback late in the contest and smashed across the goal line for a score, his only carry of the afternoon. The following Saturday, he decided not to turn out for the JV game. Coach Fisher responded by benching him not only for that day's game but for the rest of the season and a good part of his junior year as well. To compensate partially for his football failure, George won a place on the varsity track team as the discus thrower, the same event in which Otis Godfrey had set the school's record. Track didn't command anywhere near the attention everyone paid to football, but George did eventually beat Otis's toss by 7 feet. By his senior year, George had also inched his way back into Fisher's good graces, enough to become the team's starting right halfback. But even that experience turned sour. He got to carry the ball less than half as often as the other backs, despite averaging a fairly impressive 5.7 yards a carry, the best on the team. And he ended up missing the big Thanksgiving game because of a knee injury during a scrimmage, when he got decked by his pal John Hollander, which was probably just as well, since Weymouth got killed by Brockton that year, 54-0. Fisher is now 88 years old, but his memory of that team remains sharp. Unfortunately so, in his view, because it produced the worst Weymouth record since World War II. "That's a class I'd kind of like to forget," he says. Of George in particular, he recalls a boy with a lot of natural talent and potential who, for reasons that remain a mystery to him, never fulfilled his early promise. "George, well, yes. In junior high, he was a standout. He had all the physical tools, more so than most young boys. But something was going on with him I couldn't understand. His attitude, something, where he just wasn't with everybody else." During George's high school years, the headlines were beginning to reflect the worrisome kinds of events that would dominate the coming decade of the 1960s. The Russians were leapfrogging America in outer space with the launch of the Sputnik satellites. President Dwight D. Eisenhower was forced to send in federal troops to protect black students during desegregation of the public schools in Little Rock, Arkansas. Fidel Castro was coming down from the mountains to take over Cuba. That was also when Charlie Van Doren of Columbia University was convicted on perjury charges for denying that agents of the NBC TV quiz show 21 had supplied him the answers. Elvis had arrived, of course, but rock and roll still had to share slots on the jukebox, 5 plays for a quarter, with the likes of Tom Dooley, Volare, and Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. The grown-ups, meanwhile, were trying to figure out the cha-cha. In Weymouth, the football guys all had their hair cut down at Dick's Barber Shop on Washington Street, known as Dirty Dick's for the Playboy magazines and the more raunchy stuff perusable on the premises. Most ordered up crew cuts, which needed constant laminations from the old wiffle stick so the hair stood upright. George opted for the cooler, more sophisticated Peter Gunn style after the suave TV detective, the hair a little longer and lying flatter than a crew. The girls wore long pleated skirts and round collared shirts under their sweaters, and if they were lucky enough to be going with someone on the varsity, their boyfriend's maroon and gold letter jackets with his name embroidered on the right sleeve. Weymouth being basically a one-class town, social divisions among teenagers were fairly narrow and ran pretty much along the lines of what kind of car your father could afford. Kids in the vocational high school, which was located in the rear of the regular school, were looked down upon slightly, but if vocational program guys like Barry Damon, carpentry, or Brian Dunbar, sheet metal working, played football, Barry at center, Brian in the backfield, they could hang out with the other football guys and partake of all the attendant privileges. Friday nights were party nights. One of the girls invariably offered up her house for a gathering. Armed with beer bought by one of the guys whose beard was thicker than most, the boys drove over into Johnny's Lane near the sandpit and drank until half of them threw up, which in most cases required 4 or 5 beers apiece. George could usually hold the most, and Barry Damon, whose snow-white hair earned him the nickname the Great White Rabbit, often barfed first, not necessarily missing his sneakers and the shoes of some of the other guys. George had a firm policy of never taking his father's car out on Friday nights. Saturday night was date night. Guys would grab a car, a girl, and head to the Weymouth Drive-In for Psycho, or Tammy and the Bachelor, or Troy Donahue in A Summer Place. After that, it was a race to Weymouth Great Hill, a 153-foot-high glacial drumlin with room at the top for 15 to 20 cars that provides a spectacular view over Wessagusset Bay to the lighted spires of Boston. The movie would end at about 11, and the girls had to be home by midnight, which meant the guys inside the cars with the windows steaming up fast had less than 1 hour to devise a strategy that would culminate in the laying of a hand on top of a female breast. "Let me tell you, you weren't going too far in those days," says George. His regular date, Jerry Lee, rated high up in the nice girl category, which compelled George to take 1 or 2 other girls out during the course of a weekend to explore a wider set of possibilities. Every girl had a standard code. Some of them, if you tried to do anything, they'd start to cry. I like to try to take out older girls. They were a little more, liberal. The sexual revolution, after all, was a good 5 years off. And while few teenagers in Weymouth at that time gave any thought to sexually transmitted diseases, there was certainly plenty of anxiety about other exigencies. In one notorious incident, a boy at school had gotten his girlfriend pregnant his senior year, and the two had to quit school and get married, and he joined the Navy. Their future, for all its former promise, was now regarded by their friends as a closed book. While George failed to become the school's chief football star, he more than made up for that by his lordship over the social life. George always managed to have the action rotating around himself. He was the hub, the manipulator of the social scene, says Jack McSheffrey, who grew up on the Circle. He was the one you called to find out who was going to drink beer at the sandpit or who was going into Quincy or to the beach. If you weren't with him, you had the feeling of being left out. After George's mother changed her sales job from Ann Taylor's in Braintree to Remick's department store in Quincy, more or less the Neiman Marcus of the South Shore, George became one of the few kids to have his own charge card and a wardrobe that stayed center front in the style of the day: herringbone jacket, khaki pants, button-down shirt, crewneck sweater, penny loafers, Jack Purcell tennis sneakers with a blue stripe across the toe. "I would kind of emulate the way George dressed," recalls Barry Damon. "He always bought whatever was happening. Harris tweed coats, saddle shoes, everything always had to come from Remick's. He'd look at what I was wearing and say, 'What are you buying that shit for?'" On the rare Saturday night when they had no dates, George and Barry would lead a foray up to Great Hill and try to disrupt whatever activities were going on by treating the other guys and their girlfriends to moonshots under the stars. In chemistry class, his junior year, George not only tortured the nerdy kid with the thick glasses next to him, violating his experiment with alien chemicals while the boy had gone to the bathroom, but also went after the teacher himself, a little old man with a cheap set of false teeth, whose jacket George would burn with acid, and whose examinations he'd get a girlfriend in the mimeograph office to run off for him and his friends. To be sure, the teacher sensed that something was amiss when the class screw-ups all scored A's on the test, so he arbitrarily issued them D's in the course. For date purposes, George had access to his father's 1956 Mercury Phaeton. White on top with aqua blue on the sides, it was one of the sharper cars in the group, and George washed it so often the paint almost came off. He also had sophisticated taste where music was concerned, which made him stand out in sharp relief from his contemporaries. He liked rock and roll okay, but his real penchant ran to Cole Porter, a taste he acquired from his mother. He also raved to his friends about Duke Ellington, Lionel Hampton, and Ella Fitzgerald, about Tommy Dorsey and other bands of the 1940s, along with Ahmad Jamal and the other progressive jazz artists. He went into Boston to listen to Bob Dylan and Joan Baez in the late 1950s before they'd even started producing records. George was years ahead of everyone else in Weymouth, recalls one of his girlfriends. I'll never forget it. We were juniors in high school, and he took me to see Errol Garner at Storyville in Boston. George loved him. He played his records all the time. And here we are having cocktails, 17 years old, doing the things that people did when they were 23 or 24. Jack Kerouac's On the Road was published in 1957 to little fanfare in Weymouth, but George read it as soon as he heard about it, along with the Dharma Bums. He talked endlessly to his best friend, Malcolm McGregor, about Dean Moriarty and the adventures he and his bunch had stumbling around the country, drinking wine out of jugs, always seeming to be passing through Denver. George and Malcolm and Jack Leahy read Ernest Hemingway and idolized Jack London, the oyster pirate, the gold rusher, the master of the snark. They talked of riding freight trains, hitchhiking around America, going to Alaska and Spain. He and Malcolm sat up nights plotting about the trimaran they were going to build and sail around the world on. George had this thing about him that made people just want to be around him. They liked to tell their friends they'd been with George, says Malcolm. George was always bolder than anyone, always doing things that were out of the ordinary. He'd do just about anything if it would make him different from everybody else. Ever since his teenage years, George had exhibited a preference for playing it close to the edge, sometimes literally. At age 13, he and his friends swam regularly in a quarry not far from his house, where a 40-foot cliff loomed above two jagged rocks sticking out of the water, one close to the cliff face, the other about 10 feet out toward the middle of the quarry. To do the jump, you had to land exactly between the rocks, a little too short or too far, and you had a hard landing. Not many boys besides George tried that one very often. When George got his driver's license at age 16, he began treating the town as his own personal raceway. In one of his more spectacular accidents, George was motoring along in his father's Mercury with Barry Damon during his senior year when a car pulled up close behind him on the twisting two-lane road that ran by the football stadium at Legion Field. I could hear his engine revving, and he starts to make a move for the outside, says George. We get up to 70 or 80, and I'm straddling the white line and won't let him get by. And so he tries for the inside, and we are neck and neck going around a right-hand curve, and I'm trying to force my way back in our lane when, suddenly, this car comes around the corner right at me. George jerked the wheel to the right, just in time to avoid a head-on collision with an elderly couple staring pop-eyed at what they must have seen as certain death. As it was, he sheared off only the whole side of their car, doors and fenders included, and sent the other dragster smashing into a fire hydrant. His father's Mercury was now also a total wreck, and the road was a howling litter of car parts, skid marks, gasoline fumes, and the smell of freshly burnt rubber. I've done a lot of thinking about George in recent years, and especially since I saw him on TV recently, says his other best pal, Mike Grable, who, as well as being the team quarterback, was also president of the senior class. And back when we were growing up, I can't think of anything that happened in that town that you could point to now and say, that's why he turned out the way he did. The only thing I can say is, George just always had what I would call a casual attitude. I think risky is kind of a good word for it, says another girlfriend of that period. He was different from everyone else, and I think that's what appealed to me. It did to a lot of the girls. They were fascinated with him. He was good-looking and popular and strong, and he was someone on the outs, like a James Dean, but preppy. He'd have all these loony ideas. He wanted to go to Tahiti, and he never wanted to. I absolutely remember him saying to me, I am never going to work for a living. I remember that as clear as a bell. Whatever image of himself George was projecting to his friends, his own life at home, from junior high on up, became progressively less happy as the wrangling between his parents grew more strident. Today, his memories of that period flow like lava and appear as fresh as if it all had happened just the other day. There were constant fights in that house. My sister would go into her bedroom and close the door and read books. At the time, I was young and wasn't into reading, so I had to listen to it. The same argument over and over. My mother saying, "I could have done better. It was my mother who wanted me to marry you." But then, what was the matter, I think? My father took care of the family. He never betrayed them or left them. The old man was doing the best he could. He bought a new car every 2 or 3 years. He paid the bills. There were plenty of groceries in the house. He never owed anybody. He gave you anything he had on the face of the earth. But he just wasn't what she wanted him to be. Because she loved the violin. We had a Stradivarius in the house. And she loved the theater and the opera. Did you know my grandmother knew Sophie Tucker? That she once had a date with Cy Young? My father, his big day was to come home and read the newspaper and have a couple of drinks, smoke a cigar, and watch television. He didn't know anything about the theater or classical music. For purposes of comparison, Ermin would bring up Uncle George, as well as her brother, Uncle Jack O'Neill, also fairly prosperous, who owned the music stores down in Baton Rouge. George recalls, "It was, my brother has this, and Uncle George, it was, Uncle George was better. He had a better house, the sod over his mantel. We had to go up there every goddamn Sunday. He was the god to everyone. At Christmas, when Marie was going to college, he'd give her a present of a little Christmas tree with $100 bills tied on and bows all over it for her tuition that year. Then it would get dark and we'd drive home and the car would be filled with boxes and ribbons and presents from Uncle George, and my mother going on about wasn't it all so wonderful and how generous he was. What he did was always more than my father gave us on Christmas morning. And how did that make him feel? He never said anything. There was nothing to say. I'd be sitting in the back seat, and that's when I began to hate Uncle George. And I decided in my mind I was going to get that son of a bitch. And I was just a kid." George's father was popular enough with his son's friends, could talk football and joke in a manner that didn't put them off, as adults can do sometimes when they try to be too chummy. He also struck his friends as fairly tolerant of his son when word came back that he'd gotten into another scrape. His father was always very easygoing, remembers Grable. We'd be out late drinking beer, fooling around, and the next day he'd say, "You guys had a good time last night," and give you a little wink, letting you know that he knew, but never any lecture. My father would have taken my head off some of the things we did. I think George had a freer hand from his parents than the rest of us had. In the fall of George's junior year in high school, Fred suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and fell down on the kitchen floor. For a year, his speech was severely affected, and soon his oil business died. After that, he was never really his old self, not kidding much anymore, prone to become easily emotional. He got part-time work as a superintendent in a cemetery where he worked out of a little shack and could be seen trimming around the headstones with a lawnmower and now and then helping to set up a burial monument. He also worked occasionally sweeping out a laundromat. George's mother still had her job at Remix, George remembers, but things got tight now. Uncle George had to begin helping the family out financially. Uncle George liked to help out members of the family. After his and Fred's father died in 1952, he'd send his mother on vacations to Boothbay Harbor in Maine. He'd helped his sister, Aunt Jenny, buy a house. When his nephew Bobby, George's cousin, came home from being in the army in Germany and started working in the banking business, Uncle George gave him the down payment for a house for his young family. Young bankers, he felt, shouldn't have to live in an apartment. After Marie and Otis got married, and Otis started graduate school at Michigan State University, Marie came to Uncle George. She'd been supporting them with a teaching job, but now she was pregnant and had to quit. They needed help, or Otis would have to leave school. "I remember him saying, 'Otis has too good a mind to let it go to waste,'" says Auntie Gertrude. And so he sent the money for tuition. By the end of his junior year, George needed to confront the fact that he was in serious trouble as far as going to college was concerned. Athletic recruiters from both the University of Massachusetts and Springfield College, the sports school that he'd long dreamed of attending, had discussed offering him a scholarship on the basis of his discus prowess. But he still had to pass the admissions standard when it came to grades, and during his sophomore and junior years, he'd accumulated a record of 6 D's and 6 C's. His only B was in mechanical drawing. George wanted so desperately to go on to college that in his senior year, he made a heroic effort to improve his academic standing. For one, he got himself into the general class in English, an all-boys unit that served as a refuge for students who had problems with Miss Toomey and other grammar hardballers. It was taught by Clem Horrigan, a retired naval commander like Uncle George, but there the similarities stopped short. Silver-haired, with a rosy nose of a hearty drinker, Horrigan was plain-spoken in ways not then common in public high schools. He was in the habit, for instance, of giving colleagues the finger when he wished to make a point during faculty meetings, and endearing himself to the guys in his class by referring to fellow teachers as assholes and fairies. Horrigan was not a traditional type teacher, but he was very effective, says Buzzy Knight, who was on the faculty then. He had a wonderful sense of humor, and in class he could butter up a story so you'd be living it rather than just reading about it. Horrigan lived in a sea captain's house overlooking Weymouth Landing, and he encouraged George and Malcolm and Mike Grable and Frank Shea and the other guys to come by on Friday nights when he would sip his scotch, tell them Navy stories, and talk about Jack London and Ernest Hemingway. He was really a wonderful man, recalls George, who honors few of the adults he ever knew with a compliment. He tried to give you knowledge without making you feel insecure about it. In school, his assignments ran more toward Nordhoff and Hall than Shakespeare, and if you wrote a composition, says George, he'd say you had great ideas here but not much grammar. But that was okay because when you grow up and become a writer, they had people to put the grammar in, secretaries, people like that. Whether or not it was Horrigan's approach that lifted George's spirits, certainly something made a difference that year, because his scholastic record took a big jump upward. Besides the not-too-respectable C he managed to get in physics, he ended up with a B in English, another B in economics, and an A in problems of democracy. In fact, that final spring he'd made it to the dean's list, truly a flabbergasting event for any of the faculty who'd encountered George in the other years. I remember Jack Fisher called me in and said, "What's this, George, a mistake?" Then he said, "You know, George, have you ever heard the expression, a day late and a dollar short?" Fisher's assessment, unfortunately, was all too correct, in that George's smashing finish did not quite obliterate the general dismalness of his high school record. His first SAT scores, from the tests he had taken in the spring of his junior year, were less than stellar, a total of just over 600 out of a possible 1,600 on the math and verbal combined. He did have one more chance the following fall to take the SATs again, which is when he thought of enlisting the help of his best pal, Malcolm McGregor. Malcolm had scored a perfect 1,600 the previous spring, even without much sleep the night before, and thought that sufficient to get him into his first-choice college, which was Worcester Polytechnic Institute. So he had no reason to take the tests again, and he didn't, at least not under his own name. In a fit of ill-advised friendship, he agreed to go into the testing room that Saturday morning in the fall, take the SAT, and forge George's signature. And it could well have worked. Indeed, Malcolm finished 15 minutes early, and there was no challenge when he left by the outside proctor hired to monitor the exam, who didn't know George or Malcolm from a pygmy warrior. But Malcolm forgot to do one thing. For some reason, possibly a Freudian explanation, it never occurred to him to lard the test with any purposeful mistakes, at least enough so George's scores turning up this time at the Springfield College admissions office wouldn't add up to a perfect 1,600. The unraveling of the scheme occurred swiftly enough. At Springfield, the admissions officer took one look at the 1,000-point difference and called down to Mr. Wallace L. Whittle, then the principal of Weymouth High School. Whittle knew enough about George to become overwhelmed with doubt concerning the validity of the startling improvement, and called in George and his parents to wring out the truth. He also called in Malcolm and his parents and informed them that he was going to have to notify Worcester Tech about their son's lapse of judgment. In the end, Malcolm's father had to perform fancy feats of influence to keep his son from getting deleted from the acceptance list. As for George, for all the effort he'd put into his courses that year, the principal allowed him to graduate on schedule in spite of everything. But college certainly was out, at least for the next year. And although he listed himself optimistically in the 1961 edition of Campus, the school yearbook, as heading off into a career of business administration, George's immediate prospects did not appear too bright. Uncle George, on hearing about the unfortunate situation, did step in and offer to help. For all his faults, his nephew was still family after all. In a telephone call to Fred, he said that, as an engineer for the state of Massachusetts, he was not without influence in certain places, and it might just be possible to find George employment. He knew some people down at the Boston Edison power plant, the one located on the line between Weymouth and Quincy, and it might be arranged, just might, for George to get work at the plant as a floor sweeper. Informed of the offer, George replied to his father that he didn't feel of a mind to accept the job. Indeed, Uncle George could take the fucking sweeper job and ram it right up his ass, was what he could do with it. George would rather go out and see what he could pick up on his own. Chapter 2. Manhattan Beach, 1967 to 1968. I'd be safe and warm if I was in L.A., California dreamin', on such a winter's day. The Mamas and the Papas, California Dreamin', 1966. From just about anywhere in Manhattan Beach, you can look out between the houses and see the Pacific Ocean washing up along the broad expanse of sand that runs from one end of town to the other. Some local historians say the town got its name from a land developer from New York in the first decade of the 20th century, who wished to memorialize his hometown. Others believe that it came from a rich lady of Dutch ancestry in honor of the fact that her forebears had been in on the deal to buy Manhattan Island from the Indians. Whatever the case, Manhattan, the beach, 20 miles southwest of downtown Los Angeles, with a population of 32,500 souls, bears as little resemblance to its namesake back east as any other coastal city in Southern California. Its soft pastel frame and stucco houses line a series of terraced streets that work their way up to the top of a sand hill sitting 245 feet above sea level, allowing each resident a wide glimpse of the ocean over a neighboring rooftop. In the early days, the dunes of Manhattan Beach supported so little vegetation that they'd shift about from the winds. To stabilize the place, ladies from the Neptunian Club took to planting the dunes with mossy green ice plants that now abound everywhere, thus earning them the name Moss Ladies. During the summer, the town is cooled by the prevailing westerlies that blow off the water and in the evening fill the air with the perfume of hibiscus and night-blooming jasmine. Most of the time, the winds also manage to blow the looming pall of brownish-yellow smog from the freeways back into the inner recesses of Los Angeles proper, leaving the local atmosphere clear and dry. Considering its location and its weather, the local Chamber of Commerce needed little poetic license to promote the town in its tourist brochure as truly a little bit of heaven on earth. As with the neighboring beach towns, El Segundo, Hermosa, Redondo, Palos Verdes, Santa Monica, Venice, San Pedro, it was World War II that spurred the real growth in Manhattan Beach, which, for the course of the conflict, played host to a pair of 8-inch railroad guns operated a little to the east of town by the men of Shore Battery E from New Jersey. The guns created such an uproar during artillery practice that a warden had to warn housewives beforehand to take their heirloom china down from the display cabinets. Since the only local action came on Christmas Eve of 1941, when a Japanese submarine snuck up the 245-fathom-deep Catalina ship channel and torpedoed a schooner carrying a load of lumber. The boys of Battery E had a pretty soft billet, and a goodly number, like many other soldiers who came through the state, decided after VJ Day that what awaited them back in New Jersey didn't stack up so well compared to what they'd seen of California. Manhattan Beach also stood right next to the burgeoning Los Angeles International Airport, which meant you could get in and out of the place quickly. But more to the point, it meant the town served as home base for the people who worked out of the airport, notably some 1,000 nubile young airline stewardesses, who in short order made it into the reigning party town of the southern coast. You've got to remember that in the 1960s, you didn't have the kind of labor laws you have now, where the stewardesses can be 60 years old and ugly and weigh 300 pounds, says Frank Yamamoto, a Berkeley graduate who in those days ran a restaurant 3 doors up from the beach. The airlines were a glamorous business. Everyone who was flying had money, and if you wanted to work for the airlines, you had to be really good-looking, and you had to have good boobs. So, from cock's crow to evensong, the beach teemed with gorgeous women, stuffed into bikinis of every variety, lying out on the sand, bouncing up and down around the volleyball nets, eyeing the ranks of surfers shooting toward shore on the 8-foot curlers. Bars and restaurants lined the approach streets. At night, people jammed into the Buccaneer, or Ponchos, or Cisco's, a large rock and roll emporium owned by the Smothers Brothers. After closing time, the parties came to life in the apartments off the Strand, where the Stewies lived 3 and 4 together, loaded up with pot and free booze from the airlines. On Sunday afternoons, the Golden Hordes repaired to an open terrace at Mike's restaurant at the end of Manhattan Beach Boulevard to drink beer and dance and watch the surfers slalom in and out of the pilings underneath the town pier, while Mike, the Greek, slathered coats of his special barbecue sauce over the 75-pound lamb turning slowly on a spit. I tell you, it was a very hedonistic situation, says Yamamoto, who eventually parlayed his restaurant into a large set of real estate holdings. This town was just one big non-stop fucking party all day and all night. George showed up in Manhattan Beach in the summer of 1967, an occasion he soon regarded as one of the uneclipsable events of his life. Coming from Weymouth, I thought someone had dropped me out of an airplane and I'd landed in paradise, he says. He was 25 years old then, and was distinguished in town by his broad Boston accent, his great-looking muscles, and his shaggy hair made blonde in the California sun, enhancing his luminous hazel-green eyes. That was the year when, among other events, Dustin Hoffman appeared in The Graduate, when the Mamas and the Papas came out with Monday, Monday, and the Rolling Stones were singing Ruby Tuesday. It was the year the jails were beginning to fill up with young people protesting against the Vietnam War. And it was when Timothy Leary issued his famous call to a gathering of the tribes summoned to San Francisco by Allen Ginsberg and Jerry Rubin, which was to turn on to the scene, tune in to what is happening, and drop out. It was also the year George Jung looked at the diminishing legitimate opportunities open to him in his yearning to acquire wealth and esteem, and decided the best chance for someone of his talents and brashness lay somewhere in the upper echelons of the burgeoning marijuana business. In the 6 years since he'd graduated high school, George had achieved little in the way of personal success. Stuck in Weymouth and needing to earn money and to find a college that would have him, he ended up going to work as a bricklayer's helper for his old babysitter, Russell Delory. The work itself, carrying hods of bricks and mixing mortar, seemed made to order for George, who could pick up 2 94-pound bags of Portland cement, raise them over his head, and, if need be, walk around like that all afternoon. George had such great strength and endurance for physical work, Russell wrote in a little memoir of the period, that I began to refer to him as the Crane. George also proved a valuable asset in the area of customer relations. Once, when Russell found himself getting stiffed by a contractor after installing a Tennessee marble fireplace in one of his houses. He simply told the contractor that if he didn't get paid for the fireplace, he would take it back. Whereupon I told George to get the two 16-pound sledgehammers from my truck, and we proceeded to crash the entire marble fireplace onto the new hardwood floor. We ruined the living room floor, the walls, the ceiling, the baseboard heating system, and wood trim. The dispute was finally resolved, but the news of our confrontation traveled around the Cape, and people got the message. Don't attempt holding up payment on Delory, especially when the crane is available. In the fall of 1962, after a not very taxing review by the admissions office, George began college life as a matriculated freshman at the University of Southern Mississippi, located in Hattiesburg, in the sultry southeastern part of the state. The word got around, he recalls, that this particular college was a shithole going nowhere, but it was an easy place to get into and that's where you could go if you were a fuck-up. He started off with mixed results, but by the spring, having scored 2 Bs with an A in Introduction to Business, George found himself on the dean's list. It was the environment at the school that caused George some discomfort. The dorms were always oppressively hot and sticky, and one of the Saturday night social activities among the fraternity boys was to get blitzed on beer, take up broom handles and other kinds of clubs, and proceed down to the area of town that ran along the Bowie River where the black people lived, and engage in the sport known to the locals as nigger knocking. Growing up in Weymouth, where there wasn't a single black student in the high school, George had little reason to give any thought, one way or the other, to the general racial situation in the country. But on the one occasion at Mississippi when he went along to watch the fun, swatting black people from behind out of the car window, the spectacle so repelled him that he began sounding off on the subject around the campus. After all, Jack Kerouac would never have countenanced anything like that. He noised off so loudly and often enough that one night a friendly bartender in a student hangout warned George and his date to beat it out the back way, because waiting in the front parking lot was a crowd of white boys who intended to beat the shit out of him. He eventually left school, but not because of racial intolerance. Seeking to augment his funds from bricklaying, he had gotten a hold of a corporate telephone credit card from a friend back in Weymouth, and began touring the college dorms selling long-distance phone calls for $5 apiece to boys who wanted to talk, sometimes for hours, with their girlfriends back home, a scam that earned him $40 to $50 a night. So the calls couldn't be easily traced. He warned customers to ring up their girls only at payphones. But not everyone followed the directions conscientiously, and pretty soon George got caught. To keep the offended corporation from pressing charges, his father had to send down somewhere around $1,000 in payback money, which, much to his embarrassment, Fred had to get from Uncle George. The school suspended George for 6 months, which was why, when the news came that John F. Kennedy had been shot, George remembers he was back on a scaffold, passing bricks up to Russell, who was finishing off an ornamental rim on the top of a chimney in North Weymouth. George picked up his old ways and his old friends, including McGregor, who, much to his parents' annoyance, had gotten suspended from Worcester Tech after a drinking incident. Shortly afterward, he and George took a couple of girls out in a little cherry-red Austin Healey George had bought with extra money earned from digging clams off Wessagusset Beach. With everyone drunk as usual, Malcolm totaled the car by driving it foursquare into the rear end of a parked vehicle outside a house in downtown Worcester. One girl suffered a broken arm, and George had his ear nearly torn off. As the boys were furiously getting rid of the evidence, throwing the beer cans and bottles over a hedge before the police could arrive, a middle-aged gentleman in a white shirt and tie suddenly appeared, demanding to know just what the hell was going on. "Who was he?" George asked belligerently. "I live here," the man responded, "and that's my yard where you're throwing the liquor bottles and beer cans, and this is what's left of my car you just ran into. That's who I am." Nothing George or Malcolm did, however, could compare to the high level of chaos that attended any appearance on the scene by a boy named Waino Tuominen, or Tuna. A former classmate of theirs at Weymouth High, Tuna was of Finnish extraction, had a short, barrel-like physique, and possessed a resilient set of teeth which he regularly employed for everyone's amusement in removing the caps off beer bottles. On nearly every occasion George and his friends gathered, Tuna could be depended upon to end the evening with some notable flourish. When the police, following up on complaints from angry neighbors, would show up to dampen the noise level at one of these parties, Tuna would slide into the idling cruiser while the cops were in the house and drive it down the road a piece, then return to the party via backyards in the neighborhood, forcing the officers to seek help from headquarters in finding their lost vehicle. Tuna was rarely seen to have a date. This was the consequence, no doubt, of one of his less resistible impulses, which was to drop his pants after a sufficient number of drinks and, as a grand finale to the evening, jump out from somewhere, a curtain, a door, with a beer bottle dangling on a string tied to his penis. Not long after yet another near-fatal accident, a 5-car pileup on the Southeast Expressway, and with his family's full encouragement, George and Tuna, who by now had received his own suspension notice from the University of Colorado for taking off his clothes in a girls' dormitory, acquired a 1963 black TR3 with red upholstery and a white top, jammed their belongings into the tiny trunk, and in the winter of 1965 set out to see if living in California would have a positive effect on their lives. The trip across the country was remarkably free of any run-ins or incidents, and when they got to Long Beach, just outside of Los Angeles, George and Tuna were put up for a while by George's ex-boss, Russell DeLory. Russell had put aside his bricklaying business the year before, and with a friend from Weymouth had also journeyed to California, where he was attending Long Beach City College, taking some business courses with the hope, unfulfilled as it would turn out, of getting into the advertising game. George soon moved to nearby Belmont Shores, took history and philosophy courses at Long Beach City College, more to look like a student than to be one, and hung out on the beach, where he ran rapidly through dozens of girlfriends. The girls were driving me crazy. They were all over the beaches, in the supermarket, on the sidewalks, wearing these little string bikinis. Everywhere you looked, there were asses and tits hanging out. I had this feeling that I wanted to make it with every woman that walked the streets. Exercising the social leadership skills he was known for back home, George soon became king of the beach. At one point, he organized a contest in which the person with the best tan by the end of the semester would be crowned with suitable fanfare as King of the Sun Gods. He concocted a mixture of iodine and baby oil to enhance his own tan, and of course he won. Weekends, he and Tuna would venture down to Mexico, often getting into one minor scrape or another. On one occasion, they were thrown out of a bullfight in Mazatlan after George got sick drinking tequila in the hot sun and threw up all over the two people sitting in front of him, who turned out to be the mayor of the city and his wife. George's first fling at legitimate entrepreneurship involved going in with a friend to buy a load of huaraches, the rubber-soled sandals with leather straps, down in Mexico, and setting up dealerships at colleges all across the country. In exchange for peddling the sandals, the students could earn bonus points toward free vacations in Tijuana. The scheme languished after they made the mistake of seeking help from college administrators, who saw the business as counterproductive to their academic mission. Eventually, George quit school and got a full-time job with a pile-driving crew for $12 an hour plus overtime, good pay in the mid-1960s. The job required him to sit up in a little crow's nest holding on to the top of a 5.5-ton, 100-foot-high I-beam to steady it while a giant steam hammer beat it into the ground. A 1-inch miss on the part of the hammer driver, and George's hands, arms, and maybe some other important parts would have been only memories. Just about everyone George knew was involved in some way in the drug business, as consumers or retailers, and George himself filled a steady part of his leisure time smoking dope. As someone who had never even smoked cigarettes, he found the crude marijuana joints so harsh at first that he had to filter the pot through a water pipe filled with ice cubes and creme de menthe. He got the hang of it soon enough, however, and before long he was smoking it every day. Then at a wedding reception in Long Beach, he ran into a dentist who brought him back to his houseboat, replete with stained glass windows and psychedelic posters on the ceiling, and gave him a tab of LSD. One hit of Orange Sunshine while sitting on the dentist's couch, and George knew that the sensations he'd been eliciting from pot and alcohol were ragged and paltry compared to what he was now experiencing. Suddenly, he says, I could see with a pill what the Dalai Lama sits for 10 years in a cave to find out. The LSD gave him X-ray vision into his physical surroundings, and he and Tuna, who took to LSD like a pussy to catnip, would do things like hang around the local Baskin-Robbins shop, staring fixedly into the tubs of different colored ice cream. More significantly, George found that under the influence, he could now chat with God, ask the man what was in store for the universe. What it did was to take away my ego. It made me realize the unimportance of the self. I knew what my place was in the universe and that life was eternal, that there was no such thing as death, and you would live forever. But for George, the true value of LSD had to do with sex. When you had an orgasm on acid, it was like the whole universe exploding. It would take about 45 minutes for the acid to come on, and then you were in for an 18-hour journey where the orgasms were intensified 10 times. You don't think that's a good time? Hot on the trail of love and visions, George began taking acid virtually every day, and in all forms. Little BB-sized barrels, triangle-shaped red and pink wedges, the stuff known as white lightning, which was laced with methadone and came on with the force of a freight train. The more acid you dropped, of course, the more risk you ran of embarking on a bad trip. This happened once to George in the fall of 1967, after he arrived in Manhattan Beach and was living with his new girlfriend, Julie, a pretty brunette who ran a dress boutique in town and whose father owned department stores in Albuquerque and El Paso. George and several others were sitting around watching the surfers out the window, listening to the new Beatles record, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And after 4 hits of White Lightning, the music started to blur and whine. George looked around and noticed that all the people in the room had turned into monkeys. Leaving the apartment to get a little air, shake it off, he went into the streets of Manhattan Beach to find that the whole town had been struck by bombs. It looked like Berlin at the end of World War II, its buildings with gaping windows and the roofs gone. Everything was frosted over, glazed with a thin layer of ice, all white. The telephone wires were also coated in ice and began to sing with an increasingly unbearable screech, which George described as the noise of 1,000,000 telephone conversations going all at once. He lost himself in the back alleys of the town. A fog descended, and it seemed like days before he made it back to the apartment. When he got there, George ran into the bedroom and hid under the covers until the visions faded away. Tuna, meanwhile, had developed a nice little business supplying LSD to a local chapter of the Hells Angels and was living with a snake dancer who kept her boa constrictor in a box in their bedroom. But one day down in Tijuana, Tuna disappeared altogether during an acid trip. George had last seen him walking out of town on the railroad tracks, staring down at the ties, doing a Dean Moriarty act from On the Road, heading north toward the border and never looking back. The next time George saw him was in 1970 back in Weymouth, where he'd gone for a quick visit. There was Tuna, working on the grounds crew at South Shore Hospital, riding a mower around the lawn. "Hello, George," he said, as if 3 years had not gone by. Tuna was vague about what he'd been doing, George recalls, other than to say he had only recently emerged from his bedroom where he'd locked himself in for a long time, afraid to go out on the street. In Manhattan Beach, George rented a house with a front yard pool 3 blocks up the hill from the beach. On weekends, the gang, the women in long straight hair and bare feet, dressed in shifts with flowers painted on their faces, would get a bag of dope, a jug of wine laced with acid, and head for the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles to hear Country Joe and the Fish, or up to the Fillmore in San Francisco for Jefferson Airplane concerts featuring Grace Slick. Invariably, one of the band members would christen the show, throwing out handfuls of LSD like stardust into the crowd, creating a pandemonium. For sure, George told himself, not much of this stuff was going on back in Weymouth. This was the youth of America living out the true American dream, getting all the spiritual guidance they needed from Bob Dylan, and effecting an overnight transformation in their lives. Take Lawrence, a friend of George's who had arrived in Manhattan Beach from Baltimore. One day, Lawrence had been slogging away at his job as a rag salesman in the garment business, and the next, he'd traded in his suit and tie for a white robe, had pink flowers plaited into his hair, had walked the streets calling people brother, talking about God, feeding himself and his Irish setter on rice balls and processed seaweed. For a while, George fancied putting his own life on the track toward becoming a famous Hollywood star, and even began taking acting classes conducted by the character actor Ed Begley. George had been encouraged in this by a friend of Lawrence's, another guy out from Baltimore, who was trying to break into the screenwriting business. His name was Barry Levinson, which didn't impress anyone at the time since he hadn't yet written or directed Diner, Avalon, or Good Morning Vietnam. George rented him a room in his house, where in the daylight hours Barry sat in front of the TV watching sitcoms and soaps, tapping out notes on a portable typewriter. At night, he and George would go to their acting class. The drill was to assume roles of different characters and improvise scenes illustrating their personalities. George did pretty well as long as he could act gangster parts or tough guys. One day, the instructor, saying George was getting too narrow and needed to expand his repertoire, gave him a part to perform that put him a little beyond his range. He was to be a homosexual, going on this long-distance bus ride, and to show how it would look if he tried to come on to that cute guy in the next scene. Well, maybe not acting, George thought. Like a lot of other dope smokers, George had already been dabbling in the selling game, buying 2 bags, smoking up 1, selling the other for enough to get 2 more. Although in the late 60s, possession of more than just 1 marijuana cigarette was classified as a felony-level crime in California, you had to be heavily stupid or pretty unlucky to get busted for dealing dope in Manhattan Beach. The police department consisted of fewer than 40 men, only one of them assigned to narcotics. He was a 31-year-old detective named Fred McEwen, who had no budget for launching undercover operations, and whose face was known from 200 yards away by every drug dealer in town. It was a lonely job, McEwen recalls. I'd get calls from other police agencies working cases in the Manhattan Beach area, asking to talk to our narcotics bureau, and I'd say, "You are." Considering also that he had a load of 30 or 40 other non-drug cases to follow, from gas station runouts to murder, it was no wonder Detective McEwen never got a very big handle on what was going on in the Manhattan Beach drug scene. Most of the busts he did manage to log came thanks to the luck he had playing a little ruse with parking tickets. When McEwen got the name of a suspected pot dealer, for instance, from a snitch or from the talk on the street, he would run it through the traffic bureau looking for unpaid tickets. In Manhattan Beach, the parking is so bad, it's not unusual for people to have 1 or 2 warrants against them, and if you're a lazy type guy, you don't pay them. So if I saw where you had an $11 warrant, which is what they were then, I'd take that and go to your house. I'd knock on your door and say, "I'm from the police department, I've got a traffic warrant for your arrest, and I'm going to have to take you into custody." 9.5 times out of 10, I'd be invited into the house while whoever it was went upstairs to get the money. Now that I'm in the house, there was so much marijuana around it was not unusual for some to be lying out on the coffee table. You didn't need a search warrant in those days, so literally, if I saw one marijuana cigarette on the coffee table, your whole house belonged to me. When suspects started confessing their sins, Detective McEwen, in this pre-Miranda era, wasn't obliged to interrupt and advise them that they had a right to get a lawyer before they spilled their guts like this. If you were a smart drug dealer, you paid your parking tickets because that's how I made a lot of cases. By 1967, marijuana was fairly streaming across the Mexican border into California, secreted in hollowed-out surfboards, hidden in false bottoms of bulk gas tanks, stowed under the floorboards of VW campers, in the engine compartments of sailboats. One notable smuggler even paid people to bring it over a desert border crossing at night in a caravan of electric golf carts. But until George entered the picture, the pot runs usually involved a lot of little people bringing in small quantities, rather than large shipping operations. The biggest bust McEwen helped make during those days was a hugely complicated, multi-department effort involving only 50 kilos of pot. It had been purchased by American smugglers in Tijuana and driven over the border at Chula Vista in the trunk of a car bristling with fishing poles, spear guns, and other vacation camouflage. McEwen and the 50 or so other state and local cops involved in the operation had planned to follow the car to Manhattan Beach to find out how the dope was going to be distributed. U.S. Customs, in a departure from normal policy, agreed to allow the shipment to go through the border untouched, but only if the local police promised to arrest the smugglers before any of the dope hit the street. Driving up on Route 5, however, the smugglers broke a water hose just north of San Diego and had to pull over on the side of the road. Not wanting to spoil their surveillance plan, the whole cavalcade of about 30 unmarked police cars drove right by the stalled vehicle, pulled off at the next exit, and came back the opposite way, circling their prey like Indians around a wagon train. We drove around them for 3 hours before they finally got the damn hose fixed, says McEwen. By late in 1967, George had given up the pile driving business and gone into the pot trade in earnest. On the wholesale market in Manhattan Beach, he'd pay $60 for a kilo-sized brick, or 2.2 pounds, break it into 35 one-ounce bags, and move those on the street for $10 apiece. If he did 10 kilos a month and performed all the chores himself, George could make a profit of nearly $3,000. This in the days when $15,000 to $20,000 a year could support a family of 4 without too much scrimping. Through the stewardesses he knew, and all the other California friends he'd made during the previous 2.5 years, George soon found he could sell pot as fast as he could wrap it up and move it out. To expand the business, however, he now had to tie in with bigger suppliers. The way I saw it, he said, being in the drug business was like being an executive in any business. If you wanted to climb the ladder, you sought out people and pursued those who were better and bigger than you were, and you tried to ingratiate yourself. Then, you find they're not as big as you thought they were, and so you go beyond them. And before you know it, they're working for you. Anyway, that's the way I wanted it to work. The person George needed to get friendly with was an ex-Marine turned hairdresser by the name of Richard Burrell, another refugee from the East and the linchpin of the local drug culture. Only 5 feet 2 inches tall with a receding hairline, Richard had dark eyebrows and a dense black beard that put one in mind of the characters in Planet of the Apes. He talked rapidly in a clipped Connecticut accent and avoided eye contact, looking off a lot. Burrell was the son of a contractor in Branford, outside New Haven. After leaving the Marine Corps, he'd gotten a job as a conductor on the old New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad, which allowed him to take free train trips across the country during his vacations. On one such trip, the train eventually stopped at Manhattan Beach, where Burrell got off and began looking around for something to do that would keep him in California. Back home, an aunt and a brother-in-law were in the beauty parlor business, so he decided to use his benefits under the GI Bill and go to hairdressing school. After 18 months of perming women's hair at a local shop, he opened up a place of his own 2 blocks up the hill from the beach, the first unisex hair salon in town. He called it the Tonsorial Parlor. Trained in the art of layering and shaping women's hair, Burrill became a huge hit with the guys in Manhattan Beach, since long hair was fast becoming the style, and just about the only way the old-time barbers knew to attack it was to shear it off. He also provided special services to special customers. For the airline pilots, he fashioned straight-arrow wigs and tie-up jobs so they could keep their hair long for the beach parties but tuck it under their hats to pass the company's grooming inspection. He did the same for guys in the marijuana trade who needed to clean up their appearances before going on a business trip south of the border, where the sight of long hair and ponytails registered in the minds of the federales the same as if they'd had a sign on them saying, "Arrest me." For Burrill, then, drug smuggling turned out to be a naturally coterminous extension of the hair game, like the old-time coal dealers who in summer got into selling ice. And he designed his shop in a way that seemed to nod approvingly at the outlaw's way of life. Paneled in old barn wood and decorated in a Western motif, the walls were hung with portraits of famous bandits, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Jesse and Frank James, John Wesley Hardin. The two cutting rooms at the Tonsorial Parlor were closed off by swinging doors, so people in the back could converse without being seen from the street. There was a pool table in the front waiting area and benches out on the sidewalk, both of which invited people to loiter, discuss ideas, make plans. Pretty soon the activities at the Tonsorial Parlor moved from the talking stage to something more concrete. At first I'd just be doing people a favor, let them use the telephone, give them a place to hang out, or I'd know someone who wanted to buy some pot and I'd introduce them, Burrill recalls. Soon friends would be dropping off a couple of kilos of pot and I'd hold them for them, and they'd sell ounces out of the barber shop. Then if someone needed a pilot or a place to stash something, whatever anyone needed, I had the connections, because through the business I knew everyone and they trusted me. Before I knew it, I was putting all three things together, but I was just doing it to be a good Samaritan. I wasn't making any money. So one day I said, "The hell with this, man. I should really get in on the bandwagon here." And I did. And I became very successful at it. Hearing the talk on the street, of course, Sergeant McEwen got wind that something was going on with Burrill and the Tonsorial Parlor that didn't have to do with hair. But never during that period, nor in the decade following, when Burrill would routinely pull off cocaine sales in the millions of dollars, did McEwen get even close to making an arrest. Everyone knew Richard was involved, but it was tough to make a case on him, he says. He was a very brazen guy, but he was clever. He never got caught because he was always careful never to be around where the drugs were. They might have been his drugs, but he wasn't the guy standing next to them if there was ever a bust. George first walked into the Tonsorial Parlor for a haircut in August of 1967, and Burrill remembers the occasion well. He was friendly, looked like a Robert Redford dude, hair over the collar but not to the shoulder. "Hey, come on, let's take some acid and go down the beach." That was George. He brought friends around, they'd sit on the bench outside, just hang out. He was very friendly because, of course, he knew that I had the potential to help him out. So it was that George started getting his pot supply directly from Burrill. Not directly, actually, because the way Burrill set it up, he did everything through other people. He had someone else rent different stash houses for him, and when he heard of a load coming in, 25 or 50 kilos, he would arrange to get it delivered to one of his houses. Then, if George wanted 5 or 10 kilos out of that, Richard had someone pick it up from the stash house and meet with George to transfer the goods. With his supply assured, George now wanted to expand his market. He didn't want to keep ouncing the stuff on the street. Not only was it bothersome getting together all those bags, but to maintain his profit level, he needed to make a lot of little sales and deal with a lot of potheads, not the most discreet, level-headed population group. Word of his operation could easily reach the ears of Sergeant McEwen. Wholesaling seemed to be the way to go. Early in the fall of 1967, fortune struck in the form of George's old friend and classmate at Weymouth High School, Frank Shea. Shea and his girlfriend were on their way back to the University of Massachusetts from summer jobs waiting on tables. Visiting George overnight, he noticed a kilo of grass sitting out in a punch bowl on a sideboard in the living room. It was all broken up, with the junk sifted out so that you could just reach in and make a joint. And the quality struck Frank as better than anything he could get back east. "Jesus Christ," he said, "where'd you get this stuff?" George told him the price and described how easy it was to get good drugs out here. Shea said that back in Amherst, where the market consisted of students from the University of Massachusetts, Mount Holyoke, Smith, Hampshire, and Amherst, a group of schools known as the Five College Consortium, pot was selling wholesale for more than $300 a kilo, 6 times what Richard Burrill charged for it, and nearly as much as George was turning it over for in retail. "When I heard that," George says, "I told Frank, okay, this is it. We're going into business, big time." Which was why it seemed an especially cruel turn that, at this juncture, George should receive notification from Uncle Sam that for all his country had done for him, he now had to return the favor by joining the United States Army. The notice came as a rather abrupt shock, since George had heretofore been classified 4F, thanks to the injury done to his right knee in a scrimmage just before the Brockton game, when he was creamed by John Hollander. Given the exigencies of the Vietnam War, however, the Army had since widened its parameters of acceptance. So George might limp a little, but he was going to have to serve the nation in some capacity. Making the best of a bad situation, he called around and found out that Uncle Jack down in Baton Rouge knew a general in the National Guard who could secure George one of the hard-to-get slots in the California branch of the Guard. In George's eyes, the Guard was punishment enough. "One day I'm stoned on LSD, selling dope, going to the Fillmore, having the time of my life. Then suddenly, I'm getting off a bus at Fort Ord, California, and these monkeys are yelling and screaming, 'Get your fucking ass in line!' And you go inside this building, and the next thing, there was no hair." George submitted to 8 weeks of basic training, then 8 more weeks of advanced infantry training, during which he became a squad leader and was finally mustered out to report once a month to guard meetings in Pasadena. That would have been the end of it, except that shortly afterward, his unit got a call-up notice. Whether in the Army or in the Guard, George was going to Vietnam. Clearly, the situation now called for some drastic countermeasures. "When I heard we'd been called up, I knew I had to do something quick, so I went to see a friend of mine in San Francisco, a hippie lawyer. He said, 'All right, get 5 pounds of pot. Go to the Holiday Inn and call and tell me what the room is. The police will come over and bust you. I'll make a phone call and get your probation, and they'll kick you out of the Army.'" And it all transpired precisely according to plan. Several days after his arrest, George was ordered to come in and see his commanding officer. He was sitting there at his desk with a big frown on his face and said, "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but I'm getting rid of you. Here's your papers. It's a general discharge. You've been arrested for drugs. Turn your shit in. We don't want anything to do with you. You're a disgrace to the unit." I said, "Give me those papers. I don't have to turn my shit in. I already threw it all away. I'll see you later." And I left. Around this period, George had a fortuitous change in girlfriends. At Cisco's one night, he met a remarkably beautiful and well-endowed young woman named Annette, who looked like Ally McGraw. She wore loose-fitting chamois vests with no bra, displaying nearly the whole story of her large-sized breasts. Taking her to Mike the Greek's on Sunday afternoons, George had a time clearing a path through the gawking clientele to a table. "When I first saw George, he just mesmerized me," Annette says of her first encounter with the incipient drug entrepreneur. "His sad green eyes, his eyes were very beautiful, and he had blonde hair. Not tall, but he had really well-developed shoulders. He wore those little hippie glasses, round green granny glasses like John Lennon had. He was like no one I'd ever met." George talked to her about Aldous Huxley and Brave New World, the drug part, and he gave her his Herman Hesse and Bob Dylan lectures, and also her first acid trip. And I eventually ended up an extension of him, lost my identity, and I think he screwed every girlfriend I had. Annette worked as a stewardess for Transworld Airlines and could carry on and off the plane any amount of luggage she wanted to without anyone batting an eye. Within a month, George had put her to work. The first load consisted of 20 kilos packed into a couple of Samsonite suitcases that Annette agreed to fly for him to Logan Airport in Boston, where Frank Shea met the plane and transported the pot across the state to Amherst in the trunk of a rental car. Business grew in steady fashion. Indeed, it skyrocketed, and soon smaller wholesalers were putting in orders for 10 and 15 kilos at a time, taking it from the drop point in Amherst up to Stowe, Vermont, back to Cambridge and Boston proper, and out to the Cape. Before winter was over, the meager transportation capacity of the commercial airlines was causing a bottleneck in the supply line. "Where's the stuff?" people were shouting to George. "When can you get more?" So George jacked up the scale a peg and began renting out Winnebagos for between $250 and $300 a week, using them to move greater quantities, up to 125 kilos or 275 pounds at once, on marathon cross-country drives. With a helper to keep the vehicle on the road 24 hours a day, George could make the trip in about 60 hours going flat out. No motels, no showers, eating in the cab. To avoid detection in case he got caught for some traffic violation, George paid a carpenter in Manhattan Beach, the Magic Carpenter, he dubbed him, to construct a removable plywood bulkhead across the bathtub section in the RV's bathroom compartment, making the space look as if it contained only a sink, shower stall, and toilet. George stored the pot in the back of the bulkhead, which he faced with a full-length mirror. To find the pot, one would have to know it was there and take apart the Winnebago to prove it. Depending on the quality of the marijuana and the prices he negotiated at both ends, George was taking in anywhere from $10,000 up to $30,000 or so each trip, which meant that, after paying Richard and his helpers and deducting expenses, he was netting on average $5,000 to $10,000 for himself. This was when a brand-new Ford Thunderbird, like the one George was soon squiring Annette around in, cost only $4,600. When a year at an Ivy League college, including room, board, tuition, and books, cost under $5,000. And when, for $50,000, you could pick up a 5-story brownstone in Manhattan. In addition to raking in the money, George was now treated as some kind of visiting hero each time the Winnebago pulled up in Amherst. While they waited around for the shipment to get sold, George and Annette and sometimes a small retinue of friends would put up at the gracious Lord Jeffrey Inn, order a log fire lit in their room to take off the chill, and quaff drinks down in the bar with the Amherst alumni. There were movie stars and there were rock stars, so now we were the pot stars, George says, and we were whacking out the whole campus. George kept up this routine for 5 or 6 months more, until May or so, the mud season in Amherst, when the spring grass gets thick and the ground spongy, and the lilacs and apple blossoms appear. Then he started making more calculations concerning the future of his booming business. The main thing he was thinking now was, why spend money on the middlemen in Manhattan Beach, the wholesalers who bought the pot that was shipped over the border, the smugglers who did the shipping, when you could go down into Mexico yourself and buy the stuff directly from the growers? He'd heard prices like $25, $15, even $10 a kilo down there. He could sell that for $300 in Amherst, net out the whole difference himself. We were making a lot of money, but I knew we could make a hell of a lot more, he says. So Frank and I started thinking, why can't we get our own fucking airplane and go down to Mexico and get it ourselves? Then we can make this into something really good. It was sometime around then, in early summer 1968, that the people in Manhattan Beach began referring to George Jacob Jung by a title more befitting a character of his stature, success, and accent. They started calling him Boston George. Chapter 3. Puerto Vallarta, 1968 to 1970. I kept telling them if we stay together, we'll be like a fist and have power. Every man contributes to the fist, and the fist is forever, like a brotherhood. George Young. There were various ways to smuggle marijuana into the States from Mexico. The quickest, easiest way, but also the riskiest, was simply to drive the stuff across the border hidden somewhere in a VW camper or a pickup truck. Boats were pretty good, as long as they stayed at sea. The difficulty lay in locating a part of the coastline to put ashore at that was deserted enough so a cargo could be discharged without attracting attention. The safest method was just to walk the load in, lugging duffel bags over a desert crossing point at night and stashing them on the U.S. side to pick up later with a camper or jeep. But although this technique served well when a few pounds were involved, it required a considerable amount of schlepping as the load approached a half-ton or more, which was the scale George was thinking on. And it just didn't fit well with those visions of Hemingway running with the bulls in Pamplona, or Jack London shooting down the White Horse Rapids on the Yukon. George had been 3 or 4 times up to the Valley of the Moon, north of San Francisco, to see the shell of London's burnt-out house that Mr. Horrigan used to talk about back in high school. No, the way to go here was definitely the air route. George would fly the stuff in by plane, and he would do it himself. The choice certainly recommended itself as the best way not to get caught. Charter companies weren't yet in the habit of asking many questions about what the plane might be used for or where it was going. There were no such things as AWACS monitoring the skies over the border, and it was easy to stay below radar range to avoid random detection. Flying was also fast and efficient. You could land at a deserted airstrip or in a field somewhere, transfer the load to a waiting truck, and be back in the air within minutes. As George shortly found out, learning to fly was the easiest part of the scheme. Within a month, after 30 hours of instruction at the Santa Monica airport, George had qualified to fly solo by VFR, or Visual Flight Rules. This meant no fancy aeronautics. He could only fly in the daylight and could not do anything that required an instrument rating or knowledge of radar. He'd learned just enough to get a single-engine plane moving fast down the runway and into the air, navigate by dead reckoning, put the thing back on the ground in one piece, and turn off the engine. As for the airplane, he planned on chartering a single-engine Piper Cherokee 6. It was known as a coffin plane, not for the danger it posed, but for its long fuselage and double garage-style doors that allowed you to load it with bulky cargo, coffins included, a feature that soon made it a favorite of marijuana smugglers. The plan was to fly the pod across the border and land on one of the dozen or so dry lake beds that lay on the desert floor around 29 Palms in the southwest part of California. The lakes measure anywhere from 2 to 15 miles long, and except for the 40-mile-long Salton Sea, which is filled with 20 feet of water leaching in from the Colorado River, they haven't been very wet since the glacier receded 10,000 years ago. At most, they got a little muddy during the rainy season in the winter months, when the runoff flows down from the surrounding mountains, albeit muddy enough, so battle tanks from the U.S. Marine Base at 29 Palms have been known to roll out on them and get hopelessly stuck. The rest of the year, when the salt from the runoff dries out and binds itself with the clay in the soil, the lakes provide a surface that is as smooth as concrete and hard enough to take the weight of a 100-ton space shuttle. Dirt roads come and go in all directions, and except for sporadic salt mining operations, the dry lake region has about as many people hanging around as does the face of the moon. By now, George had built up a tight collection of dependable friends and operators, a regular little band of beach characters who furthered the enterprise in various capacities. There was his girlfriend, Annette, who lived with 2 other women, both named Wendy. All three worked as stewardesses for United Airlines or TWA and were known to the crowd as Annette and the Two Wendys. There was Earl, the Pearl, a computer programmer for a hospital in L.A., who would soon put his organizational skills to use in the wholesaling end of the business, and Pogo, a graduate of USC who had left his job as a stockbroker as well as his wife and a house in Bel Air to embark on the pot trade. Pogo would drive the loads back from the dry lakes for George. He also served as the radio ground controller for the incoming flights. General chores were handled by other beach habitués. Junior, a roustabout, who had gotten George his job on the pile driver. Sam the bartender, with a bandito mustache, who was a friend of Frank Shea's from Massachusetts. Orlando, the son of a wealthy curtain rod family in the Midwest who had been a door gunner on a helicopter in Vietnam. Randy, who worked in the oil refinery next door in El Segundo. Along with Frank Shea, who knew how to fly, the pilots included Greg from Arizona, who had flown for the airlines, and Cliff Guttersrud, stylish and handsome, the son of a well-off Chicago family who paraded around in blue blazers and white polo shirts and sported a license plate on his Porsche that read Flyboy. Then there was a pilot known as Here We Go Bob, for the unnerving habit he had of gripping the yoke with feverish intensity as he brought his plane in for a landing, announcing in a voice quivering with apprehension and self-doubt, "Here we go!" Located about halfway down the western coast of Mexico, the city of Puerto Vallarta sits at the head of the Bahia de Banderas, a parabola-shaped bay 18 miles deep and 12 miles wide, from which an airplane looks as if God had taken a big bite out of the shoreline. Ramon Moreno grew up in Puerto Vallarta in the mid-1950s, when it was just another sleepy coastal town of cobblestone streets and modest frame and white stucco dwellings poking out from the jungled foothills of the Sierra Madre looming in the background. Ramon's great-grandfather, a Yaqui Indian, came to the town in the late 1800s and began growing bananas, corn, and tobacco, which were shipped out on coastal steamers and sailing vessels. He had been driven out of Sonora in the north when the government confiscated the Indians' land and turned it over to wealthy farmers, leaving them with nothing to tend but the meanest holdings. Ramon's grandfather became a well-to-do store owner in town, and his father a schoolmaster and a famous local soccer player. You couldn't get to Puerto Vallarta by automobile until after World War II, and even then, when Ramon was little, the road stopped short at the rushing waters of the Quale River, which split the town vertically down the center, spanned only by a pair of swinging bridges. A broad jetty, or malecón, ran along the ocean front, where on Sunday evenings the young people joined the paseo by the sea, as their elders sat on the benches watching the ungainly pelicans dive for fish, and the large orange sun disappear slowly into the Pacific. Because of its charm, its deserted beaches, and its great marlin fishing, word started spreading slowly in the late 1950s that Puerto Vallarta was an undiscovered paradise. Americans and Canadians arrived. Hotels started going up to the north and south, and Ramon joined the flock of young men who earned money furnishing services to the turistas on the beach, selling souvenir hats, sodas, and a coconut oil suntan concoction he mixed up at home. Eventually, his grandmother staked him to an inboard speedboat, which he used to take people skin diving and exploring along the coast. One day, in 1963, he was hired to provide water taxi service for an American actress with a sensuous mouth and a raucous laugh to deliver her regularly to Mismaloya, a tiny beachfront village south of town, inaccessible by car, where they were filming Tennessee Williams' The Night of the Iguana. Ramon, of course, had never heard of Ava Gardner. She would give me a list of the things she wanted on the boat. Always it was a lot of ice and plenty of beer and tequila and gin, a lot of gin. Sometimes she would drink it with an olive or mix the gin and the tequila and pour it into a coconut with ice and stick in a straw. Sometimes early in the morning, I would take her to an empty beach. she could take her clothes off and swim and lie on the sand. With publicity from the movie, the town quickly became overrun by tourists and actors from Hollywood. John Huston, the movie's director, built himself a house just below Mismaloya, still reachable only by boat. The Oceana Bar in the center of town, whose windows open out onto the ocean, became the boozy haunt of Richard Burton and his new wife Elizabeth Taylor, as well as Robert Mitchum, Marlon Brando, and his pal John Barrymore Jr. Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper hung out there after making Easy Rider, along with Groucho Marx's son, Fred, whose motorcycle starred in the movie as Fonda's bike. A permanent population of North Americans, including Richard and Liz, settled into a section of expensive houses and condominiums overlooking the center of town and known as Gringo Gulch. The population of Puerto Vallarta jumped from 12,500 souls to 82,000, with 200,000 more descending on the place at the height of the tourist season. Retired by now from being a beach boy and chauffeur, Ramon was looking to get into something substantial. On the beach, he had run into a wealthy young man from Mexico City named Sanchez, the son of a Mexican army general who owned several sport fishermen he chartered out for marlin fishing. As a sideline, Sanchez was also helping to fulfill the increasing demand by Americans for pot, and he needed someone to liaise with the farmers in the hills who had been persuaded by the law of economics to take a portion of their 10-acre plantations of corn and beans and turn it into a more lucrative tillage. Ramon became his man. Then in his late teens, fluent in English, Ramon wore his hair long, straight down to the center of his back. Like other Indians, he possessed a pair of penetrating, heavy-lidded eyes that betrayed a distant ancestry somewhere in East Asia but gave away little else, a distinct advantage in the marijuana business. Sinewy, tough, and quick, Ramon had already earned the nickname Garabato. Strictly speaking, the word translates into hook or sickle, but carries many subtler meanings, among them a darting movement, a piece of scribble, or an entwining action. A tree that wraps itself around another tree is called a garabato. It was Ramon's father's nickname, too, for the way in soccer he seemed to be all over the field at once. Brought to the New World by the Spaniards in the 16th century, the word marijuana comes from the Spanish word for intoxicant. The cannabis plant particularly appreciates life in the high mountain valleys because of its exposure to the sun and the protection from harsh weather afforded by the surrounding peaks. It likes warmth and humidity, which Puerto Vallarta, at 250 miles below the Tropic of Cancer, has in abundance the year round. And in the 1960s, the growers liked the relative secrecy the foothills afforded. The weather there also enabled farmers to reap 2 crops a year, one harvested in October at the end of the rainy season, and the second in March, which had to be irrigated in the dry winter months by a network of hoses feeding water to the fields from the springs and streams higher in the hills. The plantations were small, a half-acre to an acre and a half, tucked away in ravines and at the back of canyons, difficult to find if you didn't know the way. The only access was over a maze of donkey trails that wound through the mountain villages, ensuring that snoopers and others who didn't belong there were quickly discovered and discouraged from venturing further. At first, the pot farmers of Mexico, faced with little of the competition that came later on from Jamaica, Colombia, and parts of Asia, carried on their job pretty crudely by current standards, leaving the plants to grow however they would, expending little effort to thinning them out or providing fertilizer. In addition, the growers sold the whole plant, flowers, leaves, seeds, and stems, chopped into bits, pressed into brick-sized kilos, and shipped off to California. All in all, it was a pretty raggedy product, providing only a weak buzz and a harsh smoke in the bargain. Gradually, however, the pot culture improved. Although the plant will grow plentifully almost anywhere, hence the nickname weed, its quality can be boosted dramatically through the use of certain cultivation techniques. The most significant one, reportedly developed in the second millennium BC in India, involves culling all the male plants out of the field before they have a chance to release their pollen and fertilize the females. It's during this period, while they're waiting to be fertilized, that the female plants achieve the most potency. To snare the pollen wafting around in the air, they produce a sticky resin compound in their buds. Once pollination occurs, they get their guy, as it were, the girls shut down the factory. For pot smokers, that's bad, since it's the resin that contains the highest concentration of THC, or delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, the element you need to get good and blasted. In concentrated form, the resin and the buds become hashish. Boiled in solvent and extracted further, the mixture is turned into hash oil, the most powerful pot there is, with a THC content 10 to 100 times greater than what's found in ordinary marijuana. This is the stuff that calls forth visions. Ramon saw it as part of his job to increase awareness among the farmers that those female plants had to be kept deprived. That way, he told them, they could charge more for their pot. If you're a good farmer, you go out every morning and every male plant you spot in the field, you rip that fucker up, says Ramon, whose English was refined in the 1960s and qualifies as landmark status hippie speak, littered with chicks, old ladies, and bummed out man. Those fuckers sneak in and they hide. They seem to know when you're looking for them. But you see those little seed buds poking up? And you get that fucker right out of the ground and put him in a plastic bag so they won't reseed, and you have more and more. You have to be on top of it to get good grass. On his trips into the hills at harvest time, Ramon would travel up alongside the Koale River, past its waterfalls and rapids, then branch off, following the trails leading into the farms. He'd bring along 6 men to help and a team of 12 donkeys, spend a day going in, a day assembling the load, and a day coming out. The animals carried 50 to 80 kilos each in burlap bags, a total of 500 or 600 kilos a trip. The trail was narrow and in many places ran along deep ravines. More than once, even one of the sure-footed burros would go over the edge, Ramon recalls. He would hear it crashing down through the forest, then silence. No time to stop and search. Ramon's personal record load on a single trip was 5,000 kilos, 11,000 pounds, which he brought out during a particularly good harvest in 1969. It took 15 days and 30 donkeys to get the job done. For premium-grade marijuana, Ramon paid the farmers a high of 100 pesos, equivalent to about $8 back then, for each kilo. This added up to a lot of money, compared to the $1,200 a year that a family of 6 might otherwise earn off its small holding and a few animals. With 300 to 400 marijuana plants to an acre, each plant producing up to a kilo of pot and 2 harvests a year, the farmer could make with a single acre of marijuana 3 to 5 times what he could on all 10 acres of corn and beans, and still have the corn and beans. For this reason, Ramon's appearance in the hills above Puerto Vallarta became for the campesinos an increasingly significant event. We'd go to many fields and the farmers would say, take my pot, he recalls. The farmers would have their kids and old ladies helping out. Sometimes the farmer that had the littlest field had the best shit, man, because he takes care of it more. Sometimes they go even into the higher places where there's nobody's land, although sometimes a farmer would go on somebody else's place and there'd be a little discussion over it, you know? As the marijuana business became large-scale and serious, it was not advisable for a gringo or a non-indigenous human of any persuasion to wander about up in the hills around Puerto Vallarta. The farmers found it difficult to imagine what a stranger would be doing there were he not an informer or someone out to steal their money. And then there were the bandidos to watch for, especially if you were an American. The Americans, says Ramon, sometimes they would be in town asking for someone to take them up into the hills. Maybe they want to buy something. They'd be taken this way and that way, and Pretty soon they are way, way up there with all their money, away from everything, and all around are only the bandidos. Or you buy something from a farmer in the hills and they put rocks in it, and you don't know until you get down here, and then it's too late. One year, an Italian who was buying loads had come in with a lot of money, and they took him to one of the fields and buried him in the field and took his money. His mother came looking for him, but it took a long time. He had to be identified by a dentist. Late in the summer of 1968, George arrived in Puerto Vallarta on a commercial flight with Sam the bartender and Frank Shea, ready to put their grand scheme into play. The word had been out in Manhattan Beach about Puerto Vallarta being the place to get marijuana in large quantities. But for all their talk and planning, George and company had almost no idea of how to make a connection. None of them spoke more than pick-up Spanish. They knew nothing about the city or where to go. They had no names or contacts to start with. For days that stretched into weeks, they wandered about the beaches and the hotels and bars, chatting up strangers, leaving behind veiled queries about whom they might talk to regarding the possibility of scoring some dope. Sloshed on beer and cocos locos, they'd lie down under the palm trees at night and pass out on a deserted beach, deaf to the crash of the surf, to rise the next day in shaken condition and resume the quest. There were Americans down there, and you could tell what they were doing, George says, but everyone wanted to keep it to himself. No one wanted to involve us. The center of the city still retained much of its old charm, particularly in the categories of recreation George liked to pursue. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, across the street from the Malecon and the Oceana Bar, where the old wood ceiling fans pulled in the sea air through open windows, he'd meet up with Richard Burton and Liz Taylor. The three became friendly, putting away large quantities of scotch and ruminating on the ironies of life as the waves flopped languorously along the beach. George had seen the Night of the Iguana several times, putting the defrocked minister, Shannon, on his list of icons. Liz would disappear on shopping trips with a retinue of thin-waisted males. "Here comes the Queen with her 6 little sissies," Burton would taunt on her return. One night, the three attended a traveling circus, during which one of the clowns nearly drowned when he lay underneath the elephant and was inundated with several gallons of steamy urine. To George's consternation, Liz stepped into the ring and let the Mexican knife thrower hurl near misses all around her body. Back at the Oceana, when Richard was off in the men's room, George leaned over and kissed Liz on the mouth. "I've always wanted to do that," I told her. "I think you're the most beautiful woman in the world." She said, "You're cute, but you don't have what Richard has. And you don't have his money either." They'd heard the scary stories of Americans rotting in Mexican jails, so George and his cohorts were somewhat chary of announcing their quest too openly, lest they fall into the hands of undercover policemen. "Finally, it was the 4th week," says George, "and everyone was getting really pissed. We couldn't find a connection. We were running out of money. They wanted to go back home. Fuck this. We can make more doing what we were doing. It's never going to happen." Then one afternoon, we were coming out of the Oceana, and this little yellow VW Bug pulls up in front, and this girl with straight blonde hair pokes her head out the window, a hippie type, and says, "Get in the car, you guys. I know what you're up to." She drove them up into the foothills, where the cobblestones turned into a ruddy dirt track running past tin roof shanties with naked children playing in the street, and junk cars sitting under poinciana trees in the yards. Eventually she parked, and they walked up a hillside and through an archway that opened onto a large stucco villa with jutting balconies and a red-tiled roof. She left them for a minute and returned with a couple of pounds of pot. "It was beautiful stuff. I mean, like nothing we'd ever seen before," says George. "She said she worked for some people who'd been watching us in town for several days and wanted to see if they could do business." Inside the house, where it was dark and cool, she introduced them to a thin, wiry young man with long, jet-black hair, whose name was Ramon. When Sanchez showed up soon thereafter, George told him they had a plane and asked if he could provide them with 200 or 300 kilos to fly to California. Sanchez said he could get us as much as we could carry away, 1,000 kilos, whatever we could handle. The deal they worked out was that George would pay $25 a kilo, which, because of its high quality, he knew he could turn over for as much as $150, maybe more, in Manhattan Beach, and twice that easily if he took it to Amherst. The expense of staying the month in Puerto Vallarta, however, had drained their finances, so Sanchez agreed to front them 300 kilos, taking payment only after it was sold. In exchange for the favor, George agreed to sell an additional 100 kilos for Sanchez himself at the prevailing price in the United States. This deal meant not only that George got the pot for no money, but since it was Sanchez's load now mixed in with his, in effect, he'd also acquired a Mexican partner, created a relationship. If he was in a partnership with you, he wouldn't fuck you around with the quality or the delivery or the price. Sanchez also saw it as a much better way to go. For his own pot, which George would sell on Sanchez's behalf, and for the pot he sold George, he would get a total of $37,500, as opposed to the $10,000 from selling the whole 400 kilos to George straight out. Ramon would get $2,500 of this for the trip into the hills, and another $2,500 went to the farmers. Other expenses came up too, but getting along in Mexico was so cheap. The weekly paycheck, for instance, of a government worker came out to just over $8, that Sanchez figured he could earn a small fortune here. George wouldn't do so badly either. Every 400-kilo shipment he took to Amherst netted about $80,000, or nearly twice what his gang was doing buying it through Richard Burrill in Manhattan Beach. If he could do this twice a month, he thought, he could soon retire. An elated George flew back to Manhattan Beach to get the airplane, while Sam and Frank stayed down to work out the mechanics with Sanchez and Ramon. Moving 880 pounds of anything is not an inconsequential task, and especially when it had to be done in secrecy. The city police in Puerto Vallarta, the Policianos, prompted no worry in this regard, since all they did was direct traffic and enforce local ordinances. What you watched out for were the federales, or Federal Judicial Police, a sort of Mexican FBI, which had outposts in all the important cities and acted as the country's main dope hunters. Only later would the Mexican army get into the act. But in Mexico, as George soon learned, the authorities chose to do their duty, or didn't, depending on how much they got paid, which meant that, in the marijuana business, you always gave some of your proceeds over to the federales. In Puerto Vallarta, this meant a deputy chief who went by the name of Candyman for his readiness to take extracurricular pay. Sanchez gave Candyman the equivalent of $400 every time one of Ramon's donkey trains came down from the hills. In return, he would find police business for his men to attend to in some other part of town. The pot was wrapped in 1-kilo packages, 25 kilos to an army duffel bag, a total of 16 bags. The Cherokee could take a lot more weight, but this was about the bulk limit that would fit into its cargo space. The load would be assembled in a shed at the back of Sanchez's house and be trucked down at night. The police were paid off, but there was no sense alerting the whole town, and transferred to one of Sanchez's sport fishermen at the marina. The boat would transport it over water to a lonely spit of land called Punta de Mita, on the northern tip of Banderas Bay, 18 miles out from Puerto Vallarta. A desolate, wind-swept point of land with breakers piling in over a long stretch of shallows. The point is visible from the city on a clear day, but when the low-lying fog rolls in, all you can make out are the vague peaks of its mountain range, riding like ghost ships on top of the mist. The airstrip consisted of a flat piece of grassland just back from the beach, which offered plenty of landing room for a small plane, as long as Ramon and his men were given time to chase out the Brahman bulls that used it for grazing. The isolated landing strip at Punta de Mita was also used by the 3 other marijuana smuggling operations in Puerto Vallarta, which meant that at times it took a little coordination to avoid congestion in the area. The plan called for George to fly into the commercial airport at Puerto Vallarta, stay overnight, take off again the next day, land at Punta de Mita to pick up the dope, then fly back. Once over the border in the United States, he would head for the dry lake beds, where Pogo would be waiting with a camper truck to unload the plane and drive the pot back to Manhattan Beach. There it would be repacked into the bathtub compartment of the Winnebago and trucked east to the students of the 5-college consortium. There was one complication. The Cherokee's cruising range was only about 600 miles, half the distance from Punta de Mita to the California desert. Down and back, George needed to refuel somewhere, and somewhere secluded, since on its return the plane would be stuffed to the ribs with marijuana. For this purpose, they found a rarely used airstrip near the city of Guaymas, approximately halfway up the coast. It was built on a deserted marsh a little way out of town and used mainly for flying out loads of shrimp, Guaymas being the shrimp capital of Mexico. On his way down, George would take along Orlando, the helicopter gunner, and drop him off at Guaymas, together with 20 or so 5-gallon jerry cans filled with airplane fuel. Orlando would hide the fuel, sit tight for a day, and gas George up on the way back. Considering the primitive nature of George's flying skills, the most remarkable feature of that first trip was that he made it alive. Taking off was easy enough, he recalls of his 30 hours worth of flying lessons. You get it up to speed, pull back on the stick, and you're gone. And the flying around part was no problem either. You just have to watch out where you're going so you don't run into anything. The landing, though, that was where I got a little insecure. Like many lefties, George had minor problems with hand-eye coordination under any circumstance, and more so now that he had to keep in mind the several operations needing to be performed simultaneously to bring the plane down successfully. Adjusting the fuel mixture, setting the flaps properly, compensating for crosswinds, keeping the prop at full RPM in case he blew the thing and had to get airborne again. It had taken quite a few attempts, with the instructor aborting a number of landings, before George got anywhere near having the hang of it. On the flight down to Mexico, however, he figured he'd get in a little practice before having to land the thing on the floor of an ex-lake in the middle of the California desert. The first part of the operation went smoothly enough. George landed okay in Guaymas, okay again at the airport and on the landing strip at the point where he took on the 400 kilos of marijuana. On the trip back, however, heavier by nearly half a ton, and coming in to gas up at Guaymas, he suffered a little equilibrium problem wherein the plane went into what is called a tipping and touching mode, hitting first on one wheel, then the other, careening down the landing strip like a drunk after closing time. He managed to straighten it out before one of the wings actually scraped the ground, loaded up with more fuel, and at 3 p.m. took off for the border on the final leg of his journey. After Guaymas, he planned to head up the middle of the Gulf of California, cross the border directly over the city of Mexicali, then change course slightly, heading a couple of points west of due north, so as to graze the eastern edge of the Salton Sea, which would be easy to spot in the desert. About halfway up alongside the sea, he'd head northeast over the Chocolate Mountains, toward the pass between the Orocopia Mountains and the Chuckwallas, go right up the slot to the Colorado River Aqueduct, follow that along as it wound to the northeast, then look for Granite Pass between the Granite and Iron Mountain ranges, which opens right onto the bed of Danby Dry Lake. To spot the lakes, one looked for the whitest and brightest splashes on the desert floor. These marked the salt concentrations that made a hard surface for a smooth landing. He'd been warned to stay clear of the darker brown areas at the edge of the lakes, possibly muddy ground that could grab the wheels and flip the plane into a somersault. Danby Dry Lake measured about 10 miles long and 2.5 miles wide and was identifiable by the slight bend to its shape, looking something like a boiled hot dog. Driving out there from Manhattan Beach, Pogo would figure out where the wind was blowing from and park his truck at a point upwind of a stretch, long enough to give George at least 3,000 feet of landing room. After the transfer, while Pogo headed back to Manhattan Beach, George would take off a final time and return the plane to the Santa Monica airport. That was the plan. George found Mexicali easily enough, only it turned out to be Tijuana, or San Diego, some damn place, but definitely not Mexicali because that was the Pacific Ocean out there, and according to the chart, Mexicali wasn't on any fucking ocean. This meant that through some bit of miscalculation or inattention, he'd gotten off course, at least 100 miles west, and who knew how many miles north of where he was supposed to be. Abruptly, he banked to the right and headed due east, to the vicinity of the Salton Sea, to try to get himself oriented. After an hour's flying, he found the sea, but then experienced more confusion looking for the right mountains to line up with and the pass he had to go through. One mountain seemed just like the next, all of them a mottled brown color with scrubby growth, like a 3-day beard. Flying only at 3,500 feet, he was running into a discouraging amount of turbulence, made worse by the wide wing configuration of the Cherokee. The plane bucked and heaved, buffeted by rising currents of hot air welling up off the desert floor, hitting a ridge line and tumbling down the other side. I was bobbing up and down like a goddamn cork on the water up there, plus I really had no fucking idea where I was. He could see dry lake beds all over, gleaming white against the red rock of the hills. But which one was Danby? Where was the Colorado Aqueduct? And the pass? It was now getting late, the sun slipping fast toward the Sierra Nevada. Once it slid behind that mountain wall, it would be as if someone had pulled down a giant window shade. Sun would still be shining down on the beach bunnies back at Manhattan Beach, but east of the Sierra, it would soon be as dark as a malefactor's heart. I remember following the ridge of mountains, following it along. There'd be 4 or 5 passes, and I'd take one, and Jesus Christ, I hoped this was the right one. I'd lost a lot of time getting off course. What scared me most was still being up there after the sun went down, because then it was all over. I was running low on gas. I'd end up crash landing or plowing into the side of some mountain I couldn't see. In that plane, I discovered what it was like being in a state of total fear. All the things I didn't know how to do. I thought, George, you stupid son of a bitch. Here's where you're finally going to get yourself killed. Finally, coming down through a pass, jagged mountains on both sides, he saw another patch of white, another dry lake bed, this one long and narrow with a slow curve. It looked about right. There was a set of salt evaporators up at the north end. That seemed right. And, by fucking Christ, there was Pogo down there, his truck sitting up near the top of the lake, flashing his headlights on and off and on and off, a big piece of something white waving from the aerial to show which way the wind was blowing. George banked right, then left to get downwind, and lost most of the memory of what happened next, except that suddenly he felt one of the landing gears touch down, then the other, both of them now, and he was taxiing up toward the truck, with Pogo outside the vehicle, punching both fists into the air in triumph. I'll never forget what it was like finally getting on the ground, the whole trip. It was a dream I had had for all those years. I'd said, I'm going to do this, and I actually did it. I'd never felt anything like that in my life. Simultaneously, George had another thought, one that moved him so strongly he uttered it out loud to himself. I am never, ever going to do this shit again. Early in 1969, after that first trip from Mexico to Massachusetts, the whole crew, Annette and the 2 Wendys, Frank and Sam and George, and also the pilot, Greg, who George determined would now handle the flights into the dry lake beds, decided to pick up and move the operation down to Puerto Vallarta so they could run the business from the source. On the beach, about a mile north of town, they found a large white villa to rent with rooms enough for everyone. It came with a cook and a gatekeeper to watch out for strangers. Hotel construction was going on to the north, but between the house and town was nothing but empty beach lined with coconut palms, and a view across the bay to the misty mountains of Punta de Mita. Every 5 or 6 weeks now, Greg would land the plane there, then take off with another load for the happy students of Amherst. Life for the inhabitants of the villa assumed the qualities of an endless holiday. Mexican boys came by every morning to bring them fresh oysters, which they laced with salsa picante and combined with whatever the cook was preparing for breakfast, which they ate out on a balcony, watching waves breaking along the sand. An endless procession of pelicans drifted by, gliding just an inch or two above the water, supported on a cushion of warm and humid air. Occasionally, one would climb to about 50 feet, then do an acute right turn and crash into the ocean with a great splash and racket to grab a fish. Later in the morning, more Mexican boys would come along, leading horses for a ride up the beach, or they would land with catamarans to take George and his friends out for a sail. The women grew especially fond of Pedro, the gatekeeper. They introduced the old man to smoking pot and provided him a pair of binoculars to look through after he got stoned. Another old guy, Wally, the human fly, age 70, lived a couple of villas down the beach. During his working days back in Chicago, Wally could attract quite a crowd when he'd dress up in his cape and tights and scamper up and down the sides of skyscrapers off Michigan Avenue. Now, the women would fly a white towel off the balcony to signal that it was okay for Wally to sneak out on his wife and come over and drink tequila, while Pedro smoked dope and stared out at the ocean through 8x50 magnification, the pelicans winging by. Toward the end of the afternoon, George would leave the villa to put in an appearance at the Oceana Bar, where Liz and Richard and other movie people held forth. He befriended the screenwriter James Poe, whose film They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Had just come out. Poe had recently been diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver, and his doctor had given him 6 months to live if he didn't stop drinking. To take his mind off booze, George drove him out to the mahogany forests north of town, where they ate magic mushrooms George had gotten from the Indians, observing how the mahogany trees would entwine their branches around one another as if grappling in some arboreal orgy. When they came back to town, Poe told George he'd like to do that over again. It was more fun than scotch, and a lot better for his liver. It was getting well into the summer of 1969, the summer Mary Jo Kopechne went off the bridge at Chappaquiddick. Charles Manson's followers went on a murder spree in Beverly Hills, and a huge rock concert was held in a farmer's field 12 miles northwest of Woodstock, New York. George was in the midst of a pot trip, but Sam the bartender attended Woodstock in bandito mustache, Mexican sombrero, and a shawl. He took a load of their dope along, set up a pot stand in the mud and the rain, and sold out. On one trip, George, Annette, and Orlando and his girlfriend took a detour off Route 90 and stopped in Greenwood, Indiana, just outside Indianapolis, to see George's sister and brother-in-law, Marie and Otis. The couple now had a little baby, Stephen, destined for law school. They lived in a 2-story white house in a new subdivision, Otis beginning his rise as a research chemist at Eli Lilly and Company. During supper, Otis and Marie seemed glad enough to see George, but Orlando struck them as a little weird, with his orange-rimmed sunglasses, Jimi Hendrix afro, and Fu Manchu mustache. "What are you doing with that freak?" Otis asked, taking George aside. After dinner, George asked if they'd like to try some marijuana. "Everyone's doing it," he said. "They happen to have some out in the Winnebago." Marie had never smoked pot, but said that some of their friends had tried it. She took a few puffs when they passed it around, only to be polite, it seemed to George. Otis also gave it a try, but it made him feel sick and he disappeared suddenly into the bathroom. That night the gang stayed in the Winnebago, and the next day they went on their way. When George got to Amherst, he left the camper there, and he and Annette rented a car and drove down to Weymouth to see his parents. It was his first visit in about 2 years. His father asked him how the pile driving business was, and George said it was coming along pretty well. And the classes at Long Beach City College? Well, actually, he was putting off the college thing for a while, George said, to see if he could earn a little money. George took everyone out for steak and broiled lobster at the Red Coach Grill in Hingham, where his parents liked to go for Sunday dinners. His father seemed not a little taken with Annette, dressed demurely now in a shirt dress, but still causing a few heads to turn at the Red Coach Grill. He called her darlin' and honey and made over her during dinner. Annette brought out snapshots of the villa on the beach in Puerto Vallarta, of George and the guys standing in their bathing suits under the palm trees, of their Mexican friend Ramon, his hair in a long braid. It was a great place to spend a vacation, she told the Jungs. In the early 1970s, the pot business changed dramatically as marijuana started arriving in the United States from other countries besides Mexico. The increase in supply created more competition among the dealers. Quality and price began to count. People became much more knowledgeable, and the market changed from one where the seller controlled the action to where the buyer was now king. There was a lot more scrambling around for customers now. One of the major causes of this change, according to Michael Armstrong, a drug historian who at the time headed an organization called LEMAR, for Legalize Marijuana, was President Richard Nixon's Operation Intercept. Put into effect during the summer and fall of 1969, the program was designed both to reduce pot smuggling out of Mexico and to goad the Mexican government into adopting a more aggressive stance against the trade, even to get the Mexican army involved. It was inaugurated with a total sealing off of the U.S. border at San Isidro, just north of Tijuana. Customs officials stopped and searched every single vehicle going through. This produced miles of jammed traffic and a great amount of disruption on the Mexican side. The U.S. Border Patrol also embedded military-style sensors in the ground all along the southwestern border to try to detect crossings at places other than official checkpoints. Operation Intercept didn't seize pot so much as it began discouraging land-based smuggling operations. People were now going by sea and taking to the air, as George had been doing all along. But for a while, the crackdown resulted in a dearth of Mexican pot, which motivated wholesalers to seek loads from elsewhere. Thai stick came heavily on the market from Thailand, as did Colombian gold and Santa Marta red from Colombia, Panama red from Panama, and the dark, powerful, resinous ganja from Jamaica. Earl the Pearl, who had moved into big-time wholesaling with dozens of customers on one side and smugglers on the other, soon had his business perking along like a little supermarket. Methodical, well-organized, and meticulous, he had moved his operation out of Manhattan Beach to a Victorian house overlooking Bodega Bay, north of San Francisco, where he provided buyers with samples of 15 to 20 varieties, all labeled and graded according to quality and price. Customers came in, tried them out, then placed an order. The increase in competition meant that suppliers like George no longer called all the shots. They had to develop marketing skills. Now, sometimes you'd come in with a load, but someone else might come in with a better load, better quality stuff, says George. Earl would say he'd still do your load, but the other stuff was going first. Customers wanted that pod more than your pod, so you had to wait around. Or you might decide not to wait and take it east. The West Coast was becoming like a Kmart for drugs. There was so much of it that it had to be pretty special stuff to move fast. In the East, they weren't that particular. Even there, George felt he had to give his customers something different to maintain his market share. In the tourist shops in Puerto Vallarta, he bought strings of tiny blue beads and sprinkled them among his kilos, telling the wholesalers in Amherst to get out the word that this stuff came straight from the Indians, had the beads in it from their secret rituals and shit. Soon he was overhearing students at the bar in the Lord Jeff raving on about this special Yaqui Indian pot, the stuff with the beads, dynamite grass. By its very nature, drug smuggling is marked by movement rather than stasis. Getting the loads from one place to another is how smugglers earn their living, and moving around reduces the chance of discovery by the police. No one moved farther and faster than George's Yaqui Indian friend Ramon, who almost overnight was jerked out of a landscape of burrows and swinging bridges and set down in a world peopled by creatures with strange possessions and exotic habits. Although he never traveled more than 3 miles out of town, it now became routine, if the Rolling Stones were playing in Albuquerque, for Ramon and the gang to charter a plane, fly up there for the concert, have a limo waiting at the airport. Or the guys would stop off in New York City on the way back from Amherst, take Ramon in to get a bite at the Four Seasons, where the fucking maitre d' had an attitude problem about Hawaiian shirts. He didn't understand that in California you could get served dressed as a Camperdown elm if you had $50,000 in your pocket. He still brought out jackets for them to put on and made them wear these stupid little bow ties. Or Ramon would board the Winnebago in Manhattan Beach, where it was 80 degrees in the California shade, and when the door opened at Amherst, at the Lord Jeff, well, he'd heard about snow, but he'd never seen it. I never knew it could be so fucking cold, man. And they have these snowmobiles. I thought to myself, what the fuck is this? The guy there, one of George's friends, said, "Hey, get in one of these babies, Ramon." So I had mine cranked up as fast as that fucker would go, and you know how they clean the roads and they make the big piles of snow on the side? So I come up to one of these and I think, hey, it's just a little hill of snow. So I was flooring it, man, and suddenly, bang, I'm in the middle of the fucking road. And the snowmobile, she's all wrecked. But the guy just said to get another one, Ramon. Watch where you're going. By 1970, the group seemed to be close to cracking under the general strain. The first one to go was Sanchez, Ramon's boss, who went berserk one afternoon after Annette gave him some LSD. Inspired by visions, Sanchez barricaded himself with Annette and the other women inside his house on the hill, informed them he'd received a message that God is coming to dinner, and began firing random shots out the window with a shotgun to keep the local police at bay. Someone finally summoned Sanchez's father, the general, who showed up and took his son off to a mental hospital, which meant that Ramon now had charge of the business. For Sam the bartender and Greg, all the money pouring in allowed them to fulfill long-harbored fantasies on the Great White Hunter line. Thousands of dollars worth of expensive gear began piling up in the beach house. Mannlicher Schoenauer hunting rifles from Austria, engraved Purdy shotguns from England, thermal jackets, and boots you could do a moonwalk in. The ultimate intense, outdoor cooking gear mail-ordered from Abercrombie and Fitch, infrared scopes for night sighting, longbows and crossbows for quiet hunting. They also ordered brochures on expeditions to the Northwest, to Alaska, where guides would take them up mountains and into the bush for brown bear, black bear, elk, mountain goat, Dall sheep, moose, mule deer, antelope, and caribou. They asked Ramon if he wanted to come along on a trip to northern Montana to see what was worth shooting up there. Sure, he said. Montana? Why not? Where was that? You have any armadillos up there? Ramon's grandmother knew just how to cook armadillo, so you'd think you were eating roast pork. It was in the winter, and we got warm clothes and our own plane, and we fly up somewhere near Canada, Ramon recalls. This kid is waiting for us, a guide, and he also does the cooking. I have a gun, very super powerful rifle with a scope. We start walking, then on horses, then walking, then horses again, and finally we make camp, sitting up in the mountains and the snow, fucking freezing like a motherfucker, man. So whatever you cook, it was freezing by the time you get it to your mouth. But the worst was going to the bathroom. That was bad. You have to take your pants off in the middle of the night. It was cold, man. Your balls were like pasas, man, you know, prunes. The guys were going for moose, which meant 2 days more of trudging through waist-deep snow, uphill and down, until they spotted one on the side of a mountain, and Sam brought it down with a couple of shots. But then they couldn't carry it back. It was bigger than a cow, so they just took the horns and left the rest. They just leave it there. I think, you kill something, you eat it, something like that, but they were measuring the horns with their rifles so they can nail it to the wall and put their rifles on it. They wanted it for that. Sam and Greg were now thinking of themselves as apart from the group, which disheartened George considerably. He was the one who tried to mold them into a tight band of outlaws. After seeing Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, he'd even christened their drug plane the Hole in the Wall Gang in honor of Cassidy's outfit. But despite his efforts, the organization was fraying at the margins. I kept telling them, if we stay together, we'll be like a fist and have power. Every man contributes to the fist, and the fist is forever, like a brotherhood. That's the way I felt, even afterward with Carlos, but I got tired. Everybody was making money, and the money changed everything. Then their paid-off police honcho, a deputy chief in Puerto Vallarta, got weird and demanded the guns off the wall. It happened when George and the other guys were off in Guadalajara on business, and the women were alone in the beach house. The deputy, a short Mexican with close-cropped black hair and a bushy mustache, had been receiving a handsome retainer from Sanchez and then from Ramon to make sure the flights went off without interference. Nevertheless, he showed up one day and made a great to-do with Annette and the two Wendy's, threatening to arrest them all if they didn't give him the hunting rifles. Frightened, the girls handed over the guns. George returned from Guadalajara ahead of the others and invited the deputy to the villa for a talk. To encourage an open discussion, George broke out the Johnny Walker Black Label he'd had flown down from Manhattan Beach, and the two of them proceeded to put away about a bottle apiece. Based on body volume alone, the deputy stood little chance against George in this realm. He got himself so cross-eyed drunk that it came as a complete surprise when George suddenly picked him off the chair on the balcony, slammed him against the wall, and pinned him there by his neck for the time it took to inform the deputy that he was an insignificant piece of shit, that he was going to bring back those fucking rifles forthwith, and that if he wanted to keep doing business and making his money, he was to keep the fuck away from the house and stay the fuck away from the girls. He then carried the deputy over to the doorway and threw him down the flight of wooden stairs out into the cement courtyard. But that wasn't how George came to be arrested. Chapter 4. Mazatlan, 1970 to 1973. If you're going to make a start, keep on going, if you know what you're doing. But if I were you, I'd think it over. Loosely translated from a sign posted along a trail in the Sierra Madre. The police deputy, for reasons he kept to himself, chose not to pursue the matter, and shortly afterward, one of his men appeared at the door with Sam and Greg's guns, and the household heard no more of it. Nevertheless, George and Ramon questioned the wisdom of continuing to use the landing strip at Punta de Mita. Perhaps it was time to shift the landings to a different airfield, one far away, in another state and jurisdiction. Given their run-in, it might even be better to seek out another connection altogether, and eventually move the whole operation out of Puerto Vallarta. It was at this juncture that Ramon introduced George to a colleague of his named Cosme, who supplied marijuana out of Mazatlan. Located 270 miles up the coast from Puerto Vallarta and 2 states away in Sinaloa, Mazatlan featured the same palm-lined beaches and strips of hotels, but it was 3 times the size, a real port city. Most of its 290,000 people were packed into a dense urban section south of the tourist hotels, a maze of red dirt streets crowded with squalid 1- and 2-story brick and cinder block houses where gringos rarely ventured. Spanish galleons had put in at Mazatlan 4 centuries ago and sailed away laden with gold bullion taken from the mines back in the hills. Taller than Ramon, with a neatly trimmed mustache, Cosme had connections with farmers who grew pot in the Sierra Madre east of the city. But he was much more the city boy. Always sharply dressed in a white guayabera shirt and crisply pressed black slacks, he had light skin and a few more Spaniards than Indians in his ancestry. Cosme was crazy about hot American cars, particularly the Shelby-designed four-on-the-floor, fast-backed Mark I Mustangs, powered by a 429 cubic-inch Cobra engine and dual-quad carburetors. The Shelbys hit 60 miles an hour in 6.5 seconds and, laid down on the red line, could top out at about 140. George saw here a chance to help Cosme out. He consulted an acquaintance of his back in Manhattan Beach named Alberto, who lived with his brother in an apartment directly overlooking the beach. The brothers had achieved fame for their weekend parties, where the women danced topless and guests ladled drinks out of a crystal punch bowl brimming with 200 proof grain alcohol laced with LSD. For George's purposes, the useful thing about Alberto was that he worked as a sales manager of a car lot owned by Ralph Williams, then one of the largest dealers in the state, whose bleating TV ads were regularly skewered by Johnny Carson. The lot covered 8 acres, and the sales force ferried customers around in golf carts to look at all the cars, among which were a good number of Mark I Mustangs by Shelby. Furthermore, according to Alberto, the accountants for Williams did an inventory of the place only twice a year, which meant that during any particular 6-month period, no one had the slightest idea whether a certain Shelby was sitting on the lot waiting for someone to come around in a golf cart and buy it, or was proceeding rapidly along the Avenida del Mar down in Mazatlan, its driver lowering his sunglasses and giving a wave to the girls as he thundered on by. Even when the accountants came around, Alberto said, the dealership did such a high-volume business that it was possible to fiddle the records in such a way as to cover the fact, at least for a while, that several cars had just upped and vanished. Alberto was driven to larceny by his addiction to the dice tables and the need to keep himself flush for regular trips to Las Vegas. Thus, he agreed once a month to sell one of the Shelbys for 1/5 the sticker price of $6,000, and in the bargain, he would hand-deliver it to George's place in Manhattan Beach, complete with California registration and ownership papers. In turn, George had Pogo, his wheelman, drive the vehicle down to Mazatlan, where it would be traded to Cosme for 300 kilos of marijuana. In this fashion, George managed to turn a $1,200 investment into $90,000. Over time, he became such a good customer that Alberto began urging bigger deals on him, using more and more cars. One morning, George stepped out his front door to discover that his view of the houses across the street was being blocked by an 80-foot-long double-decker car carrier loaded up with 8 brand-new Shelbys, driven by Alberto himself. "Get that fucking thing out of here! Are you crazy?" George yelled at him. "We're doing this one at a time. That's it. One at a time." In any event, that was how George's operation changed in the fall of 1970. They now trucked the pot from Cosme's farmers near Mazatlan, 200 miles up into the Sierra Madre, to a tiny paved landing strip just outside the mining city of Durango, 6,197 feet above sea level. This was high desert country, filled with mesquite and cactus, land formations carved into mesas and buttes by centuries of weather action and erosion, arroyos running down into flowing riverbeds. For the way in which the terrain resembled parts of the American West, Durango had gained popularity among Hollywood movie companies, John Wayne's among them, as a location for shooting westerns on the cheap and avoiding certain U.S. corporate tax laws. As a result, a portion of George's marijuana for a Mustang loads, the part he couldn't get into the airplane, often got trucked back across the border, secreted inside movie trailers, filled otherwise by camera equipment. The drive from Mazatlan to the landing strip just outside of Durango involved negotiating one of the more singular engineering phenomena in the Western Hemisphere, the Mexican Mountain Road. Barren of guardrails, shoulders, streetlights, and any other safety features of modern highway construction, the road to Durango writhes through the mountains like a serpent in heat. Around its hairpin turns, one can expect to confront anything from short-haul Mexican buses, whose drivers whip them into the curves in a manner defying the known laws of physics, to an assortment of free-ranging farm animals, including pigs, donkeys, cows, chickens, dogs, goats, and occasionally a dour-looking bull. Flower-strewn crosses dot the roadside to mark the spot where some unfortunate soul, perhaps a little slow to notice his side of the road had washed out in a deluge, had plunged to his death. The scenery almost anywhere in the mountains can be pretty distracting. Lofty peaks all around, waterfalls cascading down the sides of cliffs, 1,000-foot ravines. But the prudent driver allows it only stolen glances, eyes fixed for signs of danger ahead. One of the more popular is Pavamente Resbaloso, announcing a stretch of very serious potholes, wide and deep enough to be easily mistaken for an excavation project. There are also little picture signs advising drivers that, depending on when God wants it to happen, at any minute they can be struck on the roof by a large boulder and other debris. Drivers resolve to take the warnings very seriously every now and then when they run into an unruly pile of splintered wood and rubble that shortly before had been a rock formation and a tree anchored somewhere on higher ground. Once, having reached Durango, George and his men buried the pot near the landing strip in a deep hole roofed over by plywood planking and camouflaged with a covering of sod. There it awaited the arrival of the hole-in-the-wall gang airplane, which these days was being piloted in tenuous fashion by the knight of the white-knuckle landing, Here We Go Bob. The big trouble came in the fall of 1970. It was the time when rock and roll fans had to adjust to the fact that the Beatles were breaking up. Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin were both dead of drug overdoses. The FBI finally nabbed Angela Davis in a motel room in Manhattan, and someone, a farmer most likely, spotted George's man Orlando burying a 300-kilo stash of pot at the north end of the landing strip and phoned this piece of information into the Durango office of the Federal Judicial Police. The call eventually was patched through to a boyish, clean-shaven officer of the Federales named Alfonso, who wore heavy, horn-rimmed glasses and combed his hair back in a DA in the manner of Buddy Holly. After listening to the farmer, and since no one in George's organization had thought to bribe the police up there, Alfonso had little choice but to perform his duty. Consequently, when George flew to the Durango airport on a commercial flight, rented a car, and drove out to the airstrip to dig up the load and get it ready for when Bob came in, he found his car being converged upon by police cruisers staking out the field, and himself suddenly very much under arrest. At the time of George's apprehension, the federal police were, and to only a slightly lesser extent are still, an extremely powerful political entity, just about a law unto themselves. Regarding persons who came into their custody, they conducted themselves pretty much as they wanted to, despite the provision in Article 19 of the Mexican Federal Constitution, which was written to protect citizens against wantonly cruel treatment at the hands of the police. The article says, in part, all mistreatment in apprehension or in prisons, every molestation inflicted without legal motive, are abuses which shall be corrected by the laws and repressed by the authorities. As Alfonso saw it, he had no end of legal motive here, where this smart-ass gringo with the big shoulders was concerned. When he was brought to the police station, George had not only refused to sign the proffered confession, but did so in an insolent manner, telling the federale that he could go fuck himself, and suggesting the same for his pissant deputies as well. This was an ill-advised response to the situation, as George shortly found out. The next thing he knew, he was taken to a little room, his clothes were stripped off, and he was placed in a chair and doused with a bucket of water. One of the policemen approached him holding in his hand a black truncheon-like implement, 18 inches long, that turned out to be an extra-high-voltage cattle prod, capable of making a 2,000-pound bovine creature do an involuntary tourjeté. The deputy poked the thing in the direction of George's testicles, and when contact was made, an electric shock surged through his lower region that made George double over in agony and exhale a large amount of air. After the cattle prod incident, George, still naked, was taken to another room and shoved inside a little wooden box called a jula, which resembled a doghouse and was constructed so as to force a man inside it to sit in a severely bent-over position, his head pressed to his knees and his legs crossed Indian style. The lid of the box was locked down tight, so the only light came in from two air holes about an inch in diameter. That's how George spent his first 24 hours in custody. Late the following day, stiff and fairly bursting with the desire to modify his behavior toward the police, he was brought once again into the presence of Alfonso. The federale said there were two ways to go here. One was for George to exercise his right under the Mexican Constitution, get a lawyer, and challenge the arrest in the courts. Given the backlog in the system, it might take 2 or 3 years for the case to be heard. And since it was unlikely that bail would be granted to a foreigner, George would have to spend the intervening time in jail. The alternative was, how much money did he think he could raise to buy himself out of this mess? "I did not have a difficult time choosing," George says. "We settled on a figure of 50,000 American dollars, 25 for him and 25 for the federal circuit judge to sign the papers." George told the federale it would take a little time since he had to call Los Angeles to have Annette get the money, $20,000 as a down payment to show his good faith. She would have to make contact with a man named Esposito, a bail bondsman in L.A. whom George knew from the drug business and who would bring the money down to Durango. Esposito had a cousin who was high up in the federales in Mexico City who could vouch for him to Alfonso. After Annette reached him, Esposito called down, and he and Alfonso had a conversation. When he hung up, he turned to me and smiled and said, "Okay, Jorge, it's going to be okay. You come and stay at my house with me until the money comes. I will make you comfortable. You will be my guest." He also said he was sorry for all this, and the next time I wanted to use the airstrip, I should notify him in advance. We could work something out. Awaiting Esposito, George would go out on the town at night with Alfonso's deputies, hitting the zona, or red light district, where the women did their business behind partitions of blankets strung up on clotheslines, and for free if you were a friend of the constabulary. In a few days, Esposito showed up with the $20,000 in cash, promising to return a week later with the balance, and George was coming to regard this business of being in Mexican police custody as not so terrible when all was said and done. But before the final payment was made and the release signed, a federal prosecutor from Mexico City unexpectedly showed up on the scene with his own idea as to how the case was going to be handled. It seemed that the federal authorities, who had been exceedingly irritated by Operation Intercept and the fuss the United States was creating over drug smuggling, wanted to use this big marijuana bust in Durango as a way to show that gringo President Nixon with a nose that looked like a mashed tamale, that the Mexican government was doing more than it got credit for when it came to stamping out the international marijuana peril. Instructed to milk the case for all the publicity he could get, the prosecutor loaded the 300 kilos George had been arrested with into a trunk, notified the local newspapers and the TV people, and drove the pot and George and the arresting police officers out to the airfield. There, he piled up the duffel bags in front of the big hole they'd been buried in, set George up in front of the bags, positioned the policemen off to the side, pointing at him with their carbines, and told the press to fire away. A news photo of the scene ran the next day on the front page of the local paper under a blaring headline that read, "Norteamericano narcotraficante capturado en la pista," pista meaning airstrip. This interruption of their impending deal with George hugely pissed off Alfonso and the judge, as well as the deputies who were to share in the payoff, and muttered to George as they drove him back from the press conference that they should shoot the son of a bitch prosecutor and bury him in the hole that had been dug for the pot. To everyone's relief, the prosecutor flew back to Mexico City the next day. Nevertheless, he'd kicked up such a fuss with the news story that the Federale determined, reluctantly, that for form's sake, George would have to spend time in the state penitenciaria until the thing blew over. About 3 months should be sufficient, he thought. Then they could get on with the arrangement. In its report on the Mexican penal system, issued in 1991, America's Watch, the organization that monitors human rights violations in the Western Hemisphere, criticized the prisons for being dirty and overcrowded, for not providing inmates proper medical care or a well-balanced diet, and for tolerating a high level of corruption among the officials and guards. Corruption is an endemic feature of life in Mexican prisons, the report said. Prisoners in almost all the prisons we visited reported that drugs, alcohol, and heterosexual and homosexual prostitutes are available for a price. We heard many accounts of prisoners paying other prisoners for protection and bribing guards for jobs, visiting privileges, food, and other necessities. Corruption seems to be accepted by both officials and inmates as an inevitable part of the prison system. This was all so much for the better, as far as George was concerned. In Mexico, as he found out, the prisons themselves aren't the problem. It's being there without money or friends or influence, so you can't glom on to the wide array of goods and services that can make your stay less arduous, not to say agreeable. Without resources, as noted by America's Watch, you could be in for a bit of trouble, especially if you were an American. Newly completed that year, the prison sits about a mile out of town, encompasses 14 hectares or 34.5 acres, surrounded by a 20-foot-high granite wall, and holds about 1,200 men, along with a couple of dozen women housed in a separate unit. The men live in groups of cells in one of several unattached buildings or houses located inside the wall. The first inmates George met in his house were 2 American school teachers from Arizona, Terry and Jerome, who had a harrowing story to tell. 2 years before, they said, they and their wives had been touring the Sierra Madre in a brand-new camper van when they were stopped by the police. They were beaten up, their wives were raped, marijuana was planted among their belongings, their van was stolen by the authorities, and they themselves were thrown in jail. Their families back home had only a small amount of money to send down for legal help, and in the 2 years, their Mexican lawyers had achieved no discernible progress in moving the case toward resolution. Terry and Jerome now despaired of ever getting out. George had every good reason to believe this was not the fate that awaited him. He'd already cut his deal with Alfonso, who wanted not only to get the rest of the money, but also to explore further business arrangements that might be worked out regarding the landing strip. George had been delivered to the prison gates by his not terribly sober claque of Alfonso's deputies, who said they'd missed George's company and would try to make his prison stay endurable. It happened that they were members of the police baseball team, which came out to the prison each weekend to play the inmates. So they'd see him that very Saturday, bring plenty of tequila with them and some pot, and some girls, too. How would that be, eh, Senor Jorge? But even for inmates lacking his connections, life in the Durango prison was not as onerous or as rigidly monitored as it was in similar institutions in the United States. For one thing, inmates were allowed out of their cells from 6 in the morning until 7 at night, when they were free to roam about the large prison grounds, read books, work for small pay in the prison shops if they wanted to. You couldn't get out, of course, but despite its wall, the Durango prison did not give inmates the feeling they were in a cage. For only a small bit of money, they could supplement the prison fare with chicken and green peppers and onions, which they could cook up on hibachis scattered about the yard and sit and eat with their friends. There was a bodega on the grounds. Every weekend, the inmates' wives and children were allowed in, and they would bring the makings of family picnics, which they ate at tables under umbrellas to keep off the sun. On Saturdays, there were ball games, soccer, baseball, basketball, and also guitar playing for dancing. Every 3 weeks, an inmate could spend all night with his wife in a private motel-like unit on the prison grounds. Women inmates with newborns could keep their children with them until they are 3 years old. "I'll take a Mexican prison over an American one any day," says Ellen Lutz, chief of the Mexican desk of America's Watch in Los Angeles and the principal author of its prison study. "They're loaded with corruption and violence, but there is a much higher level of human dignity allowed the inmates than in the United States. In Mexico, you're confined, yes, but you're not treated like an animal." What George remembers most about the prison was Sunday afternoons, approaching 5 p.m., when the families would have to leave. As he wrote to Annette, "Sunday afternoons, goodbyes are said between tears and kisses, children holding on to their father's pant legs. There are sisters and brothers-in-law, nieces and aunts and uncles. It's sad to see them go, but they'll be back. I think about this. Mexico, a primitive country, has a more humane penal system than the United States. Why? Monday the place returns to normal, back to tedium, but you remember the good time you had, and now we can wait for the next one." George also got busy doing what he was good at, which was making friends with people who might do him some good. "When I first got there, I asked these guys Terry and Jerome who runs things around here, and they said, 'Wait until tomorrow and you'll meet him.' This guy ran the baseball team, and he had all the dope. He had liquor. In your cell, you could build anything you wanted. And he had this little stove made out of a 10-gallon oil can. He cut out the bottom, and you put charcoal in there. He had guys who were gophers who would get him food and cook it. So I met him. He invited me over and asked what I did. I said I was a marijuana smuggler, and I could get transportation into the United States. That was it. Within 24 hours, I was the second jefe of the prison, the assistant gringo boss." The man who had appointed George his number 2 was Manuel Perez, a native of Mazatlan. He had also been sent there for marijuana smuggling, along with his wife, Martha, who lived over in the women's unit. Manuel was getting out in 6 months, and after George described his operation, the two resolved to go into business together. The bust had been all over the papers, the plane and landing strip and all, and Manuel said he had a bunch of people working for him, just like Sanchez and Ramon, and he could get whatever I wanted. Suddenly, here I was, all set up again. I often think about why people down there trusted me, how I got them to do things they'd never do for other Americans. Why? I think I had some kind of presence, the way I presented it all, and because I had no fear, and I treated people well. I loved most of them in Mexico, and I didn't hold it back. I grew to love Manuel. A lot of Americans came down there and treated them like they were shit, second-class people. People like Ramon, he was always getting screwed, but I really loved them. I think they saw that, above everything else. In mid-November, after George had been there about 3 months, Alfonso, faithful to his word, pulled up in a car at the prison gate with a bail bondsman, Esposito, and Esposito's cousin, the federale from Mexico City, and told the warden to bring him out. They took him into Durango, to a small office up a set of rickety back stairs where a circuit judge, an older man with a suit and a gray mustache, was sitting at his desk. Esposito handed him the briefcase, says George. He opened it, counted the money, then took a piece of paper out of his briefcase and a little seal, and he stamped it. "Jorge Suelto," he said. "George is free." Then he took out some more pieces of paper for the warden and stamped them. We took them back to the prison, and Alfonso gave them to the warden, and that was it. I was gone. Alfonso seemed sorry to see me go. He wanted to talk about forming some kind of relationship. I told him that seemed like a good idea and I'd call, but that was just because I didn't want to offend him. I already knew where I was going. Whereas Ramon was little more than a boy, Manuel was a man in his 40s, and he was connected to the Mexican mafia in Mazatlan. This meant for George that very serious consequences would now attend his failure to produce whatever he promised. The deal he worked out with Manuel was that the two would be straight partners. Manuel would furnish the pot, and George would transport it across the border, sell it in the United States, and returned to Mazatlan to split the proceeds 50-50 minus expenses. Manuel's farmers were guarded by heavily armed members of the mafia, referred to simply by its initial, MA, a vast criminal enterprise engaged in the same range of activities, drugs, gambling, extortion, as its Italian counterpart in the States. The mafia ruled through fear and intimidation, and in the mountains, if you were caught where you shouldn't be, there would be trouble. As connected as he was, Manuel, for instance, never ventured north of the Rio Tomasula, which runs down from up the back of Culiacan, from the region of the Espinosa del Diablo, or Devil's Backbone. The marijuana grown in that territory was intended for someone else. There used to be a sign along one of the trails off the Durango Road, near a place called Buenos Aires, that, loosely translated, said, "If you're going to make a start, keep on going, if you know what you're doing. But if I were you, I'd think it over." Right beyond the sign was where the charred bodies of Cosme and the Mazatlan police chief were found a couple of years after George had left Mexico. For some transgression against the MA, they'd been burned alive and left hanging from a tree. Even by mafia standards, Manuel was a tough customer, someone George saw good reason to emulate. About George's height, tall for a Mexican, he was a classy dresser with a small, neatly clipped mustache. He could just about out-carouse George, a large piece of work for any healthy man, especially when it came to downing the cocos locos that Gordo, the bartender at the Shrimp Bucket, would whip up. 2 ounces each of tequila, vodka, gin, grenadine, and 150 proof Mexican rum, poured into the hacked-off shell of a fresh coconut and filled with ice and coconut water. Manuel was also an exceptional baseball fanatic, and after a night in the bars and the whorehouses of Mazatlan, he'd be up the next morning to field the semi-professional baseball team he both owned and pitched for as a southpaw sidearmer, the same delivery as George, the Weymouth Little Leaguer. After the game, he'd take off in his truck to arrange his business in the mountains. He had read Hermann Hesse and spoke French and English. His hand-tooled boots came from Durango. He wore a wide-brimmed white Stetson. Except when he pitched ball, he kept an automatic pistol tucked into his belt underneath his shirt, a small .32 caliber Beretta for in-town occasions, but when he went into the hills where he didn't mind if people saw the bulge, he brought his bull-stopping 9mm llama. Like Manuel, George started sticking a big pistol in his own belt, a nickel-plated .357 Smith & Wesson. He smoked long cigars like Manuel and bought a big white hat. On one occasion, he posed for a snapshot with bandoleras filled with cartridges crisscrossed over his chest. That was the big bad bandito that FBI agent Trout saw in the snapshot in George's bedroom while George was on the run. Nobody fooled with Manuel, and he lived long enough to die of cancer in 1982 in a hospital bed in San Diego, California. Because of the need to pay Manuel his half of every deal, George now arrived in Mazatlan from Amherst with a considerable amount of cash on him, sometimes $50,000 to $75,000. Carrying all that money made him more than a little nervous. He hid it in the battery compartments of large road service flashlights, and it didn't ease his mind when Manuel invariably reserved a room for him at Rosa's, which was a combination whorehouse and hotel 4 blocks back from the beach. Manuel had a financial interest in the place, and it was a favorite haunt of many of the banditos when they came down from the mountains. George would often have to wait there a day or two for Manuel to show up, during which it didn't fail to strike him that he was literally sleeping in a den of thieves and cutthroats. The bandits would show up in the morning and hang around in the courtyard, George looking out at them from behind a curtain in his room. There'd be 10 pickups out there with all these guys with big mustaches, drinking beer and tequila, with pistols in their belts. These guys were very serious people, killers. Some of them, just to look at them, scared the shit out of me. They made me think of the old story about the swan and the scorpion, where the scorpion asked the swan to take him across the river, and the swan says, "Are you crazy? You'll sting me in the neck and I'll be dead." "I wouldn't do that," the Scorpion replies, "because then we'd drown and both be dead." So the Swan finally agrees and they start across, but in the middle of the river, the Scorpion stings him anyway. "Why'd you do that?" "Now we're going to die," the Swan says. And the Scorpion answers, "Because it's my nature." Although flying in and out of the mountain landing strips meant there was less chance of getting caught, the runways themselves were shorter, 3,000 feet rather than 5,000, and the jungle growth at the edges made landing and taking off a little more hairy, which was not appreciated by Here We Go Bob, who raised a constant lament over George's new style of operation. Some of the fields were so closed in by trees that the planes had to be slingshot into the air, a maneuver that required a half-dozen guys to hold onto the tail while the pilot revved the engine. Then they released their hold of the plane abruptly so it would catapult forward with enough speed to achieve liftoff before exhausting the runway. Another problem was the general lumpiness of the landing sites, which were nothing but cornfields after all. This created a dangerous condition for some of the planes George had been using that had tricycle landing gear, with one wheel under the nose and the other two attached to the wings. This sort of plane came in hard, nose down, and if it struck a rut or any kind of a hole, the impact could shear off the front landing gear. Much more suitable for the mountains were any of the tail-dragger models, which touched down on the rear wheel first and settled gently onto the pair of wheels under the wings, like a duck landing on a pond. Since Manuel had access to more growers than Ramon did, the new level of business demanded more frequent flights, and so George needed additional planes and pilots. Rather than cutting other people in on the operation, he began contracting with Cliff Guttersrod back in Manhattan Beach, the handsome blonde pilot with the flyboy license plates, who supplied him flyers for a fee. Cliff had his own Lockheed Lodestar, the same twin-tailed model used to fly Ingrid Bergman away in the farewell scene in Casablanca. But Guttersrud didn't much fancy taking it into the mountains and setting down on one of George's cornfield-cum runways. Indeed, he didn't like to get his hands too dirty in any regard, preferring to supervise the pilot operation from a distance. He'd fly down to the Mazatlan airport, dressed in his usual blazer and polo shirt, sometimes bringing along his girlfriend, even his mother and father on one trip, asking George to show them the sights of the city. Cliff leased the planes for the drug flights through a dummy corporation in Manhattan Beach, then changed the markings so their origin would be hard to trace. But as George needed more and more planes, and he now wanted strictly twin-engine jobs with a greater range, ones that could reach the dry lakes without all the rigmarole of stopping on the way for refueling, he was suddenly struck with an idea. "You know what's the easiest thing to steal in the world?" he asked over lunch not long ago at a harborside restaurant in Plymouth, Massachusetts, looking around to see who was listening, his voice dropping to a whisper. "An airplane," he said. "I can take you around the country and show you hundreds of little airports, and you'd sit in the car all day and no one would show up. Millions of dollars worth of aircraft just sitting there and nobody around, not even a watchman. Sometimes these owners don't fly them for weeks, so they don't even know they're gone." So suddenly it came to me. Why go through all this insanity of trying to buy and lease planes under phony names or corporations that they could trace eventually anyway, when we could just take one, get a nice $100,000 Beechcraft or Cessna, twin engine with tip tanks and a 14 or 1,500-mile radius, for free? We were breaking the law anyway, so why leave a trail? To try out his scheme, on the occasion of his next trip east in the summer of 1971, George brought along Here We Go Bob, rented a car in Amherst, and the two took a little driving trip out to Cape Cod. For 2 weeks on and off, they monitored the traffic at the tiny airport in Chatham, a well-to-do town located at the elbow of the Cape, notable for its 19th-century shingled cottages trimmed in hazy blue. A few planes used the airport on the weekends, but on weekdays, the place was usually deserted, and always so at night. Landing or taking off after dark You turned on the runway lights yourself by calling in on the proper radio frequency. No airport personnel was needed. On the final evening of their vigil, George took along a bolt puller normally used to remove corroded fittings from engine blocks and yanked out the ignition system of a sleek twin-engine Cessna with blue striping. He screwed in a new ignition unit, one that had its own key, and reconnected the wires. Bob fired up the plane, set it loose down the runway, and they were off. It took a day and a half of leisurely flying to cross the country, stopping at a couple of local airports to gas up. Reaching the West Coast, they landed at a little field, Hawthorne Airport, near Manhattan Beach, where they stored the plane a few days before Bob made the run south. In what became a routine, after using the planes a few times, George would park them at the Santa Monica Airport, tie them down to the tarmac, and go off to get another one. In this fashion, he secured the loan of about 15 aircraft from airports at Plymouth and at Sandwich and Barnstable on the Cape, from one outside Santa Fe, New Mexico, and another near Mammoth Lakes in California. The only drawback to this plan was that there was no way of knowing if the borrowed planes had any mechanical problems or how well they'd been serviced. As long as the engine started up, we figured it was okay, says George. And it was, at least most of the time. George did experience a slight brake problem once with a twin-engine Cessna he'd procured from Santa Fe, which was being flown by one of Cliff's rent-a-pilots named Donnie. Coming into the dry lakes, both George, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and Donnie had to stand up heavily on the pedals to bring the plane to a halt before it got to the end of the salt flat. Donnie argued for leaving it there and driving back with Pogo in the camper, but George had other uses for the plane and told him to fly them on to Santa Monica. It was a bad mistake. When they hit the runway at Santa Monica, Donnie reversed the props to slow it down and applied pressure to the brake pedal, gradually at first, then with increasing desperation as he saw his effort producing no discernible effect. "Georgie, they're gone," he says. "We're whizzing down the runway at about 110 miles an hour and there's nowhere to go. Planes are lined up to the left of us, incoming traffic on the right. Straight ahead I could see a big ditch they dug for a storm drain." Before they figured out what to do, the plane had run out of runway and plunged into the ditch, ramming its nose into the dirt and gravel, its tail jerking up into the air. The first sound after the crunch was the keening of a siren. Then men in silver suits were darting about, spewing the area with foam. The police were reported to be on the way. Oh, great, George was thinking. The pilot took off immediately, just ran away. I'm collecting the maps of Mexico and the lake beds, the guns, the pistols into a bag, and I'm trying to get the hell out of there also. One of the silver suits is asking, "Who the hell are you? Where's the pilot?" "I don't know. I hitched a ride from Santa Fe. Maybe the pilot's in shock, wandering around somewhere. Why don't you look for him?" "I don't feel too well myself. I gotta go and throw up." George hobbled over to the executive part of the airport, his football knee bothering him now. He saw a young woman coming out of the office and getting into a car. "I got an emergency, sweetheart. Do you think you could take me to Manhattan Beach?" She said she was only driving as far as halfway. "That's just where I'm going," I said. "Let's go." Stealing airplanes wasn't the only innovation George brought to the smuggling business. He also pioneered the art of the road landing. This practice not only proved useful during the rainy season, June through October, when the fields turned into mud holes, but it also kept the flights clear of regular airports. He didn't have to worry about the police, who were thoroughly paid off, but pressure from the Nixon administration to stem the drug tide continued to mount in the early 1970s, so much that the Mexican government had gotten the army involved. Military authorities put out the word that money could be earned in exchange for information about anyone who was landing planes at night or buying gasoline for unclear purposes. In this connection, Mexican soldiers came uncomfortably close to nabbing George and Manuel on one occasion when someone at the Mazatlan airport apparently leaked word that a large amount of airplane fuel and hand-operated pumps were being transported up into the mountains. They thanked their escape on the fact that Manuel always had scouts stationed along the lower trails to monitor the presence of hostile parties in the area. Thus, when the Army actually sent up a troop of men to investigate the reports, word was rapidly passed on up to the airstrip, just in time for the plane to get in and out, and for the farmers and banditos to fade into the jungle. With the soldiers firing away aimlessly into the trees, Manuel led George down a hidden series of trails back toward Mazatlan, spending a night on the way in the thatched hut of a friendly campesino. The highway landings obviated the problem of spies, since George moved them around to various roads in the northwestern part of the country. Greg was brought in to fly these jobs, because landing an airplane on a strip of road pocked with potholes and barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass did not hold much appeal for Here We Go Bob. The last, and the most memorable of the landings, occurred right on Route 15, the main highway from Mazatlan to Culiacan, in late August of 1972, about when President Nixon was making a campaign speech in Kentucky promising peace with honor and not peace with surrender in Vietnam. Greg had flown down to the Mazatlan airport, and George drove him out to inspect the highway. To keep cars away during landings, George customarily blocked off the road with vehicles at both ends of a few thousand-foot length, while a couple of Manuel's banditos stood around holding guns and staring in an unfriendly manner at anyone who approached. About 10 miles north of town, they found a smooth enough stretch, but Greg didn't like all those high-tension power lines strung alongside the northbound lane. Given the slightest miscalculation on his part, his wingtip could nick into a pole or hit a wire. Noting that the poles were wood, George told him not to worry about the power lines. They wouldn't be there when Greg came in for the landing. It was a little misty that day, with a light rain falling, when George and the bandits pulled up at the landing site with a Winnebago full of pot. The men blocked the southern access of the road, and George stood by the van at the north. Suddenly, down the highway came a station wagon. It bore Arizona plates, a middle-aged man and woman in front, and a couple of boys, 12 or 13 years old, in the back, and suitcases strapped on top. An American family on vacation. George, his cowboy hat lowered over one eye and a cigar in his mouth, stood in the road and put up his hand for them to stop. They did as he bade, probably because he was carrying an M16 semi-automatic rifle, as well as having a revolver tucked in his belt. "Excuse me, sir," he said, leaning over to see into the car. "We're just doing a little drug operation, and you'll have to wait here a minute. Just be patient, and you can go on your way very shortly after the plane leaves." Just then, Greg called in on the radio to say he'd be touching down in a few minutes, and remember the power lines, George. With the vacationers staring in wonder, George ran over to the camper and withdrew a McCulloch chainsaw he'd gotten in a Mazatlan hardware store, ripped at the starter cord, and one by one he lopped off a half a dozen or so of the poles. He made sure to cut them on a 45-degree angle, right to left, so they would topple over away from the road, radioed the all clear. Greg then brought down the plane. Quickly, the banditos helped load it up. Greg spun the craft around in a 180-degree turn, gunned the motor, and took off whence he came, soon appearing as just a receding dot in the distant sky. George waved the station wagon on through before climbing into the camper and heading back to town. It was dusk when he reached the city limits, and strangely dark. For some reason, the street lamps seemed to be out. Traffic signals weren't working either. When he got to the bar at the Shrimp Bucket, the place was illuminated with the eerie glow of candles, and Gordo, the bartender, was passing out free Cocos Locos. Gordo said he didn't know what it was, but something had happened a little while ago, and the lights died suddenly all over. It was only then that it dawned on George, and was confirmed by a page-one story the next day in the newspapers, that for the sake of providing Greg a safe place to land, he'd succeeded in knocking out the power to the whole northern half of the city of Mazatlan. Chapter 5. Danbury, 1974 to 1975. Nothing was meant to be. You are the designer of your life. If you want something, you can plan and work for it. Nothing is easy, but nothing is impossible either. From a plaque outside the Counseling Center at the Federal Correctional Institution, Danbury, Connecticut. Only 2 months elapsed between George's lights-out highway landing in Mazatlan and his equally memorable encounter with the hooker who looked like Britt Eklund and his arrest in the Chicago Playboy Club later in the fall of 1972. It would be still another 18 months, and after the collar by Agent Trout in his childhood bedroom, before the federal marshals would finally get George to a Chicago courtroom to face the music. Technically, he could have been sentenced to up to 5 years for the bail jumping alone, plus another 15 on the marijuana charge. But with his lawyers nudging, the hugely overburdened U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago proved amenable to going along with a term of 3 years. This meant George would actually do only 12 months in a federal prison if he behaved himself, and that in a low or medium security facility, where time passed more or less agreeably. At 6 a.m. on March 14, 1974, federal marshals picked him up at the Cook County Jail and escorted
to shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest. Following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
him into the holding pen in the U.S. District Court building, where his lawyer again went over the deal worked out with the U.S. attorney and coached George on the little speech he should make before Judge James Austin, who would be presiding. "Tell him you're sorry," the lawyer said. "Tell him you made a mistake and you're going to change your life. Describe your plans for the future. Whatever you tell him, be sure you do it in a way that convinces him you're contrite, repentant." The marshals who brought George over were also trying to be helpful. This judge was a son of a bitch, but fair, they said. The best way to deal with him was not to give him any shit and not to talk too long. At mid-afternoon, George finally found himself standing before the bench. A man in his 60s, with glasses and a gray balding head, was looking down at him in an impassive manner. The assistant U.S. attorney reviewed the case and said the bond-jumping charge would be dropped and that a term of 3 years on the marijuana sale was acceptable to the U.S. government. George's lawyer confirmed the arrangement and larded in some details about Mr. Jung's plans for going back to college after prison, taking some business courses, maybe getting into advertising. The judge then turned his gaze to George and asked him what he had to say for himself, which was when the whole thing slid off the track. It was the old problem George had when it came to authority figures. George didn't tell his lawyer, but he had a feeling right when he entered the courtroom and saw the federal judge sitting up there that he wasn't going to do the speech they'd agreed on. "I had it all planned, what to say, but when I got in there, something came over me," he recalls. "Suddenly I got this feeling. I became very hostile, because I really didn't believe what I did was wrong. I mean, I was selling stuff that people wanted. It wasn't hurting anyone. People were calling it God's herb, and it was all going to be legal anyway someday." What he actually told the judge was, "Your Honor, I realize I broke the law, but I want to tell you in all honesty that I don't feel it's a crime. I think it's foolishness to sentence a man to prison. For what? For crossing an imaginary line with a bunch of plants? George found himself expressing other general thoughts as well. He mentioned the Vietnam War and something about how none of the real criminals in the world ever end up behind bars. A little distillation from the oral philosophy of Bob Dylan. You say that I'm an outlaw. You say that I'm a thief. Well, where's the Christmas dinner for the people on relief? There might have been some more, but what he remembers next is his attorney giving him a stamp on the foot, which the judge couldn't see, and the eyes of the court officers lifting up to search the ceiling. George remembers Judge Austin smiling down at him in a way that made him think at first he might just have pulled it off, said things that had gotten through to the old man. That's an interesting concept you have, Mr. Jung. Very interesting, he recalls the judge saying. Unfortunately for you, the imaginary line you crossed is real, and the plants you brought with you are illegal, and what you did constitutes a crime. And after hearing the speech, he told George he just might also have a little attitude problem, in view of which the judge didn't think he was of a mind anymore to go along with the 3-year deal. Mr. Jung was now going away for 4. As a Level 2 facility, federal prisons are rated on a scale of 1 to 6, 6 being the designation for an end-of-the-line joint, such as the one in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, or Marion, Illinois. Danbury was designated as a correctional institution rather than a penitentiary, which meant that its inmates had been given relatively low sentences for crimes that entailed no violence. From a quick look at the celebrity roster, they also promised to afford engaging company. George just missed the 2 Father Berrigans, Dan and Philip, who had been released after doing a year each for pouring bottles of blood plasma over selective service records in Baltimore as a protest against the war. But Clifford Irving was around, the author who had made headlines for his hoax biography of Howard Hughes. From the world of sports came Johnny Sample, the defensive back for the New York Jets, whose terrorizing of would-be pass receivers helped his team to victory in Super Bowl III back in 1969. He was now working off his sentence for cashing some $15,000 in stolen U.S. Treasury checks as a prison recreation aid, laying down the lines for the ball field, making sure the weight racks were set up properly. Representing the Nixon administration was G, for George, Gordon Liddy, the unrepentant Watergate defendant, who at the time George arrived was awaiting sentencing on 2 counts of burglary, 2 of intercepting oral communications, and 1 of conspiracy. From his first day, Liddy had made a big hit with the other inmates for the way he turned prison conditions on end, and in general made life more difficult for the administration. In the crowded orientation dorm, for instance, where there were only 3 toilets for 100 inmates, he succeeded in reserving 1 for his exclusive use by putting up a fake memo on the bulletin board informing inmates about the myriad of ways they could catch venereal disease, then posting an official-looking sign over one of the toilets announcing VD only. Using his knowledge of surveillance techniques, he actually managed to bug the administration's telephone lines and drove the guards crazy by spreading the word among prisoners about which guards were sneaking around having affairs with other guards' wives. He also won a lawsuit against the warden that forced guards to honor due process rules before putting prisoners into solitary for disciplinary infractions. George would encounter Liddy at the weight rack now and then, where he could outpress Liddy by about 25 pounds. He determined against trying to make friends with him, however, after Liddy announced one day that in any country given over to him to run, he'd put a quick end to drug smuggling by categorizing the offense as a capital crime and doing away with the bastards. The prison also held an assortment of city and state officials doing time on corruption charges, among them a one-time mayor of Atlantic City and a former head of the New Jersey State Highway Department, as well as a large complement of doctors and business executives convicted for variations on the theme of stealing money. For the untruths he told the Internal Revenue Service, Old Man Grosinger from the famous Catskill Hotel family was there, working as a gardener, tending the rose beds outside the warden's office, and complaining to George that he'd offered to pay the money back, but that the government would rather see him die in prison. During their first 2 weeks at Danbury, inmates attended the prison's orientation program, which consisted of lectures by staff members for 4 hours every day. Among other objectives, the handbook said, the program was geared toward helping inmates develop a positive and meaningful attitude toward institutional staff. During this phase, the inmate is encouraged to take an active and realistic part in his program planning. He should express his needs as he sees them. The quality of an inmate's life in prison depends not on whatever he gets from the staff, but on the bounty of one's fellow prisoners who really run the institution. They operate the laundry, so they're the ones you see to get pants that fit right and a razor-crisp shirt. They run the kitchen and the dining room, so you go to them if you want a tender cut of meat, some special piquancy added to your spaghetti sauce, or a table over in the corner for you and your buddies. They do the clerical chores in the health service, so they're the ones who can provide you a day off from the work detail on account of the terrible cold you have, the back acting up again, whatever. Two realities prison shares with the free world, however, are that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and altruism exists in pitifully short supply. On the other hand, inmates can nearly always be relied upon to deliver on what they promise, as long as they get something in return. One of the most lucrative of the prison jobs was clerking in the warden's office. This was where the files were kept containing interesting facts about fellow inmates that held high value as articles of trade. The most saleable piece of information was the name of a snitch, someone who had sold out a former acquaintance in exchange for easy time, and maybe not so much of it, in one of the less onerous prison settings, Danbury being a prime example, while the buddy he'd done in was languishing less happily for a longer period in some other institution. The identity of the snitch and the nature of his helpfulness to the authorities went for a high price at Danbury, payable in cigarettes, money, friendship, or favors. For example, inmate A in Danbury has a good friend, inmate B, doing hard time somewhere else. The two of them had a relationship on the outside and will again someday. Inmate A would give a lot to find out the name of the fucker who turned his friend in. When George arrived at Danbury, it was his good fortune that the chief clerk in the warden's office was a 33-year-old man named Arthur Davey. Just a year older than George, he turned out to be not only a fellow marijuana smuggler, but also, coincidentally, a native of Weymouth, Massachusetts, whose family had moved him away when he was age 12. In the course of becoming pals, Arthur and George arrived at various ways to make each other's life in the prison more pleasant, if not cushy. Raspy-voiced, with a machine gun delivery and a mania for orderliness, Arthur had graduated, class of 1964, from Northeastern University with a degree in business administration. After school, he had spent several years in the fuel oil business before deciding abruptly to buy a boat on Cape Cod and become a fisherman. "Codfish, don't talk back," he explained. He spent a year or so running after tuna before a cousin persuaded him in late 1970 to join him in another seafaring occupation that paid a lot better, which involved steering the boat down to Jamaica in the West Indies and running it back to the States with large loads of marijuana. After about 18 months of operations, Arthur was arrested in 1972 as part of a major bust by agents of the CIA, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics, the FBI, the Jamaican Navy, the Jamaican Coast Guard, the Jamaican Military Police, and the Jamaican Defense Force, while he was ferrying 7.5 tons of pot to an 84-foot steel-hulled mothership sitting 6 miles off the Jamaican coast. Before facing charges in the United States, he had to do his Jamaican time, 8 months in a prison just outside of Kingston. Constructed around the time the Pilgrims were landing at Plymouth, it contained 8 by 10-foot stone cells, each with a single barred window 10 inches square. One of the units had been reproduced by a French movie director and set up 100 feet away for the filming of Papillon, about Devil's Island, where it served as the Dustin Hoffman character's place of solitary confinement. In real life, 11 inmates plus Arthur were crammed into the same space, and with the prisoner classification system being fairly primitive, Arthur found himself thrown together with an interesting array of characters. One cellmate was an 18-year-old sugarcane worker with a barrel chest and a normally equanimous disposition. While he was cutting cane in the field one day, something went awry in his wiring system, and before anyone could successfully interfere, he'd whacked off the heads of 7 co-workers with his machete. In prison, he was known as Time Bomb. In Danbury, George was trying to make friends with a certain inmate who lived 3 bunks away from him in the dormitory, an endeavor in which Arthur would prove of great help. About 6 feet tall and weighing 300 pounds, the inmate was known as Fat Harry. Harry carried such bulk, the upper part of his legs contained as much mass as some people's whole bodies, that later, on the outside, George observed that he had difficulty inserting himself behind the wheel of even a commodious Cadillac Eldorado. Fat Harry was an important member of the Winter Hill Gang in Boston, a now extinct organization of Irish-American mobsters headed by Howie Winter, which operated out of an auto body shop in the town of Somerville. The gang split operations on a territorial basis with the Italians, including control over the distribution of every cigarette dispenser, jukebox, and pinball machine in the Northeast. Along with running the book on the South Shore from Boston to the Cape, Harry was also an associate in the Teamsters Union. It was some trouble involving union matters, an accounting problem, Harry said, that had landed him in Danbury. George wanted to get close to Harry, not so much for his connections, although they did come in handy later on, as for the fact that Harry worked in the prison kitchen as a baker. This meant he and his friends had access to steaks, pastrami sandwiches, desserts, anything they wanted, and at almost any time of day or night. Given the tedium of prison life, what an inmate gets to eat looms as one of the major preoccupations of the day. And so George set out to get the inside track on this bonanza. I'd keep going over to his bunk and talking to him, but he'd constantly ignore me, try to get rid of me. I'm reading now, can't you see? Or he'd get up and talk to someone else to get away from me. This went on for 3 weeks. Then one day he looked at me and laughed. I checked you out, he said. You were driving me fucking cuckoo, kid. I thought you were a cop they planted in here. So now, at least, Harry didn't cringe when George came over to chat. He even gave him some tips on how to be a successful hijacker. Think small, he said. Razor blades. Did you ever imagine how many of those little boxes of razor blades fit into a semi? Easy to carry. Everybody needs them. We hijack a truck and there's razor blades. We just take them. Leave everything else. But Harry didn't grant him any food privileges until one day when he asked George to do him a favor. George knew Arthur in the warden's office. Would he mind asking him to look up this certain person in the records, see if there was anything to indicate whether he'd been sent to Danbury after cooperating with the government? Harry would greatly appreciate knowing this. Arthur told George this was easy. The jackets of all the snitches were starred with an asterisk, as seemed to be the case with this guy he was asking about. Soon, George's life improved considerably. First off, he and Arthur got preference getting into the dining hall, which normally involved waiting for a half hour in line because the room could only accommodate so many at a time. And once inside, they were treated with the same deference as Harry's pals. If you worked in the kitchen, your wife might be getting $1,000 a week for you to take care of certain guys, George says. So when you came along, they take your plate and bring it over to a different pot and put on the special stuff. Thursday night was spaghetti night. And whereas the regular inmates got the Franco-American treatment, the Italian mob guys who had the kitchen jobs would whip up some dishes from home just for their designated friends. They'd take all day working up the sauce, doing the sausages and meatballs just right, veal piccata or chicken parmesan. At breakfast, the normal cooking style with eggs was to break the yolks and fry the thing up so it looked as if it had been run over by some vehicle. For George, it could be eggs Benedict, poached just right with fresh-made hollandaise sauce. He, Arthur, and a British hash importer they liked who played classical music in his cell and told the guys all about the high life on the Spanish island of Ibiza, had a table specially reserved for themselves. They didn't have to scramble around for seats or sit with guys who chewed with their mouths open. On weekends, when everyone else was out in the yard on a warm day, the mob guys had the trustee in charge of driving the prison garbage to the city dump stop in town and pick up some Smirnoff at $50 a bottle. They would mix it with a little orange juice and sit out in beach chairs, sipping and catching some rays. The time could slide right by doing it this way. One thing everyone had to do in prison was work from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. The pay was 20 cents an hour, and the jobs ranged from swabbing floors to working in the prison factory on a subcontract Danbury had through the Defense Department to make wiring harnesses for intercontinental ballistic missiles, the inmates helping keep Uncle Sam out front in the Cold War. Thanks to an Italian he'd befriended through the mob guys in the kitchen, George got recommended for one of the plum jobs, which was teaching high school classes for inmates preparing for the General Equivalency Diploma exam. Inmates lacking high school degrees didn't have to take the classes, but Danbury had a merit system whereby you could earn up to 50 points on your record as a way of showing the parole board you were using the time to enrich your life. The GED classes were worth 6 points. They were also a good deal for inmate teachers. The school was the only place besides the warden's office that had air conditioning, and you also got to schmooze with outside teachers, most of them female, who would arrive in the morning with donuts and a cheery smile. More important, the school happened to be run by George's caseworker, the one who would watch over his situation and make the recommendations at his parole hearing. While others had to wait weeks for a half-hour appointment with their caseworker, George could chat with him anytime he wanted. Mainly, he says, I spent the time giving him reason to like me a lot. And much to his surprise, George found he actually took to the teaching itself. His first class consisted of 22 black pimps from the streets of New York City, who wound up at Danbury as the result of an experimental tactic by the U.S. Attorney's Office, since abandoned, of charging pimps with income tax evasion as a way of combating prostitution. On racial grounds, the hustlers were the wrong color for Danbury, since its population of white-collar offenders, mob guys, and upper-echelon drug dealers was mostly white. Educationally, they were also at a disadvantage, since a majority couldn't read. So before they could learn how to give the correct answers on the test, George had to first teach them to read and understand the questions. From his initial confrontation with the group, this didn't look like it was going to be easy. The first day of school, I stood up in front of the class and told them who I was and what I wanted to teach them, and passing the GED was going to help them get jobs on the outside. And they said, "Fuck you, man. We're not listening to any of your bullshit, whitey motherfucker." Now, normally, George's response would have been to not care whether they learned anything or not. But their attitude posed a threat to his job security, because if he couldn't get them to do the lessons and take the GED, he'd be back in the prison with no air conditioning, maybe pushing a broom. I knew I had to get them in line, so I said, Okay. Any of you know how to smuggle dope into the United States out of South America and Mexico? I could tell I had their attention. You can make a hell of a lot more money smuggling than you can being pimps, I'll tell you. So I'll make a deal with you. We're not going to tell anyone, but we'll teach a little class in that too. I'll teach you everything I know about it, but the deal is that then you have to learn the other bullshit, okay? And get your GEDs. We'll have smuggling classes for a while, and then we'll have regular classes. So they started asking questions, and I began about airplanes in Mexico, the price structure, how to take a motorhome across the border. There are no black smugglers, I told them, but we might have 20 new ones right here. I didn't tell them that black people wouldn't get too far taking a motorhome full of pot across the Mexican border, but that was okay. They didn't know where Mexico was. With Professor Jung popping up the flashcards and sounding out the consonants and vowels phonetically, the class learned slowly and steadily how to read and write. And after that, they learned English grammar, arithmetic, history, and geography, becoming especially knowledgeable about the California desert country. It turned out that most of them, once they started studying, did pretty well. We got into areas I enjoyed, like the Civil War and certain presidents I liked. I told them about Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders, how his men were pinned down at the bottom of San Juan Hill, and he charged up on his horse and got his glasses shot off. He put on another pair, and how this inspired his men to charge up after him. I told them how Harry Truman was a regular guy and wasn't from a wealthy family, that he started out as a haberdasher. And John F. Kennedy, how he was killed by the oil people and the money brokers. They were interested in the slave issue, and I told them a great injustice had been done to them, and how they were still enslaved. I didn't have to say much on that, of course. They already knew it, but I told them I understood how they felt. I'd been to school in the South and almost got the shit kicked out of me for standing up against the injustice down there. A majority of them became very involved in the class and did fairly well, and when they got their GEDs, there was a little ceremony. They tried to be cool about it, but you could see they were really proud of the diplomas. It gave you a good feeling. Along with the celebrities and public officials doing time at Danbury because of momentary lapses in judgment, the prison contained people with a lot of expertise in criminality, the tenured faculty, if you will, of a school for scoundrels. They had a lot of good advice to impart when it came to making money doing something illegal. And when he wasn't busy scheming with George, no one took more advantage of this opportunity than did George's good friend from Colombia, Carlos Lader. It helped that Carlos was friendly, attractive, and likable, with an ingratiating manner that was almost courtly, and which, had he not possessed a foreign accent, would have earned him a reputation as a weirdo. He was very charming, said George. He would act almost subordinate to you. It was always, "You know so much. I respect you so much. I'd really appreciate it if you would share some of your knowledge with me." He'd befriend people. Then he'd suck their brains out. George's friend Arthur, for instance, was planning to get back into the fishing business after prison and had brought his charts of the waters off Cape Cod into Danbury with him, along with a set of parallel rules, a manual on the tide tables, and a small compass. Carlos soon had him explaining the arts of navigation, showing him the difference between true and magnetic north, showing him how to plot a course and set up a deviation card for the ship's compass. Arthur spent hours with him, demonstrating how to locate your position off the coast using buoy markers and other navigational aids, how to plot out and follow a course by dead reckoning, working out the time, rate, and distance calculations for, say, hitting somewhere along the Florida Keys from the Colombian coast. Carlos also spent time with Dan Moore, the former president of the Surety Bank and Trust Company of Wakefield, Massachusetts, who had scarpered with $8.1 million of his institution's assets and regaled inmates and guards alike with the travel brochures on places he planned to visit after getting out. Carlos taught him Spanish in return for lectures on how the banking system worked, what transactions had to be reported to the government, how to set up accounts in offshore institutions, and move money around in ways no one could follow, which banks had the numbered accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, the Netherlands Antilles. Banks with home offices in Canada were good ones, Carlos was told, especially ones with branches in Freeport and Panama City. Carlos was mesmerized by people who knew about things, and Danbury was a regular mind factory, says George. He never got past the 7th grade, but if he'd gone on to college, he was the kind who'd go right for his doctorate. Everything he was told, he wrote down on pads of paper, which he filed away. What he learned about planes and boats and real estate and money laundering all went into separate pockets of one of those expandable cardboard files you can tie up with a string. He was obsessive about details that I'd get bored with after a while. All I wanted to know was that a twin-engine Cessna had a 1,500-mile range and you could put tip tanks or saddle tanks on it, and it could go so much farther, and you went from point A to point B. That was enough for me. Carlos wanted to know what kind of engine it had, the dimensions of the cargo space, the different radio frequencies, the climb ratios, everything. Carlos talked a lot with a doctor who had owned a string of nursing homes in New York State and had been convicted of defrauding the government by charging Medicare for the treatment of patients who didn't exist, except on his phony rosters. After being indicted, he fled the United States for Belize, formerly British Honduras, a tiny country in Central America just east of Guatemala in the Caribbean. He'd spent a couple of years down there, but finally grew homesick for his family and agreed to a deal with the U.S. attorney involving a couple of years in Danbury. Belize was what Carlos wanted to hear about. The doctor told him the country had no army and no extradition treaties with the United States. Government officials were easy to bribe. The police rode around on bicycles, for God's sake. One use for the place, Carlos thought, was as a way station to that California desert George was always talking about. But soon, Carlos was having these ideas about not just using the place, but taking it over, George says, doing it big time, overthrowing the government. He wanted to set up gambling casinos, build condos, a yacht club, build an empire. He talked of making it a safe place for fugitives. It would be a haven for criminals to come to where you couldn't get extradited to the country that was after you. You're on the run. You can stay here. You pay us $2 million. Once he got onto that idea, it was all he talked about. He wouldn't stop. Carlos modeled his dress and bearing after the tough ex-Marine G. Gordon Liddy. Unlike Carlos, Liddy wasn't very solicitous toward fellow inmates. When he talked to people, it was to bark out opinions, not invite a lot of discussion on the matter. He also stood out at Danbury for the way he carried himself about the yard, with his shoulders erect, immaculately dressed, even in prison issue. His khakis were pressed with a crease that could slice meat. His black shoes were spit-shined. His chest was always out. Carlos watched Liddy and began imitating him, keeping carefully groomed, his clothes crisp, strutting around the yard with his file of information under his arm. Put Carlos and Liddy together, they looked like they were about to graduate from Annapolis, says George. Carlos also pumped George for what he'd read and the things he knew. He was particularly interested in listening to what George had to say about the philosophy of existentialism and about Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. George had read them during a philosophy course at Long Beach City College and, with modifications here and there, had adopted existentialism as his own life view. I didn't know about existentialism before Jack Leahy would come home from college and talk about it back in Weymouth. But then I studied it and found out it was simple. It's free will, I told Carlos. Nobody has the right to tell you what to do or how to do it, and you do what you want, and you set your own moral standards, something within reason, and you take full responsibility for your acts. George had also studied Machiavelli's The Prince and was impressed by what he had written about acquiring power and manipulating people to achieve your ends. The prison library didn't have a copy, so he ordered Carlos one from a bookstore in Danbury. George and Carlos would talk as they walked around the yard after supper. They had to be back in their rooms for the evening count at 9. And increasingly, it seemed, as the months went by, Carlos would raise the topic of revolution. He spoke of starting with Belize and eventually taking over Colombia. His hero was Che Guevara, who, with a shave, would be a pretty close look-alike for Carlos, with his longish locks and penetrating eyes. Cocaine would be the vehicle to fund this enterprise, Carlos said. It was the Achilles heel of America. The gringos were too morally weak to resist it. They were going to go for it in a big way, especially now that the rock stars and entertainment people were into it. The Americans would do anything they heard the movie stars did. Carlos also had admiring words to say about Adolf Hitler, how he'd worked out a specific plan for achieving power, laid it all out in Mein Kampf, and possessed the strength of will to carry it through. I'd listen, but I wasn't very enthusiastic about his political aspirations and all, says George. Plus, what he was saying about Belize, it would only be a matter of time until the world became aware of the arrangement there and brought an end to it. We didn't need Belize, I told him. Mexico would be enough. I was only interested in moving a product people wanted for cash, not running a country. I wanted to make as much money as I could in a couple of years and then get out of it. Get the motor sailor, go to Ibiza, maybe Australia, the Great Barrier Reef. I told him that in my opinion there were already enough dictators fucking up the world. Che had come to a bad end, dying in the mountains of Bolivia a broken man. I told Carlos he should read Che's life story again. All revolutionaries come to a bad end in one form or another. I'd read history. Revolutions never work out. One man's freedom fighter was always another man's dictator. I told him he should concentrate on our future smuggling enterprise. But it was like talking to a deaf person. He'd start going on about Hitler again. I decided it was best not to pursue the subject any further. For all his tendency toward the grandiose, at 135 pounds, Carlos was still a relative pipsqueak when it came to his general effect. When you first meet him, he looked like just a kid, says Arthur. He may have been 25, but he looked 16, like a teenager. He had protection in prison because George stuck with him, and no one was going to screw around with George. Otherwise, the black guys would have loved to make a little girl out of him. George tried to beef Carlos up by taking him out to the weight rack to put some bulk into his upper body. George was pressing 240 pounds then, with 10 repetitions. Carlos was struggling to get up to 150. And one day at the rack, a dispute arose over one of the weights, and an inmate came up and struck Carlos hard in the face with his open hand. And Carlos didn't do anything, recalls George. Now, in prison, you never do nothing. Even if the guy's Mike Tyson and you know you're going to get the shit kicked out of you, you have to go after him. If anybody ever slapped me in the face, I don't care who it was, they'd know they'd have to kill me. Otherwise, your life is going down the toilet. So I told that fucking guy, I'm going to hit you in the fucking face with this fucking barbell. I'm going to fuck you up bad. You ever touch him again? He backed off after that, yet I couldn't believe that here was this big mafioso Colombian guerrilla fighter always talking about Che Guevara and taking over countries and didn't throw a punch. But then, I don't know, you look back at it, and in Danbury, Carlos knew just what he was doing. He might have backed down from the fight, but he got exactly what he wanted out of every single person in that place. I mean, I thought I was slick. And here he was about to take me on the biggest roller coaster ride I'd been on in my life. It was February 1975, and according to the math of the criminal justice system, George's parole hearing was due up shortly. He hoped it would be the prelude to his release from prison. He'd entered Danbury the previous April, having been sentenced to 4 years. He was eligible for parole after serving a third of that, or 16 months. He'd already done more than 4 months in jails in Boston and Chicago before arriving at Danbury. So, with a favorable ruling by the parole board, early April was when he'd be set free. He performed exceptionally as a school teacher, getting all his classes through the GED exam successfully. And during coffee breaks, he'd been assuring his caseworker that he had a plan and the desire to go straight when he got out. He wanted to buy a boat, he said, and go into the fishing business on the Cape, like Arthur. There was a little money saved up, and his parents would help him. He'd already screwed his life up enough, and he wanted to start off new. He was only 32. It wasn't too late, even to go back and finish up school, maybe at the community college on the Cape. A degree in business administration wouldn't hurt when it came to marketing his fish. Don't worry, his caseworker told him. He said he was behind me 1,000%. On the appointed day, George shaved carefully, dressed himself in a new set of khakis, and walked down to the little hearing room near the warden's office, where he was ushered in by his caseworker. At the head of the table sat the 2 hearing officers. One was a kindly-looking, middle-aged white man with glasses, dressed in a cheap-looking, light-colored suit. The other one was a thin, balding black man, a sharp dresser, who struck George as a lot more savvy than the white guy. During the 30 minutes or so that George was in there, the black guy never said a word, never smiled. He was the one George worried about. The white guy starts off asking me all these questions, how I felt about my crime and the things I did, and I said I realized it was wrong, and I had screwed up my life, and I didn't want anything to do with drugs anymore. He asked me what I was planning to do now, and I told him about the fishing boat and the plans I had to get it. He liked that I was going to stay with my family, not just go off. They wanted to be sure you weren't going to fall into any bad company. And I told him about the college classes. And on with all the bullshit, and still, the black guy hadn't said a word. I was getting real uptight about him. He's just looking at me. I'm thinking to myself, he knows what I'm all about. He's going to get me, I know. Then the white guy said, "Okay, George, go on outside and we'll call you back in a little bit and let you know." It was a little torment they do to you. I mean, why can't they just let you know right away? So I sat on a bench outside the hearing room while my caseworker was in there talking to them. And I sat there for 20 minutes or so worrying about my case. Then they called me back in, and the white guy is smiling. "Congratulations, George, you're going home. We hope you'll use this opportunity to get your life in order and that we won't be seeing you back in a place like this." "Oh, thank you, thank you. I won't let you down, believe me. Thank you for everything." And I shook both their hands and turned around and started walking to the door, when the black guy opens his mouth. "Hey, George," he said. I turn around and he gives me this big wink. "Keep that fishing boat out of South American waters." Chapter 6, Cape Cod, 1975 to 1976. Cocaine is for horses, not for men. They say it'll kill you, but they don't say when. Traditional blues. On the day he was to be released from Danbury, George overslept. Fat Harry came banging on his door after breakfast, shouting that they'd been calling his name over the loudspeaker, and to get down to receiving a discharge. His father was there to take him home. George could in fact have gotten out 2 months earlier if he'd gone to a halfway house in Boston where parolees worked regular jobs during the day and returned at night, thus acclimating themselves to the free world without dying of the shock. But after his parole hearing, George's enthusiasm for leaving was somewhat diminished. In prison, he was picking up a lot of useful information, gathering names and numbers, which he noted down in a black phone book packed away with his gear. Carlos wouldn't be getting out for another 6 months anyway, and then faced spending additional time in custody while the Immigration and Naturalization Service, convinced he was someone America could get on nicely without, arranged to deport him to Colombia. But what most eroded George's enthusiasm for being released was that as a condition of his parole, he had to live at home with his parents, at least for the next year. He'd be back at 30 Abigail Adams Circle, back in his old room upstairs with his Little League trophy still sitting on the dresser. No more the big bad bandito, the neighbors would no doubt think. Nothing like a taste of prison to take Mr. Smartass down a peg or two. He was also looking at 30 months on parole, during which any infraction could send him back to finish his sentence. A federal parole officer out of Boston would be stopping by the house every week or so for a talk with his mom about whether George was behaving himself. It was a teeth-grinding prospect. After Fat Harry's wake-up call, George made his way down to where Wang, the Chinese heroin dealer who had dusted George with anti-lice powder on his admission, now stood ready to exchange the prison duds for a nice suit, compliments of the U.S. Bureau of Prisons. George glanced at the government threads, which looked like something off the rack at Walmart. It was gabardine, with a funny weave to it, weird orange with a blue tinge. He cast a fond thought back to the soft Cabrera jacket he'd been wearing the day of his arrest, a luxuriant doeskin that had cost $1,200 at Neiman Marcus in Dallas, and that was back in 1973. He thought also of those $500 Bruno Mailly loafers, of their wafer-thin leather that fairly caressed the feet. "Thanks, but no," he told Wang. "I told him I wouldn't wear that thing to a shit fight." Wang also looked disgusted and told me that's what everyone said. "I don't know why we keep this stuff. No one ever wants it." On the way out, his caseworker shook his hand and told him to behave himself. "Hey, don't worry on that score," George said, throwing him one last promise on the fishing boat. He handed his papers through a glass partition to the guard, who pressed a button, sending the electronic door sliding back into the wall with a low moan. Brrrr. And George walked out into the glaring spring sunlight, a free man, in a manner of speaking. George greeted his father with an enthusiastic hug and asked him to stop at the first liquor store he saw so he could get a couple of bottles of champagne for a little celebration. The trip back proceeded pleasantly enough. Fred tooling up Route 84 toward Massachusetts, George draining the champagne while watching the Connecticut hills undulate on by until they got to Middletown, when the Mercury threw a rod and they had to rent a car to get them home. Not a good omen. Back home, things didn't go too badly for the first few weeks, mostly because George's friend, the sad-eyed lady, often stopped by the house from her place down on the Cape. Her name was Beth, and George had met her 3 years before when he was back east with Annette doing business. She was 43 at the time, 10 years his senior, about 4 foot 8 inches tall and plumpish, a diminutive Mama Cass character, dressed in flowing white muumuus with Indian-style braids and lots of beads. George had nicknamed her from the Bob Dylan song Sad-Eyed Lady of the Lowlands, with the line, "Your eyes like smoke and your prayers like rhymes." She called him Kurt Kruger because that's what she thought his name was. It was an alias George had picked up from a German movie actor and used when he had to be in Massachusetts, once the FBI was after him. He didn't tell her for 2 years who he really was. Beth lived in a large, rambling house in Dennis, presiding over a menage of children from her broken marriage that resembled the Munster clan, hippie division. When home from college, her oldest son, Nicky, stayed down in the basement mixing up batches of crystal methamphetamine and putting together explosive devices he used for blowing up mailboxes outside draft board offices. The 2 younger children, aged 11 and 9, sat around smoking pot in the living room. Upstairs, a 15-year-old anorexic-looking daughter named Dulcinea worked on her oil paintings, mournful landscapes mostly, along with portraits of stricken children. She took George up there one day to have a look at her artwork and suddenly was all over him, kissing and caressing him, working her way down his body, eventually unhooking his belt, pulling down his zipper, and honoring him with a very educated blowjob. After that, George recalls, she started acting a little crazy, getting all excited and talking fast. "I'm going to take you out to Provincetown and have some fags fuck you, and I'm going to watch." I told her I really didn't think I could get into that. Topics of conversation ranged from the passionately loathed Richard Nixon, Nicky doing his David Fry number, complete with the scowls and eyebrows, to the Trilateral Commission's plot to seize control of the world's resources, to Beth's theories on reincarnation, the collective unconscious, and time travel. After having a little smoke, she'd tell George he'd been a Greek warrior in a previous life. She'd asked me to take off my shirt so she could see the battle scars from the Peloponnesian War. She said I was in the favor of the gods, but that there was an evil force that was totally destructive, and I had to watch out for that one. George would perk up, though, when talk turned to the subject of Nietzsche. "I'd talk for hours to him about Nietzsche," says Beth, who last saw George in 1976 and has since moved her family from the Cape to Los Angeles. Nietzsche argued that a person is a whole thing, consisting of light and dark images. If you try eliminating the dark ones, how do you know that you might not also be eliminating something that's light, too? They're intertwined. George was very enchanted with that part of it, about the demons and angels. It seemed to provide a perfect rationale for the things he did. "They're both in there inside me," he'd say. "There's nothing I could do about it. And they're in you, too. I'll show you. And he'd go right to where your devils were and command them to rise. If he said rise, they lived. If you were the slightest bit greedy, he had you in the palm of his hand. That was George Jung. That was the secret of his success. I found that out very painfully. As George had foreseen only too well back in Danbury, it didn't take long before life with his parents became unendurable. Over supper at night, his mother always maneuvered the talk to her favorite topic, how George had ruined his life, and theirs too while he was at it. "You're 33 years old and you're a bum," was her main theme. "You're a common criminal. You've been in prison. You've disgraced us with the neighbors. We can't lift up our heads. You've thrown your life away. You've never been any good. You can't hold a decent job." George couldn't get away from it by moving out, because that would get him in trouble with the parole office. Malcolm McGregor, Mike Grable, and Barry Damon were all married and most raising children. There was nothing in their lives he could identify with. He also gave a wide berth to the big colonial at the bottom of the hill, where his high school sweetheart, Jerry Lee, now lived with her husband, John Hollander, who'd played end on the football team. They had 2 kids now, and a big yard with nice woods in the back. George felt like an invisible man, thrust backward into a former life, but lacking the ability to connect with anyone who lived there. He snuck around town, not wanting to be seen. Here I'd been up in the hills with Manuel and the Indians running free for years, making more money than anyone I ever knew, leading my own life. Suddenly, there I am with no car, living with my parents, going by their rules, sleeping in the bedroom where I was a little boy and them yelling at me. Even Fred started doing it. "I don't want to catch you going down to the bottom of the hill and start making any trouble," he said. George busied himself reshingling his parents' house and duly broached the fishing idea to his parole officer in Boston, a young woman named Joanne Carr, who'd visit the house regularly to check on his progress. My mother and Joanne got along real well. It was, "Oh, Joanne, darling, come on in and have some cake and coffee." She was a little lame for a parole officer, naive to the whole thing, and young. Kind of cute face, but heavy in the legs. I used to play with her, give her a hug. "You're not bad looking, you know. Maybe we could go out sometime." I don't think she got asked out on many dates. "Oh, George, we're not supposed to do that," she'd say. At Danbury, George had hoped to do his temporary fishing stint with his friend Arthur Davy. Arthur had a magic touch when it came to putting his boat right where the fish were. One time out on the George's bank, he landed such a huge catch that he ran out of space in the hold and ordered the crew out of their bunks so he could fill them up with haddock and cod. Arthur wanted George to come out with him, but their parole officers nixed the arrangement on the grounds that 2 ex-convicts couldn't be going into business together. George had more than enough money, $50,000 in hundreds stashed in a safe deposit box in the Rockland Trust Company in Weymouth. It was all that remained of the $250,000 or so from his smuggling days, most of which he'd blown in the last 6 months before the FBI caught him. He'd taken one of his girlfriends on a tour of first-class hotels in Santa Fe, Mammoth Lakes, and other parts of the West. What with the champagne and caviar breakfasts and the sprees at clothing stores, $200,000 of it disappeared with remarkable speed. He couldn't touch the remaining money unless he could show he'd earned it from some honest endeavor. Clam digging at Wessagusset Beach wouldn't quite fill the bill. As it was, his guilty plea left him owing the IRS $286,000 in special taxes the government imposed on large marijuana seizures. So, as long as George continued in the pose of a law-abiding member of society, the 50 long ones wouldn't do him much good. In regard to his problem with the IRS, George sought the help of Fat Harry, who on his release from Danbury went back to running the book on the South Shore and living with his wife and mother-in-law in their neatly kept house near a cemetery just outside of Boston. Harry advised him to go down to the Federal Building in Boston and see a certain lady named Mrs. O'Toole. "She brought me up as a kid," he said. "Get a dozen roses and I'll call and tell her you're coming down. She'll take care of it." George did, and Mrs. O'Toole proved to be an old fan of Harry's. "He's a bad boy sometimes, but I love him anyway," she said. "He told me all about you, and we can just eliminate this because if you sign a pauper's oath that you don't have any money, I can take care of it." So one minute, George owed the federal government $286,000, and the next, with a stroke of a pen, he didn't owe it anything at all. He turned now to establishing himself in the fishing business. The sad-eyed lady put up $10,000 in cash from her divorce settlement and signed a banknote for $30,000 more, which was enough to purchase a slightly leaky, forest-green 38-foot dragger out of Plymouth Harbor, which George christened the Hunter. The vessel was too small to make the 70-mile trip out to the rich fishing grounds of the George's Bank, where the seas could get pretty rough in sudden bad weather. On the other hand, it was shorter than the 60-foot length that would have required George to hire a captain with a master's license from the Coast Guard. To take out the Hunter, he had only to know how to read a compass. But there were several catches. When Beth agreed to put up the money, it was with the understanding that George was going into the fishing business for real, to make money at it. To do that, he had to work hard, meaning the boat had to put out to fish every day, weather permitting. He didn't tell Beth, but George didn't quite see the venture that way. He viewed the vessel as a sort of Potemkin village for Joanne Carr to inspect. He was also silently hoping the boat would put her in mind to reduce the number of months he'd have to spend on parole. To keep the boat going out every day, George hired a captain, a guy he knew named Gordon, whom George had found selling used cars on the Lincoln Mercury lot in Quincy, but who harbored great ambitions of making it in the fishing business. George took on another acquaintance named Peter as a deckhand. Peter was an airplane pilot who happened to be visiting from Los Angeles, having just jumped bond on a 3-year sentence for marijuana smuggling in California. He knew all about the dry lake beds. George wanted him close at hand, not just for net hauling. Beth complained at first about why they needed to pay an extra hand. It meant less money all around, she said. But George's persuasive charm had not been diminished at Danbury. "I don't remember what reason he gave," she says, "but one of the things about George was he could get anybody to do anything he wanted. I never saw so much power in a person, so much charisma. He had such great charm, perfect manners. He'd talk to the waitress or someone in a bookstore, anyone, and he could transform them, bring joy into their lives. They were beaming when he left." Whatever his talents might have won for George in some other field, they certainly availed him of very little in his fishing enterprise, where he was dogged by bad luck and inexperience. Not far into the venture, he and his crew snagged a sunken wreck of another fishing boat and tore their net all to hell, which cost them several days in port. They were hunting in largely depleted waters, netting only 500 to 1,000 pounds worth a day, which added up to only $300 a week apiece, even going out all the time. That winter of 1975 to 76, it stormed constantly and got so cold that Plymouth Harbor froze over for the first time in local memory. Fishing in the freezing weather was about the least amount of fun George had ever experienced. After taking in the net on a big reel, the catch would be dumped on the deck to be gutted and sorted in the howling wind with sleet or snow icing up the deck. They wore insulated boots and gloves, but water seeped in and soon numbed up their fingers and toes. The boat would be pitching 20 or 30 degrees. Fall over the side now, and someone had to do quick work to save you from a watery death. It got so miserable that Peter finally made the decision to return to California, do his prison time, and get on with his life. At least he'd be warm. This meant George had to go out on every trip or leave the boat idle, which would bring both Beth and Joanne down on his neck. Then, one foggy day, the engine failed as the boat was coming through the Cape Cod Canal, and the current took them in toward the rocks. George radioed for help, but the Coast Guard rescue ship passed right by without seeing them. George became so apoplectic, shouting into the transmitter, "We're over here, you fucking assholes!" that the commander in Hyannis later called him in to account for his breach of radio etiquette. Just before disaster struck, the engine somehow restarted, and they got the boat safely back to port. Subsequent breakdowns, however, so debilitated their fishing effort that in the end, George let the repo people from the bank simply come and tow the Hunter away to sell it for whatever they could recoup. Beth's $10,000 went down the drain, along with what remained of her faith in George as a business partner. Shortly after that, word also leaked back to her about some of the things going on between George and her daughter, Dulcinea, the little session with the art critique not having been the last of it. George wasn't completely surprised, therefore, when one day in mid-February of 1976, the sad-eyed lady ordered him to clear the hell out. When he arrived at her house, she was standing in the doorway. She was shrieking, "You son of a bitch! I've put a curse on you that's going to last the rest of your miserable life and destroy you!" All this sudden misfortune might have weighed heavier on George's mind had a telegram he'd been waiting for not arrived at his parents' house shortly after the rupture with Beth. It was from Colombia, the city of Medellin. "Weather beautiful. Please come down," it read. There was a telephone number he was supposed to call, and it was signed, "Your friend, Carlos." For all his bravado back in Danbury, the bragging about his big contacts, George harbored some doubts as to how he was really going to move a load of coke. Who wanted it? Where were they? During a 3-day furlough he'd taken toward the end of his prison term, George had called up Richard Burrill at the Tonsorial Parlor in Manhattan Beach to discuss the potential of the cocaine market in Los Angeles. Richard said he'd like to hear more about what George had in mind, but remained a little vague about the specifics. He said it was going on big out there, but he couldn't quote any prices, just that if I came out, it could happen. I was just a lousy marijuana smuggler. I don't think he took me really seriously. On the Cape, there seemed to be hardly any demand at all. What cocaine you could get was of such poor quality, cut so often, that the preferred drug for people in the euphoria market seemed to be methamphetamine, or speed, especially in the form that Beth's son Nick was concocting in the basement. This was crystal meth, later known as ice, a smokable crystalline form of methamphetamine that produces a high of several hours' duration. It is also highly addictive. One day, the previous fall, Beth had asked George to deliver a batch of Nick's product to a guy who'd be waiting in a car down the street from the house in Dennis. The man turned out to be a gaunt, furtive-looking character in his late 20s, with deep-socketed, penetrating eyes, who seemed as jumpy as a blue jay. Obviously, he was on the stuff himself, George thought. From the way he darted glances around the landscape, you could also spot him as a drug dealer from a few hundred yards off. George produced the crystal, and the guy turned over a bag containing $15,000 in cash. He went by the name of Mr. T, and he was the son of a fairly prosperous Portuguese fisherman. George noted down his phone number, thinking Mr. T might prove useful later on. During his furlough, George had also called Manuel down in Mazatlan to talk about cocaine, but his former colleague proved far from encouraging. He said, "You're getting into a dangerous game, Jorge, with some dangerous fucking people. Not like it is in the marijuana business where we are all brothers. Why do we not continue the business we were doing? We'll always be safe and have our friendship and enough money. The road you want to head down leads to self-destruction and evil." George dismissed the warning as exaggeration. Manuel always did tend to over-dramatize things. With limited phone lines available between the United States and Colombia, it took several frustrating hours for George to get through to Carlos. The number turned out to be that of Autos Later, the family car business located in downtown Medellin, and it was Guillermo, Carlos' brother, who finally answered. Carlos had gone out, he said. George should call back the next day. When Carlos and I finally connected, we talked in a very general way, no specifics. He said he wanted me to come down to Medellin to talk about how things should proceed, that everything down there was just as we had discussed. I said give me some time to make arrangements, and I'd let him know when I was coming. Only after hanging up did George think that it probably wouldn't be smart to go down by himself, at least not on this trip. He was still on probation and supposed to be staying at home, Getting a false passport was no problem, but what if something happened down there, some kind of delay? And Joanne, her visits always came on short notice, chose that moment to drop by. It seemed safer to send down an emissary, he thought, a go-between. The person who came to mind was Frank Shea, his old childhood friend and contact at Amherst. He'd also done some flying for George out of Mazatlan. Frank was back in Weymouth now, working at the Four River shipyard. He'd never been arrested, wasn't on any customs checklist. Frank seemed ideal for the mission. As a pilot, he had the knowledge to check out possible airfields and discuss arrangements for getting planes loaded up. Frank was also the kind of guy who'd do something but then go away from it, George says, and I didn't want to involve any more people in this than I had to. It turned out Frank had just been laid off from work at the shipyard and quickly agreed to go. George gave him money for tickets, and in mid-March he was in Colombia meeting with Carlos at a ranch the family owned a little way out of town. He called George the next day. Frank was basically ecstatic over the phone. He liked Carlos very much, and he was looking at the Coke, saying something to the effect that we've really hit the jackpot this time. I'd really put it together. Whereas George, however, had anticipated that the flights would start right away, the Colombians seemed to want to move a little more slowly. I had sent Frank down there to start the airplane trips, only Carlos switched it all around. They had no concept of airplane flights or major drug loads. Over the telephone, the conversation had to be circumspect, but it boiled down to the fact that the Colombians also didn't quite trust this gringo friend of Carlos's yet. To front out a load of kilos, send them up to someone they'd never heard of, had no control over, maybe couldn't even find if something went wrong, this was far too big a gamble. So the deal, Frank said, was to try a little bit at first and see where that goes. Then maybe they'd talk about airplanes. Frank told George to call Carlos back the next day and settle the details directly with him. This time George went to a payphone. It cost 80 quarters to talk for 3 minutes to Carlos in Medellin. George was soon keeping a little Tupperware container under the seat of his car filled with $100 in coins, and the Drug Enforcement Administration, the successor to the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, was soon pegging cocaine smugglers by how low their pants were riding, or the little pocketbooks or satchels they'd have sitting by the payphone. Carlos said the plan was to smuggle in 15 kilos. Although certainly not a plane load, 15 kilos rated as a significant amount of cocaine back in 1976. $750,000 worth if it could be moved for, say, $50,000 apiece. If, George was thinking. Carlos told George to go out and buy 15 hard-shell suitcases, Samsonites, 7 blue and 8 red, 1 for each kilo. Then find 2 people to act as couriers to board a plane with half the suitcases and fly down to the island of Antigua in the Caribbean, one of the Leeward Islands in the Lesser Antilles, property of Great Britain. It was a popular resort, with flights going in and out all the time. The Colombians Carlos was dealing with had made several runs through Antigua and knew the lay of the land there. George was instructed to have the couriers check into the hotel where Carlos and Frank and an associate of Carlos's named Cesar Toban would also be staying. After the couriers arrived, Carlos would come to their room and replace the suitcases taken on the flight down with ones he'd brought from Medellin. The new suitcases would also be blue and red Samsonites, identical in every respect, except that the metal stripping around the edge that held in the plastic inner linings on each side would have been removed and the linings lifted out. Underneath would be laid out a thin layer of cocaine, a half kilo on each side, 1 per suitcase. Carlos wanted to hide only a small amount of cocaine in each, so that with the plastic liner fitted back in place and the metal stripping refastened with rivets, it would be difficult, even taking out all the clothes, to see or feel that there was anything secreted between the 2 layers. Of course, the false bottom trick was not exactly a startlingly new ploy. It was well known to customs agents. The trip required a certain amount of performance art to attract the inspector's attention away from the luggage. The couriers should be women, well-tanned, pretty, vacationing schoolteacher types with a lot of personality. Their luggage should be packed to reflect the great week they'd had, filled with resort clothes and souvenirs from the islands. Most important, the couriers should be people who in no way felt frightened or uneasy about what they were doing. Customs agents possessed deer's noses when it came to sniffing out a guilty conscience. George had just the person in mind. Several weeks before, in the Riverside Bar in Weymouth, he'd taken up with a very lively, good-looking woman named Betsy. She was 28 and had jet black hair, electric blue eyes, and a light complexion, unmistakably Irish. She was also free, not tied down to a job. Her parents had died the year before in a head-on collision at the Rotary in Orleans. She collected on both insurance policies, coming out with $300,000, a lot of cash then, along with their house in Weymouth, which was located, as it happened, on Whitman's Pond, the old spawning ground for the famous Weymouth herring. And more to the point, along with her all-American appearance, Betsy was a kleptomaniac, possessed of rock-steady nerves and a brazen self-confidence. I've seen her walk into a jewelry store and just mesmerize them, George says. She'd put on a ring or try on a necklace, looking right at the clerk and then say, "Well, I'll think it over," and walk out. George broached the subject of the Antigua trip with her the same day he talked to Carlos. Betsy was sitting on a blanket, watching her 10-year-old daughter Lisa playing softball at school. With her was a friend of Betsy's named Winnie Polly, who by coincidence was also Frank Shea's girlfriend. George said he had a surprise for them. How would they like to have an all-expenses-paid week's vacation in Antigua? They could go down, swim, eat, stay in a fancy hotel, have a blast, all on him. All they had to do was bring something back for him, a few suitcases. What was in the suitcases? Betsy wanted to know. "Don't worry about it, it's nothing," George said. "Just drugs." As it worked out, things couldn't have gone more smoothly. George drove them to Logan Airport and helped them check the bags through, joking with a clerk about how women could possibly fill up so many suitcases for just a little vacation. Betsy and Winnie flew down to Antigua, checked into the hotel, and met Frank and Carlos and his friend Cesar, who came from a wealthy Colombian family in the coffee business. A couple of days later, they called George to say Antigua was a tropical paradise, and they were having a terrific time. They'd been renting catamarans, doing the samba every night. Betsy especially liked Carlos's friend Cesar, who was slim, bronzed, so gracious, and a great dancer. Was something going on there? George wondered, but let it pass. 5 days later, he got a call telling him they were on their way home, and several hours later they showed up at Betsy's house, having taken a bus down from Logan. "What about the bags?" George asked. "Oh, don't worry, they're safe," Betsy said. "They didn't want to bring 8 pieces of luggage down on the bus, so they checked the suitcases into several lockers in the bus terminal in Boston." The bus terminal in Boston? George nearly hit the roof. "I told them that was an insane fucking thing to do. One thing you never do in the drug business. You never, ever want to lose control. As long as you're in possession of it, you'll always know what's going on. But once you lose sight of it, you don't know what's happening. $300,000 or $400,000 worth of cocaine that belongs to someone else that I could get killed for if it's lost, and they've left it sitting in the fucking bus terminal? People were always breaking into those things, stealing shit, the police making random checks." George took a now contrite Betsy with him and drove rapidly into Boston to pick up the bags, which were unmolested, it turned out, and brought them back to Betsy's bedroom. George took out their vacation clothes and, with a screwdriver, pried off the rivets and lifted out the liners to see what they'd brought. The cocaine lay in the bottom underneath a layer of shelf paper and stuck down with aluminum duct tape to keep it from shifting position. It was glistening white and flaky, sprinkled with clusters of crystals or rocks, which signaled a high level of purity. After opening up all the suitcases, George repacked the coke into 1-pound packages, wrapped them with duct tape, then slipped them into heavy waterproof Mylar bags. After dark, he took them outside to a vacant lot belonging to the house next door and stashed them inside one of several drainage pipes that lay in the weeds, abandoned there after some construction work. One of the things he learned from the jailhouse lawyers at Danbury was to never stash drugs on your own property. That way, if the load is seized, the police will have a hard time proving the stuff belongs to you. The following day, the women flew down to Antigua to pick up the rest. For his part in arranging the transportation, George was to keep 5 kilos for himself to sell for whatever he could get. He would deliver the remaining 10 kilos in Boston to Cesar Toban, who would fly up from Colombia, picking up Carlos's girlfriend on the way, a young Cuban-American from New York City named Jamel Nassau, a student at the City College of New York. They would call George to arrange the meeting. While the girls were still down in Antigua, George put 1/4 of an ounce of the cocaine into a plastic bag and drove it to where the sad-eyed lady's speed dealer, Mr. T, lived in Hyannis. No one was home, so he slipped the bag under the rubber mat by the back door and drove back to Betsy's house, a place he was now beginning to call home, at last out from under the collective thumb of his parents. That night, George phoned him up. I told him to look under the mat, that he'd find a little present there, see if he liked it and call me back. Mr. T had been dealing dope since 1970 after he got out of the U.S. Navy, demobilized with some 500,000 other servicemen into a job market, on the Cape at least, that was in a state of collapse. I spent 6 months on unemployment, Mr. T recalls, waiting for jobs in lines 2 blocks long in the snow and slush in Hyannis, freezing my fucking ass off. So I started dealing dope. I borrowed $200 from my mother and bought a pound of pot and made $400 profit and had 2 ounces to smoke myself. I said, fuck off, Jack, this is it. And that's how I began. As a general assignment drug dealer, never knowing what might come along, Mr. T had all the paraphernalia, the scales, the plastic bags, and also a hot box, which was used by the police and dealers alike for testing out the quality of cocaine, along with certain other drugs. By putting a small amount of the cocaine onto a 2-inch square hot plate, then gradually turning up the heat as measured by a thermometer attached to the top of the box, one can find out what the temperature is precisely at the moment the crystal substance on the hot plate begins to melt. Lab-pure cocaine hydrochloride, without a trace of imperfection, something almost impossible to achieve under the conditions in the processing plants in the Colombian jungle, melts at 195 degrees centigrade. The stuff it's cut with, mannite, quinine, lactose, or methadone, all melt at much lower temperatures, from 105 degrees for quinine, for instance, to 166 degrees for mannite. Street coke that's heavily cut, or stepped on in the parlance of the trade, might start melting at temperatures in the low 100s. The high-grade powder registers in the 160s and upper 170s. Mr. T placed a smidgen of George's coke on his hot plate and began applying the heat. It got hotter and hotter and hotter still as the mercury in the glass climbed past 165, past 170, past 175, Jesus, past 180, past 185. When the cocaine finally began to dribble off the hot plate and melt away, the thermometer had hit a temperature of 187 degrees. George got the call back in about 15 minutes. Mr. T seemed to have difficulty holding on to his cool. His voice was higher than usual, and he said, "Holy shit! Where'd you get this stuff?" That was when I knew we really had something. After Betsy and Winnie returned with the rest of the coke, George started fronting his share of the kilos to Mr. T, a kilo at a time. Mr. T put on a little cut, not too much, since they both wanted to market a premium-grade product. Then packaged it into 1-ounce bags, which he sold to smaller dealers up and down the Cape. As Mr. T got paid, he paid George at the rate of $47,000 a kilo, more than George had hoped for. George also unloaded a couple of kilos to a dealer in Cambridge named Lewis, an Italian leather goods importer he'd met at Danbury, who had customers throughout the Northeast. One way or another, the 5 kilos vanished in a week. and George found himself in possession of $235,000 in cash. While it was a pretty respectable return on a single run, the $235,000 rated as pin money compared to the proceeds that were heading his way in the not-distant future, when so much green would be pouring in that he had to store it in the hot air ducts in Betsy's basement, cutting off the heat to parts of the house so as not to singe his liquid assets. Later on, the cash would be lining the very walls of his house, dug into the floor of his basement, stuffed into hollowed-out air conditioning units. Condensed into denominations of 50s and 100s, however, the $250,000 fit nicely into a compartment at the back of the top dresser drawer in Betsy's bedroom. It was easier for him to get at that way. He didn't have to keep people waiting for their money while he excused himself suddenly to go down to check out the boiler. This was also when he fell into a habit that lasted the rest of his cocaine days, of slipping 10 grand into the left inside pocket of his jacket whenever he had to leave the house. To buy things, sure, but not only for that. George had found little else that had ever given him a greater sense of comfort or made the world seem more secure and welcoming than just feeling the presence of that packet of bills pressing up next to his heart. A few days later, Jamel and Cesar called from Boston to arrange for delivery of the other 10 kilos. George met them for lunch at the Sheraton Hotel. He told them to tell Carlos to keep it coming. It looked as if he could move a lot of the product just on the Cape alone, without even tapping his man in L.A. yet. Then would come the real money storm. They told him Carlos would be in touch, gave him a key to the trunk of their car, and said goodbye. In the parking lot, he took 2 suitcases containing the kilos out of his trunk, put it in theirs, and drove back to Weymouth. Betsy and Winnie received $15,000 each for their work. He'd never discussed any money with Frank, but on his return to the States, he offered him $25,000 for his part in the transaction. Frank wasn't very happy with that. 25 seemed pretty mean, he said, considering the remuneration he could just imagine George was allowing himself. George insisted that it was good money for the limited work Frank had done, which amounted to not much more than transmitting a couple of messages and having a good time in the bargain, all paid for. Frank grumbled more loudly and kept it up, until one day in the car, driving along with George, Winnie, Betsy, and Betsy's Lhasa Apso, Toby, Shay began whacking the little dog on the head when it got into a yapping fit. George suddenly blew up. He threatened to beat the shit out of Frank if he touched the goddamn dog once more, then stopped the car and told him to get the fuck out anyway. He was tired of all the bitching about the money. Frank glared at him before he got out and stormed off. The two never saw each other again, which was how George saved $25,000. But with Frank out of the picture, he felt the urgent need to find a pilot to stop this penny ante suitcase stuff and start shifting the enterprise into a higher gear. On July 4th weekend, 1976, the U.S. bicentennial celebrations were in full throttle. From atop Mars Hill in Maine, the point where the dawn's early light first graces the American coast, to the town of George in Washington State, where the locals had baked a 60-square-foot cherry pie. During the week-long celebration, New York and Boston each played host to the tall ships, the fleet of square riggers that came from around the world to honor the occasion. Among them, the steel-hulled Christian Radich from Norway, with its figurehead of a woman in a full-length blue dress, and the Sagres, too, from Portugal, whose sails were emblazoned with a Maltese cross. Traveling from port to port, the ships cut through the Cape Cod Canal rather than going around the tip at Provincetown, and to watch them sail by, so many yachts and powerboats had jammed into Buzzards Bay that you could have practically walked across the bay going from deck to deck. One of these pleasure boats was a 33-foot Egg Harbor sport fisherman belonging to a real estate developer who specialized in constructing inexpensive houses known as half-capes. They had only a sleeping loft upstairs instead of the 2 bedrooms found in the traditional cape. A partner of his, Teddy Fields, was also on board that day. So were George and Betsy. Teddy Fields had grown up across the street from George on the Circle in Weymouth. Teddy's family had money. The sons were sent off to private colleges, and it was in their garage that George first laid eyes on the Porsche. Fields was also one of the few boyhood friends George had kept up with after leaving Weymouth, and he had stayed at Teddy's house in Cotuit, a little west of Hyannis, on occasions when George was down on the Cape on marijuana business. Flush with proceeds from the recent suitcase trip, George had volunteered to bring along a dozen bottles of Dom Perignon, some iced caviar, and lobsters. Besides helping to honor the country's birthday, George was there to ask his friend Teddy, since he knew everyone on the Cape, where he might locate a trustworthy pilot. This was how George came to meet Barry Kane. Kane, a lawyer, was the Chatham Town Council. Prematurely gray, suave-looking, and smooth-mannered, he was sometimes referred to as the Silver Fox. He'd grown up in the Jamaican Plains section of Boston under modest circumstances and had had to borrow money to attend Boston College Law School, from which he graduated in 1958. When he arrived on the Cape 3 years later with his wife and their first baby, he was $14,000 in debt, and at night drove a cab in Boston to make ends meet. The next 15 years saw him prosper from his law practice and from buying and selling real estate during a time of rapid growth in the area. Along with property in Hyannis, West Harwich, and South Yarmouth on the Cape, Kane owned a ski place in Mount Snow, Vermont, a condominium in Nassau in the Bahamas, a Porsche, a Cadillac, and a commodious sailboat. He lived in a rambling white-clapboard Victorian house circa 1845 on Queen Anne Road, one of the oldest and most exclusive parts of Chatham. Chatham itself was one of the oldest and most exclusive towns on the Cape, its main street lined with sedate shops and outdoor cafes. The men of the town sported blue blazers and yellow trousers. The women wore pastel skirts, clutching Tony straw baskets handcrafted on Nantucket at $600 a pop. Kane's wife, the daughter of William Maloney, M.D., a professor at the Harvard Medical School, died of an overdose of sleeping pills in 1972. Her death, which left Barry with 5 children to raise, was ruled as accidental by the coroner, but it created a bitter dispute in the family over who was ultimately to blame. At her funeral, according to a real estate developer friend at the time, the two sides of the family glared at each other over the coffin. Dr. Maloney blamed Barry. He said his daughter had died of a broken heart because of Kane's more or less constant philandering. In the late 1960s, Kane had taken up flying at the Little Chatham Airport, where he kept a twin-engine Cessna 310. In 1975, he'd upgraded his rating to commercial status, allowing him to carry passengers and cargo, and he regularly ferried his friends and girlfriends down to the Bahamas. The developer friend says Kane spent a lot of time in the Bahamas and would boast about the influential contacts he'd made in the islands. He also talked about the fortunes people there were making in the humming drug trade, whose operators used the islands as a stopping-off point for marijuana and cocaine headed for the United States. Barry loved money, the friend says, and I think he thought there was a lot of money to be made there, if only he could figure a way to break into it. Kane never told him in so many words that he wanted to run drugs, but there were certain things he'd say. One time we were on our way down there, flying over Cape Hatteras off North Carolina. He was looking at the air charts, the radar vectors and all, and he said, "You know, there's a gap between the radar rings right here. You could slip in between them, never be detected, and get into the country illegally." The other thing he asked me once was, did I know that of all of the drugs smuggled into the country and the drug runners operating, that only 5% of them ever got arrested? Barry also appeared to be in a bit of trouble. The very month he met George, he was due up before the Massachusetts Board of Bar Overseers, the group that watches over lawyers' ethics, on a complaint by one of his clients that Kane had fleeced him out of property he'd put up as collateral for a loan. A year later, Kane would be publicly censured for the incident. But prior to that, in his testimony before the board in July of 1976, He said his real estate investments were in a precarious state, and that his law business had actually lost money in the 2 preceding years. He could use a piece of change. 2 days after their discussion on the boat, Fields accompanied George to Barry Kane's law office, located in a shingled cottage on a quiet street on the outskirts of Chatham. I admit I felt a little uptight about walking into a very prominent lawyer's office and asking if he wanted to smuggle cocaine, George says. After the introductions, however, George came directly to the point. I told him there was an opportunity for him to make several $1 million tax-free. It would involve the use of his airplane. If you're not interested, I said, I'll stop right here and walk out and not mention it again. We'll both forget this conversation ever took place. Don't leave, I'm interested, Barry said, hardly waiting for George to finish. It's smuggling drugs we're talking about, right? He then went on to tell me he had a place in the Bahamas, that he knew certain people down there, Nigel Bowe, a prominent lawyer who would be helpful, and we could do it like this, and he had a plane. Kane jumped on the deal so fast it took George aback. He felt compelled to give him some kind of warning. I said, look, you're a lawyer. This is against the law. All the penalties. If you say no, I'll walk out of here right now and forget the whole thing. We never met each other. It'll be over. But he started quoting me the range between Medellin and the Bahamas as the crow flies, saying he'd have to get back to me on the precise mileage, but we can stop overnight at Nassau. I can use the Bahamas as a base, fly the stuff into the States from there. He mentioned somewhere in the Carolinas. I was obviously talking to a guy who, if he hadn't actually done this before, had given it an awful lot of thought. They agreed that Kane would do the runs. That summer, he would have to work out a way to extend the range of his aircraft and check into getting some additional navigational aids. George busied himself with increasing his financial security with more small-scale trips, picking up the loads in Queens, New York from Jamel, now a regular courier. Not quite the mountain of money he was planning on, but averaging about $50,000 a month, enough for starters. To deliver the goods to Mr. T, he'd buy 32-ounce jars of Coffee Mate, steam off the paper seal underneath the cap, and fill them up with cocaine, just a little short of a kilo, then glue the seal back on. He'd stick the jar into a bag of groceries along with Wheaties, Dipsy Doodles, eggs, and a can of Dinty Moors. A friend of Betsy's, Courtney, a welder by trade with a wife and several children, who earned extra money from George doing drug errands, would meet George at a bar in Weymouth. George would hand over the bag of groceries, which Courtney took out and put in the trunk of a car in the parking lot that had been left there by Mr. T, who would come by later and drive it off. On one occasion, after a spate of car thefts, 2 plainclothes police officers were staking out the parking lot and saw this guy doing something funny with a bag of groceries, putting them in the trunk of one car, getting into another one, and driving away. When they stopped him, Courtney stumbled a little at first, but recovered enough to say that this buddy of his couldn't get off of work and had asked him to pick up some things at the market, put the stuff in his trunk. Here, see? Wheaties, eggs, Coffee Mate. Okay, the policeman said. Have a good day. Drive carefully. By now, George felt he'd lived the monk's life long enough and could begin slowly unlimbering his talent for spending money. All for cash, since he didn't want any records kept. He bought a snow-white Porsche 924 to replace the one he'd had in California in his marijuana days. For the trips to New York, he picked up a Ford Thunderbird, something more spacious. He liked the Thunderbirds because they were built on a Lincoln chassis, making for an easy ride, and had a powerful engine which he fuel-injected by having blowers installed in the carburetor. He also bored and stroked the cylinders to boost the compression ratio. To catch George now, a police officer would have to push his usual wreck of a cruiser up to somewhere over 140 miles an hour. From talking to Carlos, which he did now about once a week, George also saw that occasions were soon going to arise where he'd have to attend business meetings outside the country, and for these, he'd need to equip himself with false ID. Trips would certainly have to be made to Medellin. Already a meeting had been planned for Toronto that fall to introduce Carlos to Barry Kane. Toronto was chosen because Carlos could fly there under his own name with no legal problems. Also, according to the wisdom passed on by jailhouse lawyers at Danbury, talking with someone about drug smuggling in a foreign country made you arrest-proof on a conspiracy charge, since the meetings could not be used as evidence in an American court of law. This bit of wisdom was dangerously incorrect, as any criminal lawyer could have advised. As long as the conspiring was aimed at breaking laws in the United States, it could be carried on inside the dimly lit hut of a fakir on the banks of the Ganges and still be presented to an American jury. Talking in Canada, however, did lay a veneer of secrecy over their impending project, making it distinctly unlikely anyone would discover that the availability of high-grade powder on the east and west coasts was about to surge dramatically. For his phony ID, George relied on the fact that local bureaus of vital statistics, the agencies that issue birth certificates, never, in his experience, bothered to note down alongside the name of someone who was born whether that person had also died. To get a birth certificate, he simply filled out a form in the name of someone on the obit pages of the local paper, paid $5, no identification required, and walked out with the document within 15 minutes. From that, he could get everything else he needed: a voter registration card, a library card. He'd apply for a Social Security card, telling the lady he'd been working outside the country all these years and never had one. When he applied for a driver's license, he'd say he lived in London since he was a little boy and had always used public transportation. Given the number of times he'd taken it, he had the Massachusetts driving test fairly well memorized. George was careful in applying for a U.S. passport, since conceivably one could have been issued to his namesake before he'd passed away. And for all George knew, the normal waiting period of 2 weeks might entail a cross-check of the records, which would reveal that this guy seemed to have changed a lot. Where'd he get all that hair? To cut down the risk, he'd purchase a round-trip airplane ticket to London, the flight leaving 2 days hence. Then he'd go to the passport office with his driver's license and birth certificate. He would explain that his best friend had announced he was getting married in 2 days and he had to get a passport quickly so he could make it to the ceremony. Seeing the evidence of the airplane ticket, the agent invariably would rush it through by the next day, no problem. In such a fashion, George raised from the dead Delbert Lapham, Brian Whitaker, and David Mahan. He'd garnish his official IDs with business cards, giving himself a variety of occupations. At one point, after Barry Kane had advised him to launder his money by buying gold and silver, he handed out cards announcing he was a precious metals broker. He stayed in that line of work for quite some time, until, on a flight to Los Angeles one day, the man next to him said, "Gee, what a coincidence. He was in the precious metals business too. What did George think of the current market?" That's when George's migraine problem suddenly returned, and he begged off further conversation. After that, George decided to become an out-of-work movie actor. That October, Kane landed his Cessna at the Norwood Airport near Weymouth to pick up George, and they headed up to Toronto, where they met Carlos at the Holiday Inn at the airport. Carlos seemed genuinely excited to see George again in their first meeting since April of 1975, a year and a half before. They gave each other great hugs and did a lot of back-thumping. Carlos's face had matured, and he was no longer the scrawny kid he was in prison. He still talked rapid fire, brimming with enthusiasm. Bouncing off the walls was how George describes him. He was dressed in a dark suit and tie, still very businesslike in his ways. An attaché case had replaced the cardboard file he'd carried around at Danbury for organizing the notes he made, the brochures he collected on different airplanes and navigational equipment. He got on well with Kane, partly because both of them were detail men, absorbed by the facts and figures, whereas George stuck to the big picture. Carlos took elaborate notes as Barry gave him a tour of the plane and ticked off its vital statistics. Fuel capacity for the Cessna 310R was just over 200 gallons, including what was in the little torpedo-like tip tanks attached to the ends of the wings. It could do 165 knots. Leaning out the fuel mixture to 65%, This meant it could cruise an hour on 28 gallons, which gave it a range of just over 1,300 miles. As Carlos had earlier explained, the cocaine would be packaged in kilo-size bricks, wrapped with cellophane and duct tape, and 25 of these would be packed into a rubberized sack the size of an army duffel bag. The Cessna had a cargo weight capacity of 1,400 pounds, but in cubic feet, the space would be very tight. Kane thought if he removed the 2 passenger seats, leaving only those for the pilot and co-pilot, he could fit in as many as 10 or 12 duffel bags, as much as 300 kilos worth, or 660 pounds. The planned airlift of 100% pure coke was a feat that would generate an astounding amount of money, even by today's standards. At the going retail rate of $100 a gram, and figuring an average cut of just 2 to 1, a single kilo of imported coke amounted to 3,000 grams of retail product, which would bring in $300,000 in sales. This meant Barry's airplane trip would produce approximately $90 million in eventual revenue. And to George, this was just the maiden voyage. He was already badgering Carlos to get his compadres down there in the forests of Colombia organized, so by the time the machinery was humming in the States, with more planes, more pilots, and more places to land, they could average a trip like this once a month, why not, and bring in more than $1 billion worth of cocaine a year. As transporters rather than actual dealers, of course, George and Carlos and Barry would get to share in only a relatively small portion of these sales figures. This was perfectly okay with George. As he often repeated, it was better to let someone else take the risk, have the headaches selling the stuff. That's where you got caught. Of course, he himself was wholesaling then with Mr. T, but that was just to generate the startup cash. Once things developed, he wanted to cut that off. He would do the pilots and the planes, arrange the trips, see to it that the goods were flown safely out of Colombia and delivered inside the United States to whomever and wherever the Colombians designated. This service would pay well enough. For the first run, Carlos had already gotten his Colombian contacts to agree to pay $10,000 a kilo, $3 million. Barry said he wanted $1.8 million of this. Not only was he doing most of the work and doing it with his own plane, but, as he was shortly to explain, there were expenses he'd incur, people to hire, officials to pay off. For their part, George and Carlos agreed to split the rest, which added up to $600,000 each, for essentially making some phone calls and organizing a few meetings. This was 1976, when that sum would buy 60 BMWs down at Transatlantic Motors in Hyannis, when someone with $1 million could say legitimately that he was independently wealthy. George saw his motor sailor gliding into view, the beaches and cafes of the Costa del Sol fast taking shape on his horizon. To get the kilos, Carlos said, Kane would have to fly down to an airstrip located on a certain ranch owned by an acquaintance of his outside Medellin. The airstrip was 5,000 feet long and had been built for the planes bringing in coca paste from Bolivia and Peru. Accommodations would be provided for spending the night, meaning Barry could fly in one day, load up, and take off the next. Carlos would supply him with a Colombian national who knew where the field was and would fly down with him to help find it. Regarding the flying part, Kane foresaw a number of interrelated problems here, none of which couldn't be solved with careful planning and money, mostly the latter. One way to go was simply to fly the cocaine straight from Medellin into somewhere in the United States on a straight shot. But the distance involved was too long, about 1,500 miles to the tip of Florida, and then there would be only a limited number of landing strips to choose from. Florida was also where the DEA expected drugs to come in. What you wanted to do was to land the plane at some place in the interior of the country where the authorities didn't know from drug flights. For this reason, he proposed using the Bahamas, where he had contacts, as a transshipment point. He'd fly down to Nassau from the Cape. Then, on a Friday night, the start of the weekend air traffic jam, He'd file a flight plan with the tower saying he was heading for one of the other islands, but instead he would go directly to Medellin. He'd land, load up the plane, and return to Nassau on Saturday. Kane had a friend in Nassau named Nigel Bowe, a lawyer who knew everyone in the Bahamas, from Prime Minister Lyndon Pindling and the Defense Minister to the head of state security and all the high police officials. The file on Bowe's involvement in the drug trade would soon be filling up several drawers in the DEA office in Miami. By knowing Bowe and paying some money, Kane could manage to park the plane on the runway in Nassau, leave it there overnight filled with cocaine, and fly out the next day. No one would bother it. Only 180 miles separate Nassau from the United States. On Sunday afternoon, Kane would take off amid the hordes of mom-and-pop flights headed back to Florida at the end of the weekend. Just as he neared the coast, he'd make an abrupt right-hand turn, drop down to the deck 100 yards off the ocean below radar range, and fly north toward Cape Hatteras, toward that open window he'd shown his developer pal on the radar maps. From there, he'd fly inland to the Piedmont area of North Carolina, where he would have arranged to land at a private airfield. The duffel bags would be transferred from the plane to a vehicle of some kind and driven down to George and Carlos in Miami. They would then be responsible for delivering the goods to the recipient designated by the Colombians and getting paid, especially getting paid. The only problem seemed to be the range of Kane's airplane, which, as it stood now, couldn't quite make it. From Medellin to Nassau was a little more than 1,300 miles as the crow flies, which meant flying straight over central Cuba. Not a good idea unless you didn't mind getting shot out of the air. Allowing the plane to circumvent Cuba, taking it just to the east of the Guantanamo Naval Base, would add over 100 miles to the run. So Kane needed to expand his plane's fuel capacity. Drug pilots often installed bladder tanks, inflatable rubberized tanks fitted into the interior cargo area, to disguise how far their planes could really fly. A little extra for the wife and kids, the expression ran. But bladder tanks, because they were undetectable from the outside, masking the plane's true range, were against the law. They violated the rules of the Federal Aviation Administration that set up strict limits on fuel capacity for the various types of aircraft, partly to inhibit smuggling. To add legal range, you had to get special permission, but then the narcs would know about it. But Barry didn't want bladder tanks anyway because they took up too much space when filled, meaning he would have to leave some of the cocaine behind. A better idea, he said, was to install saddle tanks, specially built into the fuselage of the aircraft. These were expensive, but not only would they disguise the plane's range should some DEA type be snooping around the airport at Nassau, they would also take up no additional cargo room. Kane also said he wanted a Marine Loran. Developed by the military and regarded as a breakthrough in navigational aids, a Loran was an instrument about the size of a modern laptop computer that would allow him to punch in the coordinates of the landing strip outside Medellin, its latitude and longitude, and then keep him on course once he got in the air. Using radio beacons as a fix, the Loran could put you down within 15 feet of anywhere you wanted to go on the globe. Find you a toilet seat in Bogota, as one drug pilot put it. It could even help you land at night, with just a flashlight to show where the runway turned into jungle. But that's why the Colombian was coming along, Carlos reminded him, to show him how to get there. The Colombian was okay, Barry said, but he'd rely on himself, thanks. With one thing and another, Kane figured he could get the plane ready for $50,000 up front. No problem, Carlos told him, and promptly wrote out a check on Barclays Bank to cash. The meeting over, Barry declined the invitation to stay around to see the sights of Toronto, have some fun. Business and pleasure didn't mix with him, he said. Approximately 3 hours after he'd arrived, Kane had the plane back in the air and was winging his way home to Chatham. Back living with Betsy in Weymouth, for parole needs he still listed his parents' address as his own, George spent that fall feeling generally exuberant over his prospects, even trying, in his own fashion, to patch up some of the fences he'd smashed. He left an envelope at the Sad-Eyed Lady's with the $10,000 he owed her for the fishing boat fiasco. Maybe she'd lighten up the curse she'd put on him. He also tried to get his father fixed up in a cushy political job. Ever since his stroke when George was a high school junior, Fred had been working half-days as a groundskeeper at the Mount Hope Cemetery in Weymouth, never feeling great about it. One night at a bar, George ran into a classmate of his from high school, a contractor who had gone into politics and got himself elected as a town selectman. During the conversation, George learned that the job of commissioner of cemeteries for the town had come open, a political plum that paid pretty well for not a lot of work. There was some prestige in it, too. How much would it take to land that for his old man? George wanted to know. The selectman thought $20,000 would just about do it. He'd have the cash ready tomorrow, George said. This guy then called up my father and offered him the job, but Fred said he didn't want it. I think maybe he sensed something was wrong. Fred never took a nickel from anybody in his life without working for it. Now that he didn't have to live with his mother, George even tried to smooth things over with Herman. While his parents were away for a week visiting Marie and Otis in Indiana, he hired Courtney and his son to gut the family kitchen and replace all the cabinets and appliances. They installed walnut paneling, olive carpeting to match the new cabinets, a stainless steel sink, a self-cleaning electric oven, and a frost-free refrigerator. When his mother returned, she told George she loved it, waxing very enthusiastic even over the color scheme. His father didn't say much directly, but George learned that he'd resented the intrusion. If Erman really wanted one, it was his prerogative to provide her a new kitchen, which everyone knew he couldn't afford. All his father said to George was that the kitchen was nice, but he liked the old refrigerator better. It was at about this time that Carlos's behavior started becoming somewhat aberrant. He started screwing up in annoying ways that threatened their impending enterprise. Although it was all George's contacts they were now exploiting in their common effort to transport the product into the States and to sell it, George couldn't help getting the feeling he was regarded ever so slightly as the junior partner in the arrangement. He still regarded Carlos as a brother, but Carlos wasn't consulting him on every single matter these days, and he'd begun to lurch about a little recklessly. First, the $50,000 check he'd so blithely written out to Barry Kane bounced. Kane was someone they should avoid irritating at all costs. Barry called me up and said, "Your friend Carlos's credibility on a scale of 1 to 10 just went down to -1. George apologized and told him to meet him at the Hilltop Steakhouse in Braintree, where he gave him an envelope containing $25,000. Kane grudgingly accepted the lesser amount since it just about covered the Loran and the gas tanks. After that, Carlos got himself arrested down in Colombia in a car smuggling incident. This came in the middle of another suitcase trip they were running through Caracas, Venezuela, which had to be aborted, losing them $400,000 in potential sales and costing George another $20,000 or so in expenses, all over a car. George was really pissed at that one. Then came the little episode with the police dogs, with Carlos running for his life through the snowbound woods of northern Vermont. It began in February of 1977. Carlos had gotten out of jail on the car smuggling charge and had called George to meet him at the Holiday Inn in Toronto. He had news that might cheer George up. There were 50 kilos waiting at a house in Miami. He wanted George to go down and pick it up and bring it up north. Carlos would slip over the border into the States and be waiting for him at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Cambridge. They didn't discuss what exactly would happen next, but George assumed he'd be paid with at least 5 of the kilos to sell through Mr. T and Lewis, the leather importer, and install an extra $250,000 in the heating ducts in Betsy's basement. The new money had a mollifying effect, and George and Carlos spent a couple of days in Toronto talking over plans. In George's presence, Carlos made several calls down to Colombia, conversing with someone in obviously deferential tones, the conversation always being a little one-sided. "Sí, padrone," Si, padrone, Carlos would say. He never said who was on the line, but George assumed it was the big man, the source of the voluminous amount of product they'd shortly begin winging in. Life with Carlos proved to be not much fun. He'd come down from his hotel room to eat his meals, but he didn't drink, and most of the time stayed up there poring obsessively over the piles of magazines and brochures he'd collect on airplanes and cars and trucks. Or he'd wander around the airport talking to airplane dealers, stop at Chevrolet lots to look over those infernal Chevy Blazers he couldn't get enough of. Carlos began driving me nuts up there with the airplanes and Blazers, talking about the same thing over and over. It's got this range to it and this much cargo space, and we can get this one here, and I've got all the statistics. Look, Carlos, I'd say, in America you do business and then you take time out, you live your life. He had a real German mentality. At night, George had to go out to the bars by himself. Not that this posed a great hardship. Canadian women seemed very loose to me. It was, you talked to them, you had money and dressed well, you got laid. One night, about 1 or 2 in the morning, Carlos called George to his room. He was sitting on the bed and he said, "I think I'm going to marry Jamel. What do you think about it?" I said I thought it was a wonderful idea. She was a beautiful young woman, a very nice girl. I think you would be a wonderful couple. Carlos meant right away. He immediately called Jamel in New York. She flew up the next day, and after getting the blood tests and the papers signed, the three drove to the outskirts of Toronto to a justice of the peace, an elderly man who had a chapel rigged up in a paneled room in his basement. He put out the bouquet of flowers George had brought on the makeshift altar, cranked up Mendelssohn's Wedding March on a record player, and with George and the justice's wife witnessing the event, Carlos and Jamel tied the knot. 2 hours later, the happy couple drove to Montreal for their honeymoon, and George flew off to see about picking up the cocaine. Always a little edgy about his phony passport, George, now briefly Brian Whitaker, took the precaution of flying home from Canada aboard Bar Harbor Airlines, clearing customs at Bangor, Maine, where travelers weren't burdened by too much scrutiny. They had a little guy in a red and black checked hunting cap who'd come out and say, "Everybody here American? Got anything to declare? No? Okay, goodbye." For the trip to Florida, however, George thought it best to travel as a family man. Betsy would come along as his wife, her daughter Lisa as his little girl, and Betsy's friend Kathy, a student at Northeastern, to provide additional domestic ambience. Actually, relations in George's little family had been slightly strained recently, it having come out that his suspicions about Betsy and Carlos's friend Cesar Toban had been correct. She had slept with him on that trip to Antigua. George hardly qualified as Mr. Constancy himself, of course, having slept with Betsy's friend Kathy, as well as Lorraine, his courier on the aborted Caracas run. 2 other women friends he saw in Boston when business took him there, and, in a moment of real weakness, Courtney's 15-year-old daughter, who confided the matter to Betsy's daughter, who informed Betsy that George was a child molester. George had arrived home that day to find 2 large garbage bags lying out in the middle of the driveway. They contained all his clothes, cut up into thin strips. That was the same day Betsy chose to tell him about her liaison with Cesar, and George elected not to make a very big issue of it, considering. As it was, he spent a few days at Teddy Fields's place before an uneasy peace descended on his household. In Miami Beach, he put everybody up at the Fontainebleau Hotel, and while the females hung out at the pool, George took a cab to a complex of garden apartments about 15 minutes south of Miami, where Carlos had said a guy was waiting with the 50 kilos. He represented himself to the cabbie as a seashell collector from the Cape and told him the duffel bags he was about to collect were filled with rare shells from the Caribbean, very fragile. At the given address, George knocked at the door of a ground-floor apartment and told the man who answered that Carlos had sent him. "It's about time," the guy said in a Spanish accent. He was very angry, George sensed. He'd been holding the stuff for 3 weeks now. Where the hell had Carlos been? They got the duffel bags from the bedroom, and as they lugged them outside, the man asked where George's car was. He didn't have a car, he said. He'd come by the cab over there at the curb. He said, "A cab? Are you fucking crazy?" But I figured it was in broad daylight. Who'd think you were doing anything wrong? My philosophy was always if you did stuff in the open, right in front of people, and you looked like whoever you were supposed to be, you didn't have to worry about anything. The cabbie opened his trunk and helped George load in the bags carefully. "They're very expensive," George told him. "Don't slam the lid." George and his family decided to stay on a few days to catch more of the Florida sun before heading back to the snow and slush of Massachusetts in March. For the flight north, he transferred the kilos to 4 suitcases, which he stashed in Betsy's basement, unbeknownst to her, not bothering with drainage pipes this time, since he'd be turning them over so quickly to Carlos. 4 days later, Carlos called from Canada. Jamel had gone back to New York, he said, and he wanted to come down to pick up the load. George said he would send up Courtney and his daughter in Betsy's Oldsmobile to drive Carlos from Montreal across the border. A teenage girl and her dad's friend. George thought they'd have no trouble with customs. Then, 2 days later, on the night of St. Patrick's Day, Courtney's wife pounded at Betsy's door in a state close to hysteria. Courtney had just called. There was big trouble at the border. They'd searched the car and found Carlos's passport and his Colombian money. They were holding Courtney in custody. Carlos was gone. He'd run into the woods. Courtney said the police were chasing him with dogs. Jesus, Carlos again. George first told her to calm down. Courtney would be all right, he assured her. They wouldn't find anything in the car. George promised to cover any legal expenses if there was trouble. What I'm really thinking is the police now have Betsy's car with her address on the registration. They had the passport of a missing Colombian national who had been kicked out of the country for drugs. They're starting to put 2 and 2 together. And here I am, sitting with my thumb up my ass and 50 kilos of cocaine down in the basement. George told Betsy to take care of Courtney's wife, that he'd be in touch, that he had to go, don't ask where. Within 5 minutes, he had the suitcases packed into the trunk of his Thunderbird, tore out of the driveway, and headed for the Southeast Expressway toward the Cape. Keeping the needle glued to the speed limit, he arrived at Teddy Fields' house in Cotuit on Nantucket Sound in less than an hour. He asked Teddy if he could stay a few days and store his suitcases in the attic. The only person he told where he was his mother, in case Joanne, the parole officer, chose this moment to spring a visit. As it turned out, the customs people released Courtney later that very day. After calling his house constantly, George finally reached him to get a little more of the story. They'd driven down from Montreal, Courtney said, and had planned on crossing the border into Vermont, just to the east of Lake Champlain, north of St. Albans. Several hundred yards before the checkpoint, Carlos had suddenly panicked and changed the plan. He told Courtney to stop the car. He didn't feel confident of making it through customs. The roadway there ran through a dense patch of forest, and Carlos said he'd rather cut through the woods and meet Courtney on the highway about a mile on the other side of the border. But it was snowing out and cold, Courtney said. All Carlos had on were street shoes. It wasn't all that far, Carlos said. Don't worry. Promising he'd see him in a bit, he walked off into the woods. For reasons Courtney couldn't figure out, maybe just his nerves showing through, the inspectors on the U.S. side ordered them out of the car and proceeded to do a full-scale search. It didn't take long before they'd run across a number of discoveries, striking them as exceedingly odd. Courtney's and his daughter's suitcases seemed in order, but there was this other suitcase filled with a man's clothes. There was a Colombian passport in the name of a Carlos Later and about $20,000 in Colombian currency. What the hell was this all about? Courtney answered that about 10 miles back he'd picked up this hitchhiker, who just before they reached the border asked to be let out of the car and took off into the woods. Courtney didn't know who the guy was or what he was doing, didn't care to get involved either. Maybe the guy just forgot his suitcase or didn't want it, Courtney said. Didn't want his passport? Forgot his $20,000? About now, The teletype came through with the information that this later character was a convicted felon and had been deported the previous year for a drug offense. Illegal alien? Drugs? This was when the customs agents put in a call for the dogs, Courtney said, and organized a search party to go into the woods. He and his daughter were released after about an hour, and he drove home. That's all he knew. George waited a couple of days more at Teddy Fields's, checking in with Betsy to see if any message had come in from Carlos. When nothing happened, he sat down and did some serious thinking. Forget the running around in the woods like an asshole. Carlos also seemed to be in some kind of deep shit with this kilo deal. If that Colombian down in Florida was pissed off at having to hold the goods for 3 extra weeks while Carlos went tripping off on a honeymoon, there had to be other people now also waiting around even more pissed off. Other Colombians in Boston or maybe New York. The people the kilos were being delivered to. Carlos was the transporter. These guys were the owners. Certainly they'd be just a tad anxious to know where over $2 million worth of cocaine, wholesale price, had gone to. I suddenly saw how this could be great for me, really help me get my foot in the door, George says. I mean, here I had more than $2 million worth of cocaine. I could have just disappeared with it, especially if Carlos was arrested, because right now, he was the only one who knew I had it. Just take off and go to Australia, down to Mexico. How would they ever find me? But if I was honest about it when I didn't have to be honest, then the Colombians would start seeing me as trustworthy. So I said, you're not just looking at $2 million here. What you're looking at is $200 million. Thus it happened that George resolved to unload the 50 kilos himself, collect the money, turn it over to the Colombians, and save the day. Not only would he save the day, but he figured he'd end up making a lot more money on this deal than if Carlos were around. After all, he and Carlos had never discussed what would happen to the kilos once he handed them over. He'd get paid something for bringing them north, but he doubted it would be more than 10%, the 5 kilos worth. As it stood now, he wasn't bound by any agreement. He could sell them for whatever he got, give the Colombians whatever he considered fair, set his own price structure. Carlos fucks up, George pulls it off. Who's in a position to quibble? The only person he knew who could possibly handle such a large load and do it fast before people got really nervous was Richard Burrill out in Manhattan Beach. He had kept in touch with Richard, but vaguely, not really thinking about using him until they'd launched the Barry Kane trip. He now placed a call from Catuit, and Richard told him things had picked up considerably since they'd last discussed the matter. Things were happening very fast out there, he said. People really wanted it. He told me he was moving all he could get his hands on, but he just didn't have enough supply. I said, look, Richard, don't ask questions. I've got what you want, and I've got a lot of it. I'm on my way out. I want you to meet the plane, and I want you to be driving a car that has a big trunk. When he landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was very early in the morning, still dark. Richard was there to meet him in a Cadillac Eldorado. He remembers that Bob Seger was singing Night Moves on the radio. They drove directly to Richard's house in Redondo Beach and took the suitcases into one of the bedrooms. He had a hot box in there to test it out, but when I undid a package, he forgot about it. The Coke was all shiny and flaky, like fresh snow with the moonlight on it. It doesn't have that gleam anymore if it's cut. All he had to do was take a little snort, and he said, Jesus Christ, this stuff is high-test. Where'd you get it? Don't worry. This is only the beginning, I told him. There was a lot more of it. I was going to get him thousands of kilos. I was going to fill the goddamn Coliseum with the stuff. It took Richard 5 days to unload the 50 kilos. He returned late every night with wads of 50s and 100s, which George counted methodically and stacked into piles of $10,000, each of which he wrapped with a rubber band. For security reasons, Richard didn't want George to leave the house. He'd get him his newspapers and some magazines, and George was free to soak in the hot tub out back, watch TV, look at the moon. Richard even offered to get him some women if he wanted, but he had to stay at the house. As long as he kept George's presence secret, Richard could maintain a lock on this veritable fountain of cocaine. Once the word got out, it would be hard to keep the vultures away. The days went by, the money came in. By the end of the week, it lay all over the waterbed, all over the floor, piled up on the dresser, on the chairs, on the nightstands, falling off the TV set. A total of $2.35 million. George had been literally sleeping and waking up with it for nearly a week now, but the sight of all that assembled cash still did something funny to his stomach. Wasting no time, they packed it up as soon as the last 100 was counted, fitted it into a couple of aluminum camera cases, and headed for the airport. Richard came along on the plane to help with the bags, each of which contained more than $1 million. During the X-ray session at the United Airlines check-in gate, the woman on the security detail took note of the baggage going by on her screen, told George only slightly under her breath, "Geez, you guys have a lot of bread." This about made Richard shit in his pants, George says. "I told her, don't be too loud about it. We were couriers for a bank, and this was a transfer of liquid funds." Richard spent most of the 6-hour return flight worrying about how many policemen would be waiting for them at Logan Airport. George gave that some thought himself, until he'd consumed about 5 little airplane bottles of scotch, and the fear faded into the mist of alcohol. They met with no trouble back in Boston. Once the bags were packed into the Thunderbird, Richard shook George's hand, told him don't be a stranger now, and headed back to the West Coast. George drove down to Cotuit, to Teddy's house, where he went up the little ladder to the attic and put the camera cases in the same eaves where he'd kept the coke. When Teddy heard about the cases, he asked if he could go up and open one of them and take a look. "Look, yes," George said. There had been no word about Carlos. 2 days later, George's mother called. "She told me there was a nice young man and his very pretty wife who had come by the house to see me. Said they were good friends of mine. Very polite," she said. It was, "Yes, Mrs. John. Thank you, Mrs. John," which was the first George heard that his partner had made it safely through the woods. Chapter 7. Miami, 1977. I was the one who had the cocaine. There was no getting it except from me. If I didn't like you, then I'd stop supplying you, and I'd give it to the guy you were selling it to. Pretty soon he'd be selling to you and your customers. So all of a sudden, instead of being king shit, you're a piece of shit. At one time, I could make you and break you. Richard Burrill, Los Angeles cocaine dealer. The year 1977 proved notable for several reasons, in addition to George's arrival as a key player in the cocaine business. Elvis Presley, age 42, died of heart failure while sitting on the toilet at Graceland, his estate in Memphis, Tennessee. Gary Gilmore was executed in Salt Lake City, Utah, after urging the firing squad, "Let's do it." The police tracked down David Berkowitz, the son of Sam Killer, at his home in Yonkers, New York. "Well, you've got me," he told them. Star Wars and Saturday Night Fever rated as the big movies that year, with Roots breaking all viewing records on TV. And President Jimmy Carter, sworn into office in January, was urging Americans to cut down on their use of gasoline and pledged his administration to respond to the energy crisis with the moral equivalent of war. Talking to Carlos over the telephone, George detected a clear note of relief in his voice after he heard that the load had been sold and the money was safe and sound. George told him he decided the split would be $37,000 per kilo for Carlos and the Colombians, which came out to $1.85 million, with George taking $500,000 for himself for all the worrying and schlepping he'd done. Carlos seemed more than agreeable, and they arranged to meet at the Hyatt Regency in Cambridge, where Carlos and Jamel were staying to transfer the proceeds. By the time George arrived at the hotel, Carlos had regained his old cockiness. Far from apologizing for the jeopardy he'd put everyone in, he tossed it off as a splendid adventure. He told George that after leaving Courtney and the car, Carlos had skirted the customs checkpoint and was waiting in the trees just off the road about a half-mile south of the border to be picked up. When Courtney failed to show, and then when the noise of baying hounds reached his ears, Carlos guessed what had happened and ran back into the forest, trying to make his way south while staying parallel with the road so as not to become lost. By now, the short northern day had given way to night, and it grew much colder, the snow falling heavily, which was bad enough for Carlos, but which also hampered the search party and reduced the dog's ability to follow his scent. Pretty soon, the barking receded and then died out, and he was alone in the forest. For hours, it seemed to him, Carlos stumbled blindly through the snow, falling into bogs, the tree branches tearing at his pants and overcoat. He could no longer detect any feeling in his feet. Lacking shelter or any means of lighting a fire, he began seriously to wonder whether he'd survive the night. Suddenly, he saw a distant light glimmering through the trees, which turned out to be a house alongside the road. Knocking at the door, he encountered an elderly woman. He told her his car had broken down a mile or so back and asked if he could use her phone to call a cab to take him to the nearest motel. A cab in northern Vermont? At this hour? Not likely, she said. Such a nice young man. Why didn't he stay at her house for the night? She had an extra room. He could dry out his clothes, she'd give him something to eat, and he could sort out things in the morning. Exhausted from his ordeal, Carlos hardly needed persuading. So at about the same time Courtney was being released from custody at the border, phoning his wife to pass on to George the alarming details of what had occurred, Carlos was already tucked into a safe, warm bed with a bowl of hot soup under his belt and his clothes drying on a radiator. The next day, he caught a bus and made his way down to New York City, where he stayed a few days with Jamel and called around to find out what might have happened with George, and, more importantly, the kilos. When no one at Betsy's house knew where he'd gone, Carlos set out for Weymouth, knowing that he could be in some serious trouble here if he didn't recover the load. For the number of kilos involved, for the rapid turnaround, and for the amount of money he brought back, George's trip to the West Coast had opened up eyes wide indeed down in Medellin. With one trip, he'd found them probably the most important contact they'd had to date, delivered the goods without a hitch, and, along with the riches, returned with the message that this was only the beginning, that his friend in L.A. was able to handle all they could ship. And George had also found them Barry Kane, who at that very moment was readying his plane for the task of flying in greater loads. It was obvious from the way Carlos was acting that suddenly I was the prize, George says. They had been dealing mostly with our own people, never with gringos before. They didn't know things like Hollywood even existed until I came along. Now they started treating me like the golden goose. The Colombians urged George to move down to Miami immediately and wanted to supply him with as much cocaine as they could, by boat, by mules, however they could smuggle it in, and have him transport the loads to his contact on the West Coast on a regular basis. They planned to start shipping in May. George would be paid $5,000 to $10,000 for every kilo, and they hoped to be moving between 50 and 100 kilos every week. Then, by the end of the summer, Kane's operation would be ready to go. Late that April, Carlos brought his whole family up to the Cape for a visit. Jamel, his brother Guillermo, and his mother, Senora Rivas, who now needed a cane to get around with. George put them up at Dunphy's Hotel, the famous Hyannis hostelry, and squired them around for a week to all the sights. They ate at Baxter's at the steamship landing, where the ferries left for Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, went out to the section of Hyannis Port where you could peer over the fence and see some of the houses in the Kennedy compound. They drove to Provincetown, P-Town to the locals, where George introduced them to the New England variety of lobster with the claws, showing how to insert a fork into the tail and lever out the whole section in one deft movement. He took them out to Race Point to look out over the Atlantic Ocean from atop the 300-foot-high bluff he and Malcolm McGregor used to ride down the face of in an aluminum canoe when they were teenagers. On the trip back, he stopped off at Chatham to show them where Barry Kane lived. The Colombians had been a little uneasy about Kane in the beginning, as they were where any gringos were concerned. And here, they were trusting someone they'd never dealt with before to take off with $90-odd million worth, retail, of their cocaine and not disappear with it into the wild blue. George had eased their minds on this score by asking Kane to bring him over to his house, show him family photos, snapshots of the people near and dear to him. As they would soon demonstrate to the world, the Colombians had little compunction when it came to dealing harshly with the immediate relatives of those who betrayed them, no matter what the age or sex. Kane's wife had died, George knew, but he did have his 5 children, whose pictures George demanded to see. He also had made a point of learning the names of the prep schools they attended. 300 kilos was an awful lot of cocaine to trust to a stranger, says George. They wanted some kind of hook in him. Predictably, about a week was all Carlos could take of the tourist bit, after which he sent his family back to New York while he stayed around planning things with George and making more of those damn visits to local airports. After leaving the one in Hyannis, Carlos asked George to drive into Transatlantic Motors, the BMW dealership nearby. He wanted to look over the cars. We walked in and the sales manager came over thinking we were your typical people just browsing and asked if he could help us. Carlos pointed to a black one, a 318i, and said he wanted that one. How much was it? The guy said something like $11,000, and Carlos pulled this brown paper bag out of his pocket. Here, he said, and peeled off the money. He must have had $50,000 or $60,000 in there, and put the rest back in his pocket. The guy's teeth almost fell out. As the manager fell all over himself trying to get the car ready by that afternoon, Carlos asked if there was also a Datsun dealer in town. Jamel needed a 280Z to drive. George seized him by the arm and took him aside, told him to cool it for Christ's sake. Didn't he ever learn? I told him, you're an illegal alien. They've got your passport sitting at the border. Don't you think that son of a bitch is going to remember this day the rest of his life? And remember you too. I mean, even the Kennedys don't walk in and do something like that. Managing to quash at least the Datsun purchase, George took Carlos the following day, their last on the Cape, to look at some summer property for his mother. They found nothing Carlos liked, and after supper, they ended the day walking along the beach near the breakwater in Hyannis Port, looking out into the blackness of Nantucket Sound. Carlos once again expressed his thanks to George for the way he'd handled the 50 kilos. It would have been his death warrant for sure if George had run off with the money, and he admitted now how worried he'd been. He said George had proven to be a true friend, someone Carlos felt he could always trust, and he hoped George felt the same way toward him. I told him I'd given him my word and that I considered my handshake and my word as a sacred bond of honor, George recalls. I said that we were brothers and would always be brothers and that I would never betray that friendship. After they'd pledged loyalty to each other, Carlos asked George, oh, by the way, who was this friend in L.A., the one he delivered the coke to, the one they'd be dealing with now for a while? George looked at Carlos and told him no soap. He was sorry, but that was one piece of information, friendship aside, he intended to keep to himself. He hoped he understood. Carlos said yes, he did. He could respect that, he said. No problem. Although the house at 523 North Lucia Avenue is only 1 story high, the people in Redondo Beach have always called it the Castle, because of the fact that it was constructed of stone instead of the usual stucco or wood, and because its peaks and arches make it look like something you'd be more likely to find in a Bavarian forest than in a beach town in Southern California. It was indeed built by a German in the late 1920s, a bootlegger, the story goes. He dug out a secret basement under half the house, accessible through a trapdoor located inside a closet, and used it for storing the illegal booze he ferried in from rum runners anchored offshore. The house sits in what's known as the tree section of town, a lush residential area on the lee side of the hill that overlooks the ocean. Richard Burrill purchased the castle in 1971 for $50,000, putting $3,000 down and financing the balance with a GI loan. Along with operating the tonsorial parlor in neighboring Manhattan Beach, Richard was half owner at the time of a popular restaurant just up the street called The Silo, notable for its interior paneling of old barn siding and its menu featuring expensive French food and wines. Richard bought the castle for the security it afforded him in his third and most profitable business, which was drug dealing. The backyard of the castle, for instance, where George had sat in the hot tub waiting for his money on that first trip, was sealed from peering eyes by the 30-foot wall of an adjacent apartment building. Across the front ran a wrought iron fence laden with blood-red bougainvillea, and at the gate there was a buzzer system. This prevented Detective Fred McEwen, the local narc who fruitlessly dogged Richard's trail for years, from walking right up to the front door and looking through the window to a quiet